Carson Anderson, 97 won a ticket. It's been tweeted out from the Carson Anderson Twitter account, our perspective today from where we're broadcasting from at Oakland Hills at the Detroit Sports Commission Golf Classic. And we've talked about how an extreme snap hook off the tee could put us in danger. You can now see exactly where we're broadcasting from if you follow us on Twitter at DuttonGator971. So, amateur golfers, sometimes not the greatest. Let me see if I can think of Jansen. Off the tee, could be a little sketch.
Let's hope he's on the north course.
You can see off the tee where we are, and I mean it would have to get between the slats of the fence, but let's just say that I would.
That's not the only route.
Yeah, no, it's not. So anyway, we've made it through the day, and it looks like we are going to perhaps escape unscathed, perhaps, but. All right, 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Thank you for everybody who sent in text today and all the votes. Regarding the caddy, my girlfriend's dad does a golf league, and he asked me to sub for someone, and I said I would. Not everyone was amazing, but they had a few decent guys. I had my girlfriend's dad and about 20 of his buddies watching me tee off, and I didn't know what to expect. My first tee shot had distance, but sliced like crazy. We did a scramble and didn't take that many of my shots. Yeah, playing in front of the girlfriend's dad, I mean, that just reeks of judgment, doesn't it?
Oh, totally.
I am totally getting judged here.
No, your boyfriend sucks at golf.
Right?
Yeah. Not an athletic bone in his body.
I've been playing hockey for 1 year. My cousin asked me to sub in his league. They were all former college players. We were about 23 years old. That's from Kyle in Garden City.
That's not going to go well.
You started playing hockey at the age of 22, which means already you're probably doomed to a life of being bad at hockey. I started when I was about 30. Doomed to a life of being bad at hockey. And you're playing with guys who played in college, which means they probably started skating when they were like 3, 4, and they're all born in February. Weird thing, NHL, early birth dates in the year. But, and you end up at a league with a bunch of college guys, I got to tell you, it is such a hopeless feeling when you can't skate.
Yeah.
And somebody can really skate. It is hopeless. It's embarrassing. There's nothing good about it. I almost feel like you can fake it in like basketball, run around. Hockey, you can't run
you
around.
have to be able to skate.
Yep.
If you can't skate,
Yep.
you're done.
Yep.
And if you're just learning how to skate, it's not like just learning how to – I mean, you're a grown-ass man. You know how to run.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, I may be slow.
Well, you wouldn't ask somebody who doesn't know how to run to sub in a basketball league.
Right.
So, hockey, I've had a couple situations where I've been on the ice and I'm like, I am like standing still compared to these guys. I ran track and field in high school. One meet, I subbed for the hurdles. Let's just say that was a terrible idea, and I will never let that happen again. Yeah, completely different animal, huh?
Hurdles. Did you, by chance, bang something on the hurdles?
I never ran track, but I would imagine that it's a completely different animal.
You ever tried to hurdle a hurdle?
Yes. I tried the steeplechase thing at a track once. That ended poorly. You know, when you run up, you jump on top and have to, like, jump over the water? That ended very poorly. I ended up in the water.
Usually anything that has to do with jumping with me
Not
has
good.
worked out poorly.
Not good.
I remember one time trying to jump across a creek on a golf course.
Did you end up in the creek?
No, I just made it.
Yeah.
And my friend looked at me and starts laughing because that was a hell of a lot closer than I ever thought it would be.
That's funny.
I'm like, yeah, I don't have the broad jump abilities. He's like, that's not broad jump. That's long jump. You had plenty of runway to run up to that thing and jump over it. You barely did it. I'm like, yeah.
Well, you survived it. Tigers on the road at Texas tonight, coming off their
My RAS score is not very good.
You don't have a high RAS score?
I don't have a high RAS.
Tigers on the road at Texas, coming off their season finale, or should I say series finale win over the Boston Red Sox in extra innings. Yeah, that felt like a game they were busy giving away, didn't it?
Yeah, it sure did. Like there was just no opportunity, and then all of a sudden late they do enough, get it to extra innings, and then had some fortunate things go their way and took care of business.
Well, the Chafin coming in the ninth, and tie game, and Chafin manages to like walk two guys. The bases are loaded. I think he fell behind 2-0, and was like, he's not going to throw a strike. Managed to get out of it, although that ball was hit deep to the wall before it was tracked down. Tigers then put up 4 in extra innings, which was beautiful. The extra innings thing with the Tigers, I feel like this is just games I watched, Gator, I think.
Yeah, just games you watched.
When they get into extra innings, that runner on second doesn't score more often than not. Maybe just games I watched. But they ended up putting up 4 in extra innings, which was beautiful.
Yeah, every time they got another guy in position, I'm like, we need this run.
Yeah.
Got to have it from you. And I think that stems from earlier in the game when they had a golden opportunity early to score a bunch of runs, and they ended up with 1.
Yep.
And you just missed opportunities. You don't want to see that.
Well, Gator, tonight is the night. You don't always see this, but the 29-30 Tigers are playing at the 29-30 Texas Rangers.
Somebody's got to win, Doug. Somebody's going to be at 500 at the end.
You've always wondered when 2 slightly movable forces come up against 2 slightly immovable objects, what happens?
Exactly.
Tonight we find out. We answer that question.
But tonight should be exciting for a couple reasons. First of all, it's a great pitching matchup.
Yep.
Eovaldi from Texas has an ERA in the 2s, and Tarek Skubal is right at 2.0. So the pitching should be outstanding.
Yep.
Beyond that, the intrigue is Justin Henry Malloy in the lineup? If he is, we get to finally see the guy that started off the Scott Harris era. He's the first guy he acquired. Let's see what he can do at the major league level. I'm not expecting him to go 3 for 4 with a couple of home runs, but I'd like to see a nice approach. The one thing they say about Malloy is that he's incredibly patient at the plate, has a great eye, which results in a ton of walks, and also some called third strikes too because he's got that discernible eye. So we'll see how the umpires treat him at this level, but if nothing else, it's a Skubal start.
Skubal starts are fun.
It's must-listen-to radio.
Or stream game.
On the Odyssey app.
On the
AUDACY.
You can listen to all the Tiger games, yes, here on 97.1 The Ticket on the Odyssey app. But if you have the streaming service to get the game on Bally's, or if you're lucky enough to have one of the systems that hasn't lost. The first time this weekend I got burned trying to watch something else.
Did you?
Yeah, I tried to watch Michigan Golf Live, and I completely forgot. I'm like, oh, yeah, because I like Bill Hobson's golf show. And sure enough, went to the Bally's app, no luck. No luck. I'm like, oh, yeah, damn it. So that sucked.
Sorry, man.
Yeah, it's quite all right.
I mean, I love that one episode.
You mean that every other episode's Arcadia Bluffs?
Right.
Yeah.
Arcadia Bluffs, or it's Mackinac Island.
I've seen
Grand Traverse.
I think he's taped the show like 4 times at Arcadia Bluffs, but I do see that.
I don't blame him if you have the opportunity to. Although this country club life here at Oakland Hills is something.
This might be the summer for Arcadia for me. Might be my first time. Yeah, I'm kind of hoping to be up in that area. We shall see what goes down.
It's beautiful up there.
Yeah, so anyway, Skubal getting the start tonight for the Tigers as they try and scratch and claw their way. And you always wonder when somebody new gets called up if somehow, some way they can – if everybody gets excited. Although Justin Henry Malloy doesn't feel like the kind of prospect that everybody gets fired up about, does he?
Maybe not.
No. But doesn't mean he can't be an asset to this team, right?
Well, no. I mean, he's the name. And, again, like I said, I want to see – this is a Scott Harris guy.
Yep.
He went out and got him. Okay.
Yep.
This is a guy you went out and got. This isn't free agency. You gave up something to get something. So, and I think it was Joe Jimenez he traded to get him.
Might have been.
So, let's see what Malloy can do. I'm looking forward to that approach at the plate because that's the one thing that Scott Harris has preached is having that eye at the plate, knowing when to swing, knowing when not to swing. And swinging pitches out of the zone. But hopefully he can hit the ones that are in the zone.
Larry Allen, I don't know if you heard, passed away.
Offensive lineman?
Yeah, from the Dallas Cowboys on vacation in Mexico.
Oh.
Cowboys announced today at the age of 52.
52,
so,
wow.
Yeah, you hate to see it. All right, so Mike and Rico are coming up next, Gator. What do you suspect that they are going to talk about?
I understand it's going to be 4 hours of Caitlin Clark.
Okay. Have that to look forward to. Thanks, everyone, for being with us. We'll be back in studio tomorrow. Stay safe and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
The Tigers announced earlier today that Jim Leland's number 10 will be retired on August 3rd. He said in a statement, quote, "Having the opportunity to manage in Detroit was one of the greatest privileges of my career, and I still look back fondly on the memories that we shared with Tigers fans," end quote. Rangers and Tigers will start a 3-game series in Texas tonight. Tarek Skubal coming off a dominant 7-inning outing where he gave up no runs, 3 hits, and a walk. His opposition is Nathan Eovaldi, who holds a 2.84 ERA through 8 starts this season. The Tigers' number 6 prospect Justin Henry Malloy is expected to be available for his Major League debut this series, with Spencer Torkelson reportedly being sent down. Nick Saban and Urban Meyer are appearing on the College Football Hall of Fame ballot for the first time. The new class will be announced in January. One of the most notable player additions this year is Aaron Donald as well. Cowboys Hall of Famer Larry Allen passed away suddenly yesterday while on vacation in Mexico. Allen was an 11-time Pro Bowl offensive lineman from 1984 to 2005 in Dallas. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, welcome aboard on a beautiful Monday afternoon. The band is fully together. Jeremy Otto has a new haircut. All is right with the world. All right, great day for everyone unless your name is Spencer Torkelson. So we're just going to jump right in. I'm not surprised by it. I'm also not going to overreact to it. I think I've just viewed him as a guy that wasn't going to be a part of the core. You know, I had high hopes preseason that spring training didn't matter. And I'm like, all right, well, if he can provide the 30 home run power, and I'll work around it. But quickly, I think we saw that wasn't the case. And by late April, it's like, all right, I'm kind of done. Mm-hmm. Now we're in June. When they're pinch hitting Jake Rogers and not you, and you're sitting, you know, next to the manager, the problem for Torque is the following. And Rico, I think, is spot on with his take, which we'll get to in a second. It's just simple. If you're not hitting, you're useless because he's a abhorrent defensive player. Mm-hmm. He's terrible. So you have no speed, no defense, no average, and no power. We're done here. I look at the bigger picture, which is the Tigers have selected number 1 twice in the last 6-7 years. Both of them stink. Torkelson stinks, and for any of these Mize defenders, at best, he's a number 3 in this league. At best. He can't miss baseball bats.
That's being very generous, too.
Oh, but he's been out for 2 years. Yes, exactly why he stinks. And I don't think he's going to magically become a swinging strike guy. He doesn't have the stuff. And hell, this weekend, he couldn't locate anything that wasn't a fastball. But the point is the Torkelson thing. And do you believe it's the end? And what does this really do for the rebuild? I mean, Rico, your take I don't think is wrong.
Mike, and my take is simply this. I came in and asked David, was I being too negative? But is this the last time we're going to see Spencer Torkelson in a Tigers jersey? He's being shipped down to Toledo. He's not the greatest fielder. He can't hit a fastball. That's like the basic thing that you need in major leagues. He's not going down because he can't hit a slider, can't hit a curveball. That's difficult to do. He's not getting around on fastballs. So if you can't hit a major league fastball, going down to the minors, you're not going to get the same type of pitches thrown to you there. So did you really improve? Did you really get better? It just makes me wonder that you said this a while ago, and I was just like, nah, you got to give some time. But when the reality kicked in that he went down, I asked myself, is this the last time we will see Spencer as a Tiger? Because he's had it's you can't hit a fastball, man, and you're not going to get major league pitching in AAA. That's not going to happen. So you can't really get better. You can work on your fielding. You can maybe work on hitting off-speed pitches. But where are you going to see the major league fastball in Toledo? You're not.
No. I mean, look, it's a timing issue, clearly. He hasn't had his timing all year. He was horrible in spring. He was horrible all year. I don't know. And again, he made adjustments last year. He turned into an extreme pull hitter to tap into some of that power. None of that's available now. I'm not going to say it's the last. No, look, man, this sport is weird. It is.
It is. And that's
I said to you off air, so I'll share it with the listeners. I mean, the cautionary tale of why you can't give up on Tork is Max Scherzer. You know, you traded for him from the Diamondbacks, and he was a reliever, and you brought him here to start, and they sent him down to Toledo to retool, and the rest is history. It changed his life. It changed the trajectory of the Tigers. He got it together, became one of the game's dominant starters. I need to see it to believe it. And also, Rico, here's the other problem. They don't have anybody to play first base. I mean, think about it. Gio Urshela is going to play first base.
Yeah, they got like a platoon of like 4 or 5 players.
Yeah, don't get me started. I know AJ Hinch needs every roster spot so we can trot out 80 different lineups, all of which suck. But fine. But they don't have anybody in the pipeline. It's not like they have some big-time first baseman I could call up and write Tork off as a loss. I think the fairest way for me to say it is he'll never live up to being 1-1. He's never – I would be shocked if he turned into an all-star caliber player. Right now, I'm just wondering, can he be a part of my franchise?
Yeah. Could he just be a major league player?
A league average guy. I got a hard time with it.
Because right now, I mean, Mike, for me, the bar is, can you be a part of the core group of players? And now I'm sitting here wondering, maybe there was a reason why Scott Harris didn't mention his name. Because he knew.
Yeah. You know, Cookie's made an interesting point this morning. And again, he was a no-brainer 1-1. Usually the 1-1s are, unless you're trying to underslot, save money, do a Pittsburgh Pirates. But he was a no bleep 1-1. He was a college bat. But Cookie's phrased it in a way I thought was interesting. He was in the era of COVID, and realistically, he only had one great year at ASU. The next year got cut short with the pandemic, and then you had no minor league system. Now, I'm not making an excuse. I'm offering maybe a reason why it didn't work, or he just wasn't that good in the first place. That's the bottom line. Go look at the last 25 years of number 1 overall picks in the MLB. Or how about this, 24? I'll bet you it's 12 ended up being stars and 12 ended up being awful. And the Tigers have done it twice, and they didn't get one of them to be good. Which is why, look, on days like today when Torkelson gets sent down, I do revert back to my opinion on Torkelson and Flaherty. I really don't know how you could justify not moving these guys. I mean, the team they are who they are. Win 3 of 4, lose 3 of 4. Split of 2, split of 4, lose 3 of 4.
Skubal and Flaherty.
Yeah, Skubal and Flaherty. Okay. I'm sorry. It's one of these things where I'm with Rico on this, guys. You need to infuse this core with a lot of help. I mean, I'm happy Justin Henry Malloy's coming up. The problem for him, he's got great plate discipline, but he's really going to struggle with off-speed stuff. If you look at any scouting reports, if it's off-speed and it's in the zone, he ain't hitting it.
Right.
That's a real problem because MLB pitchers, they're not going to offer you a fastball.
Well, and we had a hypothetical conversation a few weeks ago, but now it looks like it can come to fruition where the Orioles need some arms.
Oh, yeah. Tyler Wells out for the year. John Means out for the year.
You can send one of your guys there, and depending on which one, you could bring in 2-3 people who could actually be a part of your core. Because right now, a lot of your core is in Toledo.
That's true.
Think about it.
No, it's true. I'm just of the belief, all right, look, Carpenter's hurt now. Canna's battling some injuries. You sent Tork down. You sent Meadows down. All right, let's take a look at Justin Henry Malloy. I'd like to bring up Jace Young next. Why? Because I don't care anymore. I mean, because it's clear where this is headed. Now, if between now and July 15th they catch fire, what did I say to you? We can then change the conversation. But yeah, I'd love to get people's thoughts on it. You know, what is your panic with Tork? Do you believe at all he can get right? And look, I think the thing that leads me towards that Skubal conclusion I've made, you had the number 1 pick twice, and I don't think either guy's ever going to be a headliner. Not Tork and not Mize. You know, if Mize ends up being your number 4, is that what you drafted 1-1? Absolutely not.
Right.
He might be an innings eater, but he can't miss bats. He's never missed bats, before the injury or after. And you're not going to win in today's game that way. You're not. I mean, yesterday he survived They were hammering him. I mean, even the outs were missiles.
Yeah.
You're not going to live that way.
Leads me to wonder, at some point, do you just kind of maybe try him? Like, he's going to be the opposite of Scherzer. Maybe he belongs in the pen.
Problem is, guys in the pen got to throw gas. They got to strike guys out. You can't, I don't know of a place he could go. Look, at best, I'm telling you.
Middle reliever?
No, if it gets to that, forget it. No, I think he's just a back-end rotational guy, and I'll never be mad about it, but he's never going to be the leader of a rotation.
No.
I mean, if you put him next to a Skubal or a Reese Olson or a Jack Flaherty, come on now. One of these things is not like the other.
Well, I think that you can get a nice little haul for Skubal, especially now. Baltimore's desperate. Baltimore wants to win. They're in a go-for-it-now mode. Yeah, you could pretty much say, and we want this person, and we want this, and we want this, and we want to order a pancakes too.
No, the big takeaway I have from Torque going down is it just shows you how far you got to go. I think it kills the organization when you draft first overall and a guy doesn't pan out. You do it twice. That's problematic. And realistically, if the core right now is Riley Green, and if you want to count Cole Keith because of the hot May, I'm fine with that. But that's it. I don't see anything else.
See, but you know what it shows me? It shows me that they should have gone out in the offseason and grabbed the bat.
How dare you?
Someone that can play first base. Because I know I was very early on saying he was a bust, and a lot of that was just me just being me, okay? He was not good his first couple years in my mind, and it was too early to call him a bust. But I just felt deep down inside that he wasn't going to be what we thought he could be, which was what a 1-and-1 should be. That guy that leads your lineup, that, leads you to winning. Mm-hmm. I never saw that with him. So I knew in the offseason we have to get someone, a professional bat out here that's a vet that can play first base, that can give him a break a little bit, that can show him how to hit.
Yeah.
And it didn't happen. So that's what it shows me, that they made a mistake here.
Yeah, Scott Harris, we don't want to block the young guys. Yeah, maybe you should have blocked them. Because your core wears mud hinge jerseys. That's just the reality of the fact. That tells me, kind of adding to the dominoes, we're a long way away from having this team spend to bring in free agents and trades. Because remember, they said they wanted to get the core right first. Your core, it ain't even close to being right. It ain't close to being correct.
No, and I think the thing that's very concerning for me, and maybe I'm a fool. I was hopeful they would win 85 games this year. It's still possible. But they were totally healthy the first couple months. Everybody sits here in their myopic, insulated world, and it's like if you were the Texas Rangers, who are without DeGrom and without Scherzer and they were without Eovaldi, they're without 3 or 4 everyday bats in their lineup, what would it look like? But you don't pay attention to that. You just get your jollies off of being 500. And it's like, all right, well, guess what? The injuries are coming for you. And now Carpenter's hurt. And Canna's battling some stuff. Well, what happens if you lose the ability every 3 out of 5 days to roll out damn near Cy Young caliber arms? Skubal, Flaherty, Olson. You start to look at this and go, wow.
So you're telling me there's a reason why Texas has the same record as the Tigers, right?
Yeah, I mean, devastated by injury. Yeah, devastated by injury and a little bit of a World Series hangover, no question. But yeah, I mean, they're down huge pieces, man. And it's like, I still look at this Tiger lineup and I'm going, why is Javi being allowed to hit in big situations? Or why is my pinch hitter Jake Rogers?
Here's what angers me.
Not feasible.
Mike, here's what angers me. Because when the answer is, well, you don't have anybody else, then that's a problem on management. Because you chose to put this lineup together. Yeah. You chose to put this team, this bench together. The answer should never be, well, we don't have anybody else to put in their place. It should be, you know what? Next man up. This guy's not getting it done. We're going to give this guy a try. Because maybe you're sitting on somebody. But it just bothers me that that's always the answer. Like, well, why is this guy playing? Oh, who else we got to play?
Yeah, and look, I think Justin Henry Malloy will play corner outfield. I think there's days he'll DH. I'm hopeful. It'd be nice if he's surprised. But again, when you have a guy that's not a top 100 prospect without the pedigree, you can be excited, but you do have to temper it. It's very hard for these off-the-radar guys to end up turning into stars. And you look, you can criticize me and go, he doesn't need to be a star. And we can have a conversation because my argument is he does. You need stars. You need cornerstone players, because I just got done listening to your president of baseball operations tell me we're not ready to spend until the core is set. Well, if your core doesn't feature a Gunnar Henderson, if your core doesn't feature a Bobby Witt Jr., if your core doesn't, well, minus an ACL, Ronald Acuna, you need that guy, or guys, plural. I don't see that here. Like, Riley Green is fine enough. Am I ready to tell you Riley Green is on that plane? No way.
Mike, I mean, just to oversimplify what you're saying, you need a jersey guy. Who's the guy that you want to go and buy the jersey because you know they're going to be here for a long time? To quote the old thing, who's your tiger that you know this guy is going to be good for some years, so that's going to be my guy?
I don't know.
I don't think you have him.
248-539-9797. We're going to get with the people. We'll get some ticket text rolling as well. Torque sent down. What faith do you have that he comes back up a different person? Mine is low. It's not non-existent, but it's low. All right, this weather, road trips, summer, it's time, man. Moran Buick GMC has got you all set right now. Lease 24 GMC Terrain, starting at $279 a month. A 24 Buick Encore GX, $229 a month, 36 months. Both are $19.99 down, and you're ready to roll. MoranExpress.com, you get the certified service. You also get the free loaner vehicle. Go about your day and do what you got to do. It's Moran Buick GMC, best in the game. You're always going to get the best price, period. It's on Telegram, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. All right, David, give me a few of the ticket texts. We'll get to the callers. Torque sent down, Justin Henry Malloy up. Again, I'll never close the door. There's always a shot. I've seen it with Scherzer. I mean, if you want to go like super historical, it happened to Roy Halladay. I think at one point he was on the Alek Manoah plan. They sent him to rookie ball, worked his way to being a Hall of Famer. It's possible, but Torque's problems, Rico's right. You know, if this is an issue of discipline, if it's an issue of bad luck, the dude can't hit a fastball.
Yeah.
That is just beyond problematic. So, I don't know. Look, he needs a complete...
all your bias goes out the window. Like, oh, well, dude, that's a basic necessity.
He needs a reset. And the problem is we haven't seen a different approach. We haven't seen a different batting stance. Like if you look at a guy like J.D. Martinez, right? J.D. Martinez is notorious for reinventing his swing towards the end of being with Houston, and then you found what we were calling back then as a joke, J.D. DiMaggio. Like, where did you find this guy from? Mm-hmm. But he would be in the clubhouse, on the iPad, in the video room. Like, Torque's got to get this right, or his life is over in baseball. So, yes, I think you would see him, but here's what I will say to Rico's point, guys. I will be very surprised if this was a 2-week stint. This is something to me where you need 100, 150 at-bats because you have to come up here as a brand new player. And then it's the final frontier because the next time you get DFA'd.
So you're talking maybe August.
Yeah. Just my personal opinion on how I think it needs to happen.
Right. No, we're just spitballing here. Like I said, and I'm not saying that he's done, but I do wonder if we've seen the last of him because of why he's being sent
If
down.
You're a betting man, you're probably going to be right that it won't work, that it won't work out. But he will be given another chance up here. Now, if he goes to the minors and is, a 450 OPS and he's not hitting anything, no, Rico, you'll be right. He won't be back up here. But they are greatly invested in this working because they don't have a first baseman if he sucks. There's no one in the pipeline. Right. And even though Scott Harris didn't draft him, from a franchise perspective, this was 1-1.
No, and Tigers fans out there, trust me when I say I don't want to be right on this one. This is just one of those thought-provoking things where you look at the reality of the situation, and the reality says this guy may not be back. Kenny?
Did you guys happen to see what The Athletic wrote about him and his swing, about Torque's swing?
No, please, share.
They basically said, I'll read it to you right now, the Tigers would like to see a more pronounced load and a more athletic stance. So far, Torkelson has been stubborn in adjusting his swing. For meaningful adjustment to happen, they might do that in the minor leagues. So he's stubborn with his swing, his stance. Yeah. He's just not trying to get better.
See, okay. I saw what the beat writers had wrote. I did not see The Athletic. So what this is messaging. See, to me, let me give you the real world. This is the franchise telling you the scoop. Kind of pinning this on the player a little bit is what it feels like, seems like, that they listen. Yeah, he stinks. Don't blame us. He's stubborn. See, you don't just pop off and write that. That's coming from somewhere. So
well, you pair that with Scott Harris failing to mention his name when he did the interview.
Sure. Well, and again, to be fair, he's just the same player. We talked about this. Did he make a slight adjustment about going to the pull field more and generating that power in the second half last year? Yes. He's never been a big opposite field guy. There's never been a drastically different approach, and I've never seen a sample size that would indicate he's ever been totally fixed. My take at the start of the year was, if he's going to be an Adam Dunn type player and give me 40 home runs, I'll live with a 210 average. But it's got to be Titanic power. That's just not there. Right. And defensively, awful. So could they be better without him? Well, yeah, he's a negative 1.5 WAR player. Gio Urshela should not be a first baseman in the major leagues on an everyday basis, but I hope you're ready for it. That's part of my beef. Don't tell me there weren't at-bats for other people.
Yeah.
But here we are. 248-539-9797. David, go ahead.
This will be the last time we see Torque. If he turns it around in the minors by any chance, he needs to be traded ASAP. That is from Dan in Farmington.
Dan, no disrespect. He has little value to you and no value around the league. That is off the table. If he turns it around at Toledo, you have to bring him up here, and it is going to be the last stand at the Alamo. It will be his career on full display, and he either becomes Max Scherzer or he's out of the league. There is not – now, if somebody took a flyer on him and signed him to a minor league deal and they have like, look, you know where I'd be intrigued is like if in the offseason it didn't work and the Tigers cut ties or they sold him to the Tampa Bay Rays for a bag of popcorn.
Right.
All of a sudden now the Rays have produced hitters out of thin air. I mean, they got Isak Paredes as an all-star. Okay, maybe then.
Yeah.
But guys, you need it to work.
Yeah,
He's
then
worth
if all of a
nothing.
sudden one of the teams that you're like, wait, why is that team interested? Because they see something you don't, and you know what? He's cheap, and we may be able to fix him.
Go ahead.
I think it's a confidence thing. I think his confidence is shot so that he can't even do the simple things anymore. I think him going down is just as much about getting him to feel like
But
he
if it's
can.
a confidence thing, why are the murmurs coming out about him being stubborn, changing his swing?
You're exactly right there. Max came here and got better because we can develop pitchers. Torque, only chance is probably getting shipped to the Rays or some team that develops bats.
That also bothers me, David, because we talked about it a few weeks ago when we started naming off like all the hitters that homegrown hitters that the Tigers have developed. Like it's a stretch going back to 84 to get 5. It's a stretch. Like you get Granderson and
Travis Fryman, and you would go Riley Green if you want it. That's it. Nothing else I care
You
about.
could barely get 3.
right. But I'm saying to try to get 5. Oh, it's now you're into barbershop arguments.
Mickey Tettleton. I got nothing. I have nothing for you. Kamara Barti.
Wow. I agree with Rico. I think he's done here. Fortunately, he's young, so he'll get traded to like the Braves for a bat, for Takis, and turn into the prime Miggy. All right.
Wow.
Too bad we didn't take or want to take at bats from Torkelson. Hi, Cody Bellinger.
Look, in defense of the team, the Bellinger thing could have worked because he plays the outfield. That's the difference. And you want to keep Riley out of center field. Okay, noted. Having a guy that can moonlight and play first base, it would have helped. But coming off of last season, nobody expected Torque to be this. Nobody. If you told me it was a mirage and he took a step back, that's one thing. He took a step back and went off the side of the boat. Nobody saw this.
Okay.
Come on, let's be fair now. I mean, don't put me in a position to defend this franchise. You make me feel dirty. I'll do it if I have to. I'll get the mop and I'll clean it up. Let's not make a habit of this.
Someone says Nick Castellanos was homegrown. Count him.
Okay.
I'll live with that. I can live with that. And then you manage to get nothing for him.
We're at 4.
Oh,
no, hold
This is
on.
tremendous.
But we're at 4.
And that's if I count Green,
So once again,
who needs to really
is
get
the
it going.
correct- See.
think about how far we went back since 84. Not
Alan
since
Trammell.
Not since 2004. Not since 2014.
And look, it's part of why Scott Harris came in here and started firing people and trying to redo the minor leagues. My whole point with this wasn't about blaming Scott Harris for the failures that precede him, nor what his idea is. It's the folly of not adding supporting pieces while you're trying to do it. That's all it's ever been for me. Accuse some angry Scott bot on the ticket text because Chapman's 4 of his last 28. I mean, I just cue it up. And then Chapman will catch fire again. By the way, Chapman would be your best player on a WAR basis. Just throwing that out there. Well, you're blocking Jace Young. Am I? Is he here?
Yeah, is he ready to come up right now?
And it's also a great problem to have. But carry on. All right, well, we'll get to the calls next. I'm sorry. We went overtime here, and that's on me. 97.1. All right, we're talking about Tork. What's your faith this works? Or is this kind of the last you've seen of him? And I've got a spin on this at 3 o'clock, a little bit different, but I want to get to the callers, see what they've got to say. Let's go to Tyler. He'll lead off. Tyler, 97.1. What's going on, buddy?
How you guys doing today?
Good,
Hey,
Ty.
Tyler.
What's on your mind?
So personally, I think Tork's done. Like, I don't know. He just, like, I watch him play, and it looks like he's scared to swing the bat. Especially at fastballs, like, he just looks terrified. You know what I mean? And I just don't foresee him making enough progress to where he can come back and be a fit of the core. Because I feel like this year and next year are kind of your last two, like, rebuild years to kind of figure out who it's going to be. And then, say, 2026 is going to be the year they, like, you know, take that step forward. Which kind of leads me into my next thing, because I heard you bring up the Scooble trade stuff earlier. Now, I think we're all under the assumption he could get you 2 top 100 prospects easy, right?
Yes.
I mean, so I was thinking, you know, with the Orioles, if you do go that way, you could get, you know, Mayo. He could play third base. Like, you would, I mean, Mayo, and I don't know if you know who Sam Pasalo is.
Catcher, one of their best prospects. Yep.
Yep,
Connor
you-
Norby, another
those-
guy, second and third base. McDermott.
Yeah,
I mean,
he just got called up today, though.
Yeah, and again, I don't care. Tyler, I got news for you. I'd call the Orioles right off the rip, and I'd be like, great, I want Colton Cowser. I'm getting somebody who's already here, plus.
Yeah.
Period.
That's what I'm saying. You grab somebody that can play like third or short or something like that's a key position, and then you get like a Basalo for a couple years from now.
Yeah.
2 years, and then you got your cornerstone catcher and you got cornerstone third base.
Look, what you have are more lottery tickets, right? You have the opportunity to infuse this rebuild and this process. Look, here's the other thing. All right, you're going to go into the winter meetings this year. Let's say the thing with Tork, anything other than him coming back and rising from the dead and being unbelievable. Okay, so I'm going to give you an option. You can keep walking in the wilderness, or can Scott knock on Chris's door and say, look, I want to go make a run at Pete Alonso, who's turned down 3 different contract offers from the Mets. You ready? See, this is my whole point. You don't have any answers at first base, and first base has got to be one of your best players. It has got to be a production position. All right, you want Pete Alonso? I'm not telling you it's a good idea. He's going to be 30. And it's going to cost you 30 a year. I'm not saying to do it. Let me be clear, not only for the listeners, but other people at this station. Let me be clear. Not saying want this. But these are the choices.
You're saying it's an option.
It's an option until or unless you make trades that give you options. So when people call up with the Scooble thing, or what's going to happen, and it's going to be sad, the Jack Flaherty thing. Look, Flaherty, your problem is he's a rental. Mm-hmm. The same reasons I believe, and again, if you talk to people in baseball, which I have, you get a ton for Scooble. Now, the organization you're calling has got to like him, got to love him. And there are some.
And see, that's why I said Baltimore, to me, down 2 pitchers. You get to bring in Scooble. You get to keep this party going.
And you know what? He's cheap.
Yeah, and you know what? Yeah, we got these guys that are sitting in our minors that are really not helping us right now.
That's right.
Go ahead, take them.
But you don't have to convince me.
No, it was just, yes, I'm talking
and
for the
again, if I'd be just as happy, I guess, if they showed a commitment and did one of the rare deals that Boris does where you can void the ARB years and sign a long-term extension. Show me the commitment. Either way, but pick a direction.
But see, I mean, I think the commitment will be great for Scooble because he's going to be rich. Boris is going to be rich, but this team's nowhere. You're going to waste his career here.
Hold on. Let me sell positivity.
Okay.
You would have, hypothetically, if the organization were going to do something, Scooble, Flaherty, Olsen, Job, and David as your rotation. Rico.
Put Mize in there at that point.
That's my point.
Yeah.
And that's, you could sell me that.
But with that rotation, that just screams, okay, don't tell me you're waiting for a core because you have this rotation.
Right.
Please, God, just go get a handful of players and you can win.
I agree. Let's go to Ivory, 97.1. What's up, Ivory?
Hey, good afternoon, guys.
How are you, Ivory? Hey. Nice to hear from you again. What's up?
Oh, I'm all right. So with the Tigers, like, the thing is, it's kind of like when you have they need players like Mize, Torkelson to work out, because it's with a lot of sports when you have those first round high picks that don't hit, and Torkelson, it's just a bummer because I thought he would be something and he's just not. And then Mize, it causes you to take a step back and think like, where's our direction? How long is it going to take us to win? And what is that window like? So when you don't have a core offense, Riley Green has been so up and down, like you don't know. And then you go to the pitchers, like what assets do we have? What direction do we have? And with the comments of Scott Harris, the president, like obviously he doesn't think with next year or two that they're ready to win, obviously, unless he's lying to us. So with that being said, it keeps going back. I don't want to trade Skubal. He's a great pitcher, but what purpose is he? If you know, and other people around the league know through your connects that you can get a bleep ton for Skubal, what are we doing trying to hold on to him? I see online, Twitter, whatever, people like, why are you trading Skubal? Why are you doing? What purpose is he serving?
Right. Right now he would win.
Your organization.
Right now he would win the Cy Young in the AL in your 10 games out of first. Ivory, I'm with you completely.
Right.
And understand
like,
this.
What are we doing?
No, I want to start the week on a positive note. See, I'm willing to meet people in the middle. I'm not unreasonable like certain other people. No.
I'm right here.
Oh, no, not even you. No. I'm willing to meet the people who don't want to trade Skubal in the middle. But you got to make the phone calls. You've got to set a market. Show me a report that Skubal's available. Show me that you're doing the work behind the scenes, because I am just at a point where the Torkelson thing, and we'll do more of this at 3. What Torkelson toiling and seemingly being a bust, does that impact your viewpoint on the Skubal Flaherty conversation? If so, how much? And if not, I just want to hear why. I just think it's very dangerous to go down the road, because here's how this will go. It'll go one of two ways. He'll either blow out and it's Fulmer 2.0, or he's going to be $400 million. Those are your two scenarios.
Yeah.
Skubal's as real as it gets, and he's a lefty. And he's just about to enter prime. And he's fabulous. Mm-hmm. And it doesn't bring me any pleasure to let him go. I don't want it to. But I'm trying to win. And until this organization finds a way to balance organizationally pitching and everyday lineup, you won't go anywhere. I think they'll tease you. Look, we're going to see 3-day runs like we've seen where it goes Skubal, Olsen, Flaherty, and they lock up people. The problem is you're asking all 3 of these dudes to be unhittable.
Yep.
Just for you to maybe be 500.
Can't have a bad day.
No, not at all. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls. Got to get a little football in the mix. And then I have that little different spin on the Torkelson thing at 3 o'clock. Summer driving season is here. Now, that means tons of traffic, tons of 18-wheelers, and construction all over the place. It's summer in Michigan, people. Tons of car accidents. If you're injured in one, injury attorney David Feminini and his team are ready to help you right now. And David doesn't take a fee until he wins your case. He is ready to talk to you personally right now by calling 855-65-CRASH. And you can always go to that website, getdavid.getpaid.com. All right, quick check-in on the football because that never stops. College or pro, fellas? We are 83 days from college. We going college or pro? What do you want to do?
Let's do pro.
All right, NFL it is. David, music. Yes, David.
Well, before we get to the serious news, because there was some serious news today, Darren Waller is back, guys. He sent out another rap video responding to the news about him possibly retiring and news on his divorce being talked about on TMZ. Here's a snippet of what he sent out today. This guy is losing his mind every week or every day. It seems like he has another video.
And to think I was excited when the Giants took a compensatory third to get this goofball. Disaster of a year last year into him allegedly not knowing if he's going to retire all this year. Just go away. Kindly leave.
Yeah, you know what? We could break down just those few bars that he spit out.
Why don't we?
So he's basically angry at God for taking back his wife?
Yes.
Okay. Good luck with that.
Yeah, exactly. Good luck with that.
God, $6 million and two. Waller, nothing.
Well, let's get to somebody who has something because news came in today that Justin Jefferson, he has a big contract.
David, really well done by you. I'm proud of you.
4 years, $140 million contract for Justin Jefferson. 1/10 of that is fully guaranteed.
Still freaking out about Amon-Ra? Guys, it's only going to continue. Wait till Jamar Chase gets paid. By hell, by the time the season starts, Amon-Ra will be the 5th highest paid guy. Right. I feel better and better about the Amon-Ra deal because you know what Amon-Ra doesn't deal in? Drama.
I was about to say, if that's the case, maybe he'll put out a new list of all the people who got paid after I got paid.
That'll be list 2.0 for his what'll probably be his final deal in the NFL. Yeah. But no, look, here's the deal. If you're Minnesota and you're Justin Jefferson, I didn't have a problem with Jefferson demanding obscene money. You let our quarterback get away. You drafted a rookie. You're expecting me to sit here and deal with this. I'm going to be the one who gets raked over the coals if the offense doesn't look good. No, you're going to make me by far and away the number one receiver, and so I have a chance to be the number one for at least 2 years. I don't have an issue with it.
Yeah, still, if I'm the Vikings, I'm still perplexed because you're paying him that much money. Like, where you going with this? Because your quarterback.
Yeah, but hold on, your quarterback makes no money. Jordan Addison makes no money. You're good. You just cost average it. Okay. I'm just saying you cost average.
Right, but okay, yeah.
Rico, I'm not telling you it's perfect.
Either you got Sam Darnold or you got JJ. One of those has to work out.
You got JJ. They've already got the meditation circles under the goalpost. You didn't see them? They put the chalk outlines in there. Ready to go.
Full circle or semicircle?
Semi.
Okay.
You know, because his back is always against the goalpost.
Oh, that's true.
Yes. We also have a burning sage lane on the sidelines.
All right.
We call it the Kyrie path.
My question,
the KI Sage.
My question to you is: this is $35 million per year.
Yeah.
My question to you is: does Jamar Chase pass him?
If the Bengals weren't cheap, yes, but the Bengals are notoriously cheap. But you pay Jamar. You don't. I'll tell you this: call up Joe Burrow and ask him if it's okay, because that's the guy that runs the franchise. How badly do you want Jamar? I want him at all costs. 35.1. You're the highest paid guy in the league. Let's go.
Yeah. Either that or I think he'll be in the top 3, but probably within the top 2. It may be like, you know what? Fine. Jamar can make that, but I better be damn close.
So here's what I want to do to kind of close this out. There is a top 10 list of 25 under 25.
I love this
players
stuff.
Under 25, okay?
Yeah.
So let's start with number 10. And I think, Mike, you will enjoy number 10 on the list here. Brock Purdy.
Get the F Out of here.
It says for some, he's a product of Kyle Shanahan's scheme and the array of talent that he has. For others, Purdy's ability to operate the offense like a fine-tuned machine deserves more attention.
Mm-hmm.
So is it him or the scheme?
It's the scheme.
Brother, why can't it be both?
It's my opinion. It can be.
I'm asking the question. I'm not trying to change your mind because Lord knows I can't do that.
Rat Purdy.
I'm just saying because I've always laughed and said, isn't he just a younger version of Goff?
Wow. Okay.
Both have a ton of talent around them and both get the job done.
Yeah, except when you need them most.
Right. One actually made it to the Super Bowl.
And then he failed when they needed him most.
No. They didn't.
Yes, they did.
He actually got he had 2 comebacks in the Super Bowl. Wasn't on him.
Yes, it was. You needed a big time throw late. What did he do? He airmailed a wide open TD. Don't you dare. Don't play that revisionist history.
Yeah. There's Chris Jones breathing down your neck.
Make the throw.
You know what?
Hey, great quarterback. Hey, players play, tough players win.
Yeah, Chris Jones does that to a lot of quarterbacks.
I know, not the great ones.
Number 9.
Yeah, unfortunately, he can't hit Mahomes in practice.
Yeah, go get your quarterback another piece of cheese. Rat.
Number 9, Pat Surtain, the second for the Denver Broncos.
Mm-hmm. Where's Penei Sewell? Just get to it.
He's number 1.
Okay, thank God.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's number 1.
Can we just build this up a little bit?
I'm so sorry.
He's number 1, but I can give you the rest of the
I've
top
ruined
5.
this game.
You really
I am. My God, David, I'm so sorry.
Go eat a piece of cheese.
CJ Stroud is number 8 on the list.
Okay.
So in front of him would be Garrett Wilson.
No way would I have him ahead of Stroud.
Trent McDuffie at 6.
No. Ahead of Stroud?
Yeah.
No.
Kyle Hamilton at 5.
No.
Yeah, I couldn't believe this when I saw it as well.
You know what? Here's what I think. Next year, I think he's probably going to be, if CJ Stroud does what he's supposed to do, he'll be in the top 3. I think you got to see if it's the sophomore slump, if that kicks in and he's not as good because teams figured him out. I think that's why he's sitting there at 8, David.
There is another Lion on this list, under 25. I think you all can guess that one. It's Aiden Hutchinson. He's at number 4. At number 3 would be...
Okay, I'm sorry, but
I probably would have went Laporta or Gibbs. I mean, that's
Neither
just
one
me.
of them on that list.
Really?
Correct.
Huh.
Yeah, no Laporta, no Gibbs. At number 3, you got Jamar Chase. At number 2, you have Sauce Gardner.
I think Aiden's a little high. I think Stroud's a little low. I'm not mad about any of it. They got a great group in there.
And yeah,
what's the issue? Here's my one question. How old is Andrew Thomas? Giants left tackle.
Great question.
I'm surprised he's not on the list. Now, he might be 25 and therefore doesn't
He's 25.
Okay. Nope, then there's no issue.
Yeah.
Because besides my team being dirty armpit, Andrew Thomas is very good.
Yeah. But no, I probably would have put Laporta on there because I do think Laporta is one of the 3 best tight ends in the NFL, and he's only in year 1.
Rico's scared. I'm not.
What?
He's the best tight end in football.
So who you take off the list that's behind C.J. Stroud? You take Brock Purdy off the list.
You're
Honestly,
damn
No,
right.
I would take Aiden off the list and put him in there.
How dare you? You can't put Purdy over Aiden.
Why not?
You can. I just
That's
choose to
my
disagree.
opinion, Mike, right?
Yes, and I used bad words. This was a rough segment for me. I ruined the game. I'm not using appropriate vocabulary. We'll try this again later. All right, Home Run Tuesdays are back. So tomorrow night, Tigers, Texas. You got a hunch who's going to hit a home run. You bet it with FanDuel. They'll give you $5 in bonus bets for every homer hit during that game, regardless if your player hits one at all. So it's FanDuel.com/ticket. Get in on all the Tuesday action. With FanDuel.com/ticket, make every moment more. With FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball, 21 and up, present Michigan. Bonus issue. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max bonus, $25 a game. Restrictions do apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. The Tigers begin a 3-game series with the Rangers tonight in Arlington. Texas is second in the West behind the Mariners and have won 5 of their last 6. They've not allowed a run in their last 2 games either, and manager Bruce Bochy likes the way they're trending. Justin Jefferson and the Vikings have finally agreed to a deal. Will make them the highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL at 4 years and $140 million. He will receive $88 million at signing. Vikings management released the following statement saying, quote, "From the moment I arrived in Minnesota, Justin has consistently proven to be one of the best players in the NFL on and off the field. We're excited about having him as a cornerstone on our team for a long time to come." The reigning Rocket Mortgage Classic winner, Ricky Fowler, spoke at the event's press conference today. He's looking forward to returning. At the Coral Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Three o'clock, good to have you. Want to get back into Tiger baseball because Tork was sent down with a little spin. So if you want to approach it the way we did at the start of the show, that's fine. What is your belief that he'll get right? That he will return and be a contributing member of this team? I don't think any of us have a belief he's going to turn into a superstar. Would love it. Don't see it. Zero evidence of it. So the way I want to do it now, though, and I'll throw the number out, 248-539-9797. I want to know that now it's not talk about Tork going down. It's about that he is down. And my personal belief is he will be down on the farm for quite a while. This represents the last stop. This has to be a complete reset. He's got to come up with a completely different attitude, confidence, swing, maybe even stance, the whole bit. And you're seeing reports come out now, and it's messaging. I mean, you just got to understand the way this works. For me, what it sounds like is the team's getting a message out there. This kid's been resistant to coaching or resistant to ideas about his swing. Well, now he's going to go down there, and I mean, you're going to need 100 to 150 at-bats to implement anything realistic. So here's my question. And obviously, Rico, you get first crack at this. With Tork being sent down, does it impact your view on our Skubal Flaherty conversations that the Tigers are in a brutally difficult spot in a multitude of ways? A, they don't have a first base answer. If Tork is a bum and is out, they have no answer. And I'll spare you, but going to free agency is probably not going to work out great for you because you're going to be either signing a 40-year-old in Paul Goldschmidt or paying Pete Alonso $250 million. I don't know any of that, but that's a great idea. Those are going to be longer-term commitments. Does it change the way you look at the next 6 to 8 weeks where I would be making some calls on the Skubal front to assess value? The Flaherty thing will just be a mortal certainty. And I think it might be the greatest failing we've had with Scott Harris because he signed Maeda to 2 years, Flaherty to 1.
Oops.
That doesn't look so great. Do you pay Flaherty? Do you look, if you're not going to pay him, you got to trade him. And the Skubal thing, you know my belief. His highest value is now. His value will only go down the further it gets because free agency will loom. Boris is his agent. Here's the other thing. You lived Michael Fulmer. If this kid blows out, it's over. And you get nothing. So knowing...
you also lived Erod for Flaherty. If you don't make a deal, he'll just ride out the rest of this year and then off someplace else.
Go ahead and hit that bell for yourself. So here's my question. And if it doesn't change your viewpoint on Skubal, that's okay. But the player you selected 1-1 to be the heart of your order is now on the brink of working at Blockbuster Video. Does it alter your perspective on the rebuild and on people like us who want to at least explore dealing Skubal? 248-539-9797. Both pathways are available. Go ahead.
And no, it absolutely alters how I think about this team, because if I hold Scott Harris to his word, he's talking about we'll make improvements, we'll spend money once we get that core set. Well, last time I checked, more of your core is sitting in Toledo than it is in downtown Detroit, which means it is not there. You have a commodity. You have a valuable commodity. You have a valuable commodity to teams that are competing in baseball. You make that move. Do you want to lose Skubal? Do you want to lose Flaherty? No. But bigger picture, you're telling me you need a core. They could help you jumpstart this team where you can get that core so that this time next year, you're a different ball club. And with Fetter as your pitching coach, you can find more. I do believe you could develop more pitchers. That, yes, you're going to lose somebody who could be winning a Cy Young this year, but there's also the downside of that. Hey, you know what? He's a pitcher, ticking time clock. Something goes wrong with that arm, he loses all value. You're nowhere near ready to being a competitive major league team. Trading these guys for people who are ready to play right now, yes, I would do that, because you told me last week, once the core is ready, you'll spend the money. Well, your core, nowhere near ready. This could jumpstart it.
Yeah, and if you don't want to do it, you think they can make a run at the wild card, I'm not going to laugh at you. I'm not. I don't think they're going to get home. They had 2 months of pristine health, and the best they could muster was being 10 games out of first and 4 games out of the wild card. I don't believe, now that some injuries are happening, and certainly they're going to happen to your pitchers, no, I don't believe you're going to get home. But if you say, I'm not dealing them, there's no offer that could be made realistically that would make me say yes, what's the point? Hey, have the conversation. Unlike some people, I'm happy to hear it. You know where I stand on it, though. I think you need some juice. I think you need a blood transfusion. You need more hitting prospects, because Tork's dead. Parker Meadows stinks. Riley Green is fine enough, but certainly no Bobby Witt Jr. And then what are we left with? Colt Keats, good month. Okay. Thrilled to see it, by the way, but we're a long way from him being Marcus Semien and this cornerstone piece. Who else? Justin Henry Malloy's going to come up. Jace Young's going to come up. What else is beyond that? Once you start talking McGonigal and Max Clark, it's I'd like to tell you late next year at best. So really, what are we doing? And then that's on the assumption they all work.
Right, because right now, if you hold on to the pitchers, you're playing a long game, and this game, man, this could go a few years before they're all ready. And I don't think you're doing your fans any type of service by making them wait all of this time, because at this point, it appears that you're not as motivated as your fan base is. So make the move, jumpstart this team. Let's get this thing going, and let's make baseball in Detroit fun again.
And again, if you disagree, I'm not mad at you, but you have decisions you have to make. I do not think letting this thing get anywhere near his last year of arbitration is smart with Scott Boras. You could pay Skubal, you could trade him, or you ride it out. Do whatever you like. But if he gets to free agency, he's gone. Part of it is this, and I admit this bias. Again, I don't want to be a kid. I heard Gov in the morning, there's a lot of venom on. I'm like, Gov, what the hell are you talking about? There's no venom towards Scott Harris. There's a discussion, and I'm sorry we're not making a bubble bath for him. We want to win. I want Scott Harris to have to make a big boy move. I want Scott Harris on stage like the comedians when the spotlight is on that lonely microphone. And show me you're funny. No, show me you're good at what you do.
And here's the other thing that you also have to hold Scott Harris. You blew the Erod trade last year. You didn't do anything in the winter meetings. And you said you don't want to block the young guys. Well, all your young guys are now gone, and there's nothing there. So it's not venom. It's holding this man to his words, holding him to his actions and his deeds, and they haven't been very good. So that's not venom.
No.
That's just putting up a mirror and
I
saying,
think
this is what he's shown us.
How they handle the Skubal thing is going to be one of the true most impactful things of the next 5 years of the Detroit Tigers. If they make the right move, hold him, sign him, keep him, he wins 2 Cy Young Awards, brilliant. If they hold him and he blows out, devastating. If they trade him and get a good return, brilliant. If they trade him and they get a bunch of garbage, devastating. But this is, guys, I'm trying to use his timeline and have that conversation. And when I hear Torque go down, look, I also factor in, and I'm not going to do the excuse routine here with Mize. Yeah, he had injuries and he's back and he's learning his new body. I don't care. He wasn't good before he got hurt. He's a back end of the rotation starter who can't miss bats, doesn't produce swinging strikes, and has no command of his secondary pitches. Other than that, how was the play, Mrs. Lincoln? So for me, you drafted 1-1 twice, and both of them are underwhelming at best. I want to infuse talent here, and I'm not willing to wait 2 to 3 years. But if you disagree, that's fine. But does the Torque news change your perspective on this, or are you steadfast? No, they're unrelated, and I want to stay the course. I would just like to have that discussion. No yelling, no nonsense. Because I don't know what the right answer is. I can tell you my opinion. 248-539-9797. David, take a text, and we'll get to the callers momentarily.
Well, I'll give you my opinion. No, I'm not changing course. I'm sticking with what I want to do, which is trading Skubal. I'm sorry, man. I've always believed that the core wasn't strong. I didn't really see much of it there. So, yes, I've always believed trading Skubal was a great idea, a good idea to go ahead and get you and infuse his organization with some talent, some everyday talent.
And, David, look, I agree with you. Baseball is a game of hope. You see a lot of prospects. Many won't pan out, but you always hope that you have that guy. And when you have the harsh reality, like coming out of spring training, I'm just like, look, man, Javi Baez stinks. You know what? I would just go ahead and let him go. It was like, no, you got to give him 40 games. Why? He's still going to stink. It was like, you know what? Maybe your pitching came out on fire. Maybe we need to start. No, because if all of this stuff works, well, we waited all of this time. You didn't have the injuries, and you're not even a 500 team after 2 months. Well, 2 months and some change. I don't see how it's going to get better. I don't see. And to me, every time that you have one of your aces go out on that mound, it almost feels like you're wasting an opportunity because it's like, oh, my goodness. Let's just hope that you can score, 4 or 5 runs, because that means you win games when you hit that 5-run spot.
See, and I hear what you're saying. You're right. I don't see it getting better. I don't know where the pathway to get better is, except for this. Trading Skubal can get you closer to getting better because now you have players that can be in your lineup and provide offense for you.
Because it's not even like, right, you don't have guys in triple and double A who are just lighting it up, and you're like, you know what? It just may be time to bring all of these young guys up, and then we start with the core. You had a lot of your core here, and they weren't getting the job done, and you didn't have a plan B. And that's what hurts right now. Trading of Skubal or Flaherty, that's a plan B to me.
Oh, the Flaherty thing. Yeah, and again, Rico, you have to adjust on the fly. If the offers aren't there for Skubal, then there's no conversation. But I'm telling you, they would be. The Flaherty thing is just sad. He's been incredible. There hasn't been this Jack Flaherty in 5 years. I had major doubts about the signing. Man, has he been good. The problem, if you're not going to pay him, you got to go.
Right.
So enjoy your last 7 spins through the rotation because he's got to go. See, that's what I'm tired of. I'm tired of being a seller at the deadline. Now, I'm holding out hope this team can turn it on. Maybe whether it's Justin Henry Malloy, maybe Colt Keith keeps getting better. Maybe Riley Green heats up again and gets out of this funk. It's a lot of maybes. The point is the pitching's there.
Urshela keeps crushing the ball.
Right. Bottom line, I don't care if you fake it. But if they're relevant on July 15th, striking distance of the wild card, yeah, then we can maybe turn into a buyer. But I'm just so tired of the continual selling, and then the organization does nothing to move it forward. That's why I was so bent out of shape about the offseason. And now we're sitting here, and it's like, man, barring a hot run, and I told you, don't give me some we won a series. No. 6 weeks.
David, I found out the hard way. Hey, we won an extra innings. And then Mike told me what to go do with myself.
Don't be caught. You didn't win the series. You split the series.
Well,
Second
you
of
won
all,
extra innings.
and you did this cardiac cats routine. What you need to be is the Cardinals. The Cardinals have turned their whole season around.
Yeah.
Why? They played a hot 5 weeks of ball, leading the majors in home runs, not dinks and doodles.
But Javi, 2 RBI.
Man to the spine. Read something.
Introducing now easy, reliable internet starting at $30 a month, all in. It is that calming force, like after somebody just yells at you and then walks out the room, and then you get the serenity of being in the room by yourself. It's a deep massage at the beginning of a 3-day weekend. Don't you wish every day could be like this? Plus, now comes with unlimited data, no commitment, no hidden fees, and plenty of peace of mind. Just simple internet for a simple price. It's everything you want and nothing you don't. It's time to get better internet and make it, and it can be so easy, like right now. Because with Now, you can save, you can worry less, and simply get internet with no strings, because who likes strings? Nobody. That's who. The choice is easy. Turn on chill mode with Now Internet, backed by Xfinity Network. Get Now Internet starting at $30 a month. It's all in, and it's better tech at a better price and better than 5G home internet. Turn chill mode on at xfinity.com/now. Restrictions apply. Speeds up to 100 megabits per second. Actual speeds vary. Pricing subject to change.
Companies advertising BOGO offers on AC and furnaces. Nothing's for free. You want a fair deal. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical, they have got you covered 24/7. Locally owned for over 40 years, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical, and they will beat any price. If you bundle a new high-efficiency AC and furnace, you're going to save up to $2,000 with fast installation and great same-day service. Just visit mastercraftheating.com. All right, let's get to the people. Joe's been waiting patiently. He's up next on the ticket. Joe, how are you today?
Hello, Michael. Thank you for taking the call.
Yes, sir.
I think this Torkelson thing is even a bigger deal than what we're making it out to be. I think that there's more to this story than just Torkelson getting sent down. I guess the first thing I would ask is, do you guys ever try to get Scott Harris to come on to your show?
No.
Because we can speculate all we want, but I want to hear from him.
Joe, I'm happy to do it. The bottom line is the whole station be happy to have him on. He chose to go on MLB Network. Second of all, if he comes on this station, it would be on the morning show or maybe middays. Much more of a safe space. So, sure.
I totally agree.
We could put the request in. It ain't happening.
Yeah, no, I was just wondering. I mean, you guys are the flagship station, and
I agree. And I talked about it last week, Joe. It's every reason why I hated him going to MLB Network versus talking local to the people that cover him every day.
Who would have better follow-up questions?
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. That's what I wanted to know, because I think it's gutless. I mean, he works for the biggest coward in Detroit, Chris Ilitch. Chris Ilitch will never take questions from anybody about anything.
I think the next time you get a shot to hear from Chris, isn't the Ilitch golf outing in a couple of weeks?
Yes, it is.
All right, so here's where Chris will have to appear on the morning show that day. There's no way around that. So there's your best shot, Joe. Whenever the Ilitch golf outing is, we'll have the morning show out there. There's your best shot to hear from Chris Ilitch.
Yeah, I'd like to see you, or better yet, me, ask him some questions.
Let's go live to Joe and Mike.
Yeah, exactly, because I've had it. This guy is a coward. He is a pathological liar, and I wouldn't believe a word he says. And I think that Harris is a victim of Ilitch as well. Ilitch had no issue whatsoever lying to the people of Detroit about all the great bars and restaurants and apartments that he was building, and he took $200 or $300 million in tax breaks. So he didn't have any issue lying to the city about that. He should have no issue lying to Harris about whether he's willing to spend money. But that's just one point I wanted to make. The other one is, if Torkelson there's one of two things that are going on with Torkelson. Number one, he's either listening to the coaches and he's not able to execute what they want him to do. That is the bigger of the two problems. The fixable problem is he's not listening to the coaches and he's still not executing. But if he's not listening to the coaches, then he should have been sent down a long time ago. And I believe that there's a rift between Harris and Hinch, because the first guy that's going to know he's not listening to the coaches is going to be Hinch. And he's known about this for a long time, but I have a feeling he's getting marching orders from Harris that he's got to keep him in the lineup. And that is a huge issue for the team.
On. Joe, hold on. I disagree with the last part, because AJ's been very forthright. I mean, AJ went out and said, if he doesn't improve, he's going to be sitting next to me. Then he sat him 2 out of 3 days. Then when he had an opportunity to pinch hit him, he chose Jake Rogers and kept him on the damn bench. Right. So I think the more likely thing with the messaging coming out, and you saw it with the beat writers and you're seeing it with the Athletic, he doesn't want to change his swing. That's what it sounds like. I think it is option B. He didn't want to listen, or is hesitant to listen, or whatever word game you want to play. Joe, he's got to go down there. He's got to have 100, 150 at bats, and he either figures it out or he can pack up and leave. That's it.
So hopefully this humbles him and gets him to open up and say, you know what?
And understand this. Listen, it is not uncommon for the team president and the owner to not do radio. The old days, the radio I grew up in, Brian Cashman was on WFAN on a weekly basis and went to war. It's different. These teams now have safe spaces. They have their own websites and, frankly, their own networks where they can now think about it. State-run media's MLB network. You're never going to get attacked. True. Then there's the team website. You're never going to get attacked. That's before in certain markets where there are known friendly media where you guessed it, never going. So you just don't see it anymore. Look, we had Alaville on one time. It didn't end well. Why? Because I asked good questions. Well, I don't want to. My opinion is I asked well-researched questions, and I didn't just kiss his ass the day they blew a bunch of money on Jordan Zimmerman, who I hated. And he got all ruffled and angry, and that was the end of that. Stan Van Gundy came in here one day. How'd that go? I offered him a weekly spot on this show. Weird it didn't happen. No, that doesn't mean this is WWE and I'm just going to be disrespectful. No. But I think you can have a sports conversation because here's the problem. Team owners and team presidents, all these sports executives, you'd think they're down at Carmano's curing cancer. You play fantasy sports for a living. Mm-hmm. You're a millionaire who takes a billionaire's money and buys and sells baseball cards. What shall I do? I'm sorry, do you fart Gucci? No, you're a human being. So let's talk sports. Why'd your offseason suck? Why the hell do we have to kiss their ass? I must have missed all the rings that Scott Harris has as an actual executive and not an intern with the Cubs. That's the problem with sports today. You can't have real interviews. It's why we don't do them. Here, let me let you behind the curtain for a minute. You know what interviews do? They kill ratings. Because interviews result in nothing. They don't answer nothing. No. They have no intent on being honest. And if you ask anything real, you're the bleep hole. So you end up hurting your own show and hurting your own brand.
It's rare you get a coach or a player who just says, you know what? Screw it. Let's just talk about it. It's there, and they have candid answers. You're right. Most have an agenda. Most, you know what? I want to only talk about this. I only want to talk about that. I want to spin it this way. Tell me I'm pretty. So I get it. But
sorry.
No. There are a few coaches or players that, it's amazing because
Dan Campbell's one. Dan Campbell's one. He plays ball with the morning show.
Yeah.
And when Jim is asked some difficult stuff, and Dan Campbell's say what you mean.
Yeah, say it with your chest.
I have infinite respect for Dan Campbell because, again, what it boils down to is we're talking sports. Right. We're not trying to settle the conflict in the Middle East or a cure for cancer.
Right. Don't tiptoe around it. Just go ahead and ask the question that you want to ask.
Oh,
Let's just get this out the way.
How dare you? No, because they all want to live in a world of artist renderings. Kenny, we're getting the LED roof if it's the last thing I do. Let's check that district website for those neighborhoods. All right. John Jansen Weight Loss Fiesta. It's very simple. Ideal U Health Center can help you lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days. The proof of life is our very own John Jansen. He lost 63 pounds total. He's kept it off. If you sign up right now, you get a $200 Visa gift card. Book that free consultation right now. Idealu.us. They will get you on a plan, give you the support and the coaching you need to help you reach your goals. And again, it worked for John. It can work for you. Up to 40 pounds in 40 days. Just sign up now and get a $200 Visa gift card. Book your free consultation at idealu.us.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. Not only is Jim Leland heading to the Hall of Fame, but he will have his number retired at Comerica Park on August 3rd. The Tigers announcing that his number 10 will join Sparky Anderson as the only 2 managers retired in team history. That's not funny, but what they're doing is the Ace Tarek Skubal kicks off the series with the Rangers tonight on the bump.
This is my fault.
He talked about the improvement of his pitch efficiency the other day. Making the jump from AAA today is Justin Henry Malloy. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket beginning at 8:05. Former 4-star recruit and Michigan State defensive back Malcolm Jones is transferring to Jacksonville State. He played in 8 games last season as Rico, mostly appearing on special teams. One of the world's most sought-after soccer stars is flipping clubs. Kylian Mbappe is transferring from Paris to Spain as he's inked a 5-year deal with Real Madrid that will pay him a signing bonus equivalent to 93 million American dollars. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 4 and 97.1theticket.com.
All right, let's get to the people. We'll get a little football in the mix. Mike has waited patiently, 97.1. Mike, how you doing today?
Hey, fellas, how's it going?
Good, pal. Thanks for hanging. What's going on?
Hey, I am going to have seller's remorse if we don't get anything for Skubal. I would take a Steve Kemp clone out of what we got for Verlander. So, wow. You know what I mean? A kind of power-hitting left-hander with no speed, but can, hit about 301 at least and get on base.
Yeah,
that's what I'm hoping for.
I really, Mike, I think I'm at a point where, look, they're in a really, really tough spot that if anything goes wrong, meaning, look, Parker Meadows went down on the farm. He's hitting. If Parker Meadows isn't a really good baseball player, or if Torque doesn't get it right, you don't have a lot of options to get it right quick. And I'm sorry, but in a town where we haven't made the playoffs in a decade, I am not sitting here doing a 3-4 year thing. Like, come on. The Royals won 56 games last year. They're going to be at 56 next week, seemingly. Come on.
Right.
Let's try.
Can we get a bat at least for Skubal? Like, hold out for a bat, maybe.
No, there's no holding out. You would be able to get. You would get. To me, a guy who's in the league right now or on the doorstep of it, and then a very high-level prospect with it. I mean, I'm telling you, I'd be calling the Yankees and the Orioles and pit them against each other.
Mm-hmm. But I would take Steve Kemp. Seriously.
Mike, we can do better. I mean, okay.
Throw in Jason Thompson while you're at it.
Oh, wow. Lima time. Joaquin Garcia. Mid-90s Tigers, that's a priceless era. And by priceless, I mean horrific. Some of the guys that the Tigers trotted out. Because remember, they were in the AL East back then. So for me, I still viewed the Tigers as a rival of the Yankees.
Oh, no, see, was that Justin Thompson? I was like talking Jason Thompson back in the 80s.
Pick a Thompson. What about Matt Anderson and the
Thompson
Squid?
Twins?
248. Let's go to Nick, 97.1. Or Octopussy through or whatever happened. Nick, what's going on, buddy?
Ooh, Octopussy. I don't know what that's all about. But we'll digress there. So I asked the question here, dude. Like, what are we talking about? We're talking about trading Skubal to get picks. Like, let's be honest. We're getting pieces to hope that they turn into a Skubal. Okay, now Skubal's not old. He's here. He's part of what is our core, which is our pitching staff. So why not point the arrows at upper management, if not top of the level there, Illich, spend the money, get the bats, and let's go. What are we doing here?
Okay, so let's talk through it, because you're not wrong in what you're saying on principle, but here's the problem. Like, for instance, let's say the Torque thing, let's say Torque's done, right?
He's done.
Who are you signing to play first base next year? And what will it cost you? Then you got to factor in, okay, I also don't have a third baseman, unless Jace Young comes up at some point and proves to be spectacular. Like, you don't have a catcher. You don't have a shortstop. You just have so many pieces. Now, Nick, part of the Scooble thing for me is I do believe in Chris Fetter and this organization's ability to find pitching. I do. You have Jackson Jobe on the horizon. We think Olson's real. You have Flaherty. I would presume if you traded Scooble, you'd pay Jack. The point I'm making is, Nick, I want Scott Harris to have to do his job. He has to be right. It's what he's paid to do. So, show me. Now, if you want to keep him, Nick, I'm not mad at you. None of us are thrilled about even the idea of dealing him. But I don't know another way, Nick, that we can get young, controllable, cheap players to move this thing forward in a hurry. Because I don't know about you, man. I'd like to watch playoff baseball sometime soon.
I would love it. Dude, I was born in December of 84, so I just missed, the World Series. I am aching for that so hard, man.
I know.
I love this team.
We all are.
I woke up on the wrong side of the bed today. I'm angry, and I tuned into the show, and I'm pissed.
No,
Nick, it was a wonderful time back in 84.
Yeah, I can imagine. But no, it's just there's no easy answer to any of this stuff, of course. But trading Scooble just seems like, okay, we're just going to go ahead and kick the can down the road.
Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example that might make you feel better. Just something fun. All right, Nick, let's say you called the Yankees and you go, look, you play in Yankee Stadium with the short porch. We got a lefty Cy Young candidate, couple years of team control. We know you got to pay Soto. Jason Dominguez, Spencer Jones. There's your center fielder. There's a corner outfielder who's basically termed as Baby Judge, 6'6", 230. I give you those two players. One is already in the major leagues, and as soon as Dominguez is healthy, he's going to be up here. And Spencer Jones, you could call up at any time. Does that interest you at all?
I suppose, but again, we're relying on hope. Like we're relying.
You're also relying on Scott Harris to be good at his job. Yeah. See, that's the difference. Exactly. It's not hope if you trust your guy. Mm-hmm.
Like I said, there's many angles to this, and I do trust in Scott Harris to a level because he has brought in a Flaherty. He does seem to have an eye for pitching at least. But, there has to be something else going on here. And I know that Torkelson and others are not his pieces, so maybe that's, part of the, I'm looking over everything, aspect to everything. But, I just don't see how trading Scooble is going to help in the short term because, dude, we've been through this for decades, almost a decade now. So we got to get it going.
Nick, here's what I'll say to you. I want you to call back on July 15th. I mean, obviously, call back anytime. We're here. But July 15th, we will have a real conversation because this team's either going to play their way into this thing and we're not going to deal them and we're going to move forward and we're going to be buyers, or they're just going to continue to diddle and dawdle around, be 10 games out, and we're probably going to have the same conversation. So if you really want to hang on to them, let's start playing good baseball. How about that?
Let's go. Go Tigers. I appreciate it.
You got it. I mean, that's the reality, guys. You want to change the conversation? I'm happy to do it. Win games. Do what the Cardinals have done. Cardinals were absolutely brutal to open this season. Mm-hmm. They are now one of the hottest teams in baseball. They lead the league in home runs over the last 25 games, and they have vaulted themselves into second place in the division from the basement, and now they have a season.
Because I remember when you played them earlier this year, it was like, okay, you should be able to go out and beat the Cardinals.
Yeah, because they were terrible.
Yeah.
Now they're hot as a firecracker. You want to change the conversation? Go ahead. Play good baseball.
Get into the wild card spot.
Right. And then we have a totally different conversation. 248-539-9797. All right. Football is done. Baseball's teetering. It's time to enjoy some pizza and relax. Obviously, summer busy. Youth sports like David, you don't have time to cook. How about Hungry Howie's, the mix and match menu, $6.99. Pick any item, pair them up, starting at $6.99 each. The menu's been expanded to basically everything they offer, including medium one-topping pizzas. So mix and match, dinner on the table in 20 minutes. You're short on time, long on options. It's Hungry Howie's. 8 different flavored crusts. The combinations are endless. Don't settle for less than the best. Order off the mix and match menu tonight. All right, let's touch the table. Little football college edition. David, if you would. What is it, 83 days to the sport that Rico ruined?
Yeah, we
yes,
are
David.
Oh, I brought
83
it back.
days away. You
I brought it back, man. It's like Lazarus. It's
Sure,
back.
you brought it back. So ESPN did this FPI article on a lot of things looking into college football, the future of what the playoff will look back like this year.
This
what
ESPN thing,
teams.
this is vomit because they use that garbage recruiting service that they tried to launch, and they factor in where they rank your class as to what your future is. And it's like, guys, you have the worst recruiting service of the three. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Well, we're just talking.
That's 2 for 2.
No, but we're just talking about just this season. We're not looking ahead.
I remember
just
when the
this
FPI
season.
kept saying State was going to win 5 games a year. Cutscene. They just won the Big Ten again.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So just this season. So let's start with what they think will be the high leverage games of this year. I'm not going to necessarily go through the games, but what I went through with this is to see how many SEC-related teams, Big Ten-related teams, because those are the 2 main conferences that we care about here.
Will you get to it already, David?
18 of the 21 listed high-leverage games for this season for college football odds include an SEC or Big Ten school.
Which is why, once Rico is done going Thanos and he's in his lawn chair barbecuing alone on Planet Nebular, it will be a Big Ten SEC Super League outside of NCAA jurisdiction. And at that point, we can finally, I'll do the eulogy for college football.
Or you may just sit back and enjoy the games because, David, I mean, if you think about it, really before even all the super conferences were starting to get made, unless you stayed up late at night and watched Pac-12 after dark, you didn't watch much Pac-12 games.
I got to hit you with the cat.
No. Mike, you're different. You watch all the stuff. I'm
Big
talking
12, ACC, the old Big East. We had plenty of high leverage.
No, but I'm saying if I had cat, I was like, no.
Timeout.
Your average fan didn't watch anything. You know what? It took Caleb Williams for you to all of a sudden care about Pac-12 football. Before then, nobody was watching
Well, then to hell with the average fan. David, go ahead.
So the 3 games that didn't include a SEC team or a Big Ten team was
Notre Dame.
2 of them include Notre Dame. So week 11, Florida State at Notre Dame. And then week 5 is Louisville at Notre Dame. And then the last one is
Army
week
Navy.
6, Clemson at Florida State.
I'll leave it alone. I've said my piece. By destroying the Big 12. Look, Texas and OU alone probably cost you 4 high leverage games. Then you factor in the destruction of the Big East and the destruction of the ACC. You mean Stanford, Cal, and the ACC is not a game of consequence?
Wait, hold on. Just think about what David just said, though. There are no Big 12 games in there at all.
No.
Like, ACC at least had some.
Because Texas and OU took off. Missouri and A&M took off. Nebraska took off. You destroyed the Big 12. Brought to you by Dr. Pepper.
Yeah, there's
no Kansas State?
No.
What is that? The Commonwealth Cup or whatever that's called?
Not at all. But there is a game that includes a group of 5
Wait.
in here.
Colorado wasn't in any of those games?
In the high leverage games? No.
Well, you know what? Here's my shock face.
Yeah, because this is about making it to the college football playoff. They don't see them as a part of the college football playoff.
Dion's trying to make the Duke's Mayo Bowl.
But an interesting one here was week 3, Texas San Antonio at Texas as a high leverage game for the college football playoffs. And I'll tell you why. Because when you look at the group of 5 selections for which conference can bring forth a playoff team, it is the American Conference because of UTSA.
Yeah.
They believe that they can get a team there.
If they upset Texas, then they're in.
The one you'd have to watch for is Liberty. I mean, Liberty with an NIL and money behind it in that tiny Conference USA or whatever the hell it is. Liberty's going to be favored by double figures in every game. So that's another one to look for, but who cares? I know. Keep it moving.
I ruined it.
You have ruined it because the projected top 20.
I'm just embracing it now.
The projected top 20, according to the FPI, 16 of the 20 teams are SEC and Big Ten school.
Okay, but in all fairness, it's really just down to two conferences.
Because of you.
Or because the NCAA just mismanaged their entire league. That wasn't me. They could have put up rules. They thought better.
But how about this? There is a Big 12 school in the top 20 projections here.
UCF?
No.
TCU?
No. It is Kansas. Kansas, yes.
Show me they can play a lick of defense, or I don't care.
They got a quarterback, so.
Yeah, he's in year 30.
Well, it's funny you say that, Mike, because what they did here is they collected the offense FPI and the defensive FPI. Their offense, okay, 10.8. That's a decent number. They're very high number.
Add a 0 for the defense.
0.9. So you're right. If they can find a way to play defense, maybe, just maybe.
You don't play defense in the Big 12. You just outscore your people. You know what you need? A quarterback and you need a kicker. That's it. And you can win in the Big 12.
So let's kind of go through this a little bit here. They project who could possibly get a bye, secure a bye in the first round of the college football playoff.
Ole Miss.
Ole Miss, not on the list.
I'm out.
Wait, here's my shock face 2.0.
Oh, God. So arrogant. Kenny, how do you deal with SEC fans like him?
But you did name a school earlier, Mike, on the Big 12, Kansas State. Yeah. They are on the list here, 11.9% as possibly getting a bye. Then, of course, you have your top teams here in the 5. You got Penn State at 22%, Texas, Ohio State at 24%.
Georgia, Penn State's at 22 and Ohio State's at 24.
Yes.
Have they never, you know what?
But they are also included in a high leverage game. So if
Penn State play in any type of game with anything on the line? Okay, sorry.
And then
continue.
Oregon's number 1 there for getting a bye at 36%. That makes sense, right?
I do. I think Oregon's going to win the Big Ten this year. I think they
say that again in my good ear.
I think that Oregon's going to win the Big Ten this year.
What conference are they in again?
The Big Ten. Mike.
And then
life changes, man. Either, as you like to say, either you evolve or you die.
Then I'm dying.
Okay.
Because I hate this sport now.
All right. Well, you know what? I'll hit you on your beeper and let you know who won the game.
I will close it out.
I can call the score phone.
Right.
I will close it out for just like this, just for Kenny, because they are overwhelmingly the FPI favorite to win the championship this year. It is Georgia at 20.7. The next closest is Oregon at 12%.
Well, it makes sense now that Michigan's gone. Now that Georgia can finally go back to winning because they couldn't, What? I just wanted to get that look.
Look, Kenny's team got screwed. They were number 1 all season long. Their one loss was to Alabama, and they managed to not go to the playoff. It was ridiculous.
Oh, I know. I was just, hitting Kenny with a garbage can.
Again, it's just anti-cot sentiment. It's hurtful.
And if anyone wants to complain about what the SEC and Big 10 will look like, you can complain about Rico. You can send yours to.
Yeah. Find Rico on social.
College football at gmail.com.
Guy in bed with TV executive.net.
But ask yourself this question. If I ruined it, won't people still be watching it? So did I really ruin it?
I think you ruined it for us smart people. But there's plenty of dumb people that you can party with. 24853.
That is your college football blitz.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. With Spencer Torkelson reportedly being sent down to Toledo, the question turns to who will play first. Gio Urshela was there yesterday, and A.J. Hinch liked his effort. Canna and Ibanez also have MLB experience at first. Justin Henry Malloy, who's expected to take Torque's spot in the roster, has played left and right field this season for the Mud Hens, with a few starts at DH, although he did start his career at third base. The Rangers and Tigers will start a 3-game series in Texas tonight. Tarek Skubal coming off a dominant 7-inning outing where he gave up no runs, 3 hits, and a walk. His opposition is Nathan Eovaldi, who holds a 2.84 ERA through 8 starts this year. Finally, the Cowboys announcing that O-line legend Larry Allen has passed away on vacation in Mexico at the young age of 52. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 4 o'clock. Great to have you with us. Odyssey.com. Rewind. You missed anything. We are going to have to get into something because every time Rico looks over at the television, the same thing is up on the screen. It is a sports topic, and I'm going to ask a question, and the answers could be endless. Plus, one of the stories sweeping sports is a member of the media saying something about what I'm going to bring up, and that didn't end the way I think he hoped. We'll get to it. I want to knock out the last of the Skubal calls, Torque being sent down. It's all available. But, David, we got to catch up on Ticket Text first because I'm a terrible radio host. Here we go. I'm way behind on these. I'm sorry.
Trade Skubal now while the majority of Tigers fans can't watch the games on TV anyway. It might go unnoticed.
No, stop.
Someone else says, I would trade or call Baltimore and ask for Kjerstad and Mayo, who are both ready to be called up in Baltimore.
I don't want Kjerstad. He had the heart condition. He's 25. I like other prospects. They have better.
Skubal sounds like the Doug Fister move to Detroit. Decent era, but there was no run support in Seattle, so they had to trade him.
Look, again, this is going to sort itself out.
It's actually a good call.
It is, but this will be ultimately by July 15th. The conversation will go one of two ways. They can earn their way into a different conversation, or I just don't see how a shrewd team president doesn't play the field a little bit. And if he does, remember something, people. Don't get lied to. If the Tigers made some calls about it, it would get to the media. They do a good job keeping stuff quiet, but when a Cy Young candidate arm, if somebody leaves a message, you'll see Jeff Passan at least have a blurb.
John Paul Morosi or something.
Something.
Yeah. Aaron in Ann Arbor says the Tigers have had the 4th easiest schedule up to this point, but will have the 5th hardest moving forward. So deal while the dealing is good. Baltimore could be a buyer.
The Yankees could be a buyer. Look, bottom line, a 27-year-old, however old Skubal is, left-handed Cy Young caliber with 2 years of ARB left. The whole league, this is where I find it absolutely hilarious, and I just think you're out of touch if you don't think there's a market for this kid. I don't know what people you're talking to, but Tiger fans will continue to do it. Well, I don't know, man. You know, he's only had one good year. Okay, then.
Or you get the what if we trade him and all of the pieces that we get back are just garbage?
Then Scott Harris stinks at his job. I think what I'm begging for, Skubal's like a metaphor for what I want. I want Scott Harris to finally have to put himself on blast. Make a move that starts the clock and allows us to really evaluate you in a big way. Mm-hmm. That's what I want.
T in South Lyon says package Skubal and Flaherty and raid the Orioles minor system. Please do that today.
All right, we'll keep this moving. Let's go to Jeff, 97.1. Jeff, how you doing, buddy?
Hi, doing good. I thought about the trading Skubal, and I thought of the Lions. They went and they moved Stafford. They were going nowhere. Maybe they get to 500 if they kept him with Holmes in. But they made a move that jump-started their organization. You got his quarterback, counterpart back, plus some pieces that can play. I think those are the kind of moves you need to make, because there's nothing. I mean, I'm in Toledo. I live in Toledo, and I get to watch a lot of Mudhens games. And there's nobody down there other than Malloy that I was looking at as, someone that would be excited to go up to the Tigers. So I think you're right on. We have to trade Scooble. Tork's probably done. It usually 2 or 3 times you find out that they are what they are, a streaky hitter who probably just hold on for dear life.
No, and understand, you don't have to do anything. I'm saying I think it's a dereliction of duty if you don't shop him. Because if and Rico, you nailed this, full credit to you. If we're using Scott Harris at his word, that there will be no expenditures until or unless the core is set, well, this looks more unsettled than settled. And if I've got a Cy Young caliber pitcher, I mean, it's the equivalent of like Mark McGwire in the summer of '98, hit 73 home runs and the Cardinals finished dead last. What did it do for you? So if Scooble wins the Cy Young and I win 75 games and finished a country mile from first place.
No, that's actually not, because at least with McGwire, people went to the ballpark because he was playing every day and you didn't know if you were going to catch a home run ball.
You win.
This, he plays every 5 games. So,
and also, look, my opinion on pitchers, and this may not be popular, but it's how I feel. I think we've reached a time point where the era, and factually I know I'm right, even though people will disagree, you're not going to see guys throwing 200 innings. 210, 220, the Verlander, 234, all gone. You're going to be hard-pressed to see guys throw 180 innings. Now, while that means, no, it doesn't mean pitchers are worthless. But between the level of pitchers blowing out, how many times will I have an arm make 35 starts in a season, 32 starts? Then factor in, of those starts, how many am I really going to get to the 7th inning?
I was about to say, you're only going around the 80th pitch, you're now starting to say, okay.
Sure. Oh, hell,
let's get ready for the hook.
Yes. And my whole point is, I'm not paying that $400 million. And I trust the time. Basically, me saying I could think about moving Scooble is a compliment to the organization because I believe in their ability to find pitching.
Yeah.
Let's go to Nick. He'll get the last word. 97.1. Nick, how you doing?
Oh, Mike, what's up? So when I saw this piece as it came out on Trade Rumors yesterday on my phone, I was like, well, that's it, I guess. You ever watched the show Shark Tank, Mike?
In passing, once or twice.
Kevin O'Leary, Mr. Wonderful, you know who he is?
Yes, I do. The bald gentleman, the Canadian guy. Yes.
It's like, when that like news came out, I'm just like, it's like when he turns down an offer to somebody, he's like, that's it, you're dead to me. Thanks for playing it, but it's probably over. And I've been very patient. I haven't called him a bust. I've been very careful. But when this news came out, any hope that I had left for him was pretty much dead. Unless I see a paradigm shift, like a total rebuild. Like, I love that you bring up his approach because it does look totally broken. Unless I see a total rebuild of his approach to the plate, he's going to die in Toledo. And speaking of things that are dead, I mean, so is this team's chances of chasing a World Series in the next, I'm only 25. But in the near future, it doesn't feel like they're going to get there. They're banking on all these hitting prospects to land when this team has historically sucked at developing bats. But ownership is going to spend when the core develops. What evidence do we have that that's true? And whenever he did spend, he allowed a troglodyte of a GM to go out there and get the exact opposite of what the team needed. It certainly doesn't help when Christopher is the living version of the gotta-have money drop on this station. Oh, we had an opportunity to call Cody Bellinger and at minimum offer him a contract to play center? Maybe? Nah, I'm Christopher Illich sitting atop my world headquarters. Gotta have money, 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 money. Besides, we have in-house options like Parker Meadows, the newest try-hard guy on our team. Cutscene, he's back in Toledo. Please hit me in the face with a chair. Just trade Sarah Scooble right now and get it over with.
Nick, the thing is, by saying that you're waiting for the core to develop, it's where the Tigers are now. It puts you the ultimate in mediocrity because you can say, hey, we're close. And you can tell your fans, be patient. We're almost there. We are so close. Hang in there with us. The core is almost ready to go.
Let me defend Scott Harris in this regard. Nick.
Are you in the world headquarters?
No, I'm definitely not. What Nick said, though, one thing is, look, Scott Harris has tried to gut the Tigers' development process top to bottom. Whether it's going to work or not, we have to wait and see. But I can't put it on him that 40 years of garbage has come through the Tiger system offensively. Now, does it give me pause? Yes. But he is trying to modernize this thing. And whether it works or not, we're going to start to learn. But
no, obviously, I don't blame him. For me, the clock started with him last year with Erod and that trade that didn't happen, but it almost happened, but it was so close to happening.
You really are. Yeah, you hold on to that.
Because that was his first, because I was willing to let it go and saying, you know what, he was new at his job. He'll make up for that. He's yet to make up for that. Okay, winter meetings come along.
I know.
Nothing. I mean, okay, you can pick up somebody in free agency. You got a few minor pieces, but you didn't get anything major. And then you came out and said, well, you don't want to block the young guys until 2 months later. Most of your young guys have now been escorted down to Toledo.
And look, the next.
So that's what I'm blaming. I'm not blaming for 40 years. I'm blaming him just for the last calendar year.
The next 2 months dictate a lot. I mean, Parker Meadows has to come back up. That's one. Jace Young has to come up. Justin Henry Malloy is up. But after that, what exactly am I? You're not bringing Max Clark up. You know, McGonigal's great hit tool, but that's a long way away. I'm making a point to you. The next 2 months before this trade deadline, I'm willing. Look, could they play their way into something? Sure. Baseball's a weird game. I'm saying if you take him at his word, call all the kids up right now, and let's see what we got.
Yeah.
And give me 100, 150 at-bats. Show me, because that's going to dictate what I'm doing at the trade deadline.
And
to a certain extent with my pitching.
I'm not holding him to the past 40 years the same way. You know what? How Brad Holmes just said, you know what? I don't care what the Lions did all of these years.
Yeah.
It all starts from me right here, right now. It's the clock started from him for him last year. And so far, it's been a lot of swings and misses.
You're just ungrateful.
I am.
I have a question. I can't believe I'm doing this, but to hell with it. Every other TV show, every website, and some radio shows. It's all Caitlin Clark. I just have a very easy question. Why the hell is she so hated? Now, I have an answer, but it doesn't go along with narrative. So maybe I'm the idiot. We'll get into it next.
All right. That was a tease. Hey, look, if you want to get in a career in radio, TV, graphic design, hey, look, Specs at LTU is an extension and bridge for the future of radio, TV, media, and broadcast professionals. It's very simple. Classes are being offered right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You just need to be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast, media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU by professionals, by people who work in the industry like yours truly. What does that mean? It means you're not going to get your time wasted. You're going to learn from day one. You're going to get in the lab and look. With Specs at LTU, with the hands-on approach and the expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So you want that career, radio, TV, graphic design artist? Don't wait around. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
Hi there. Sorry about that. Listen, summer driving season, you know the drill. Construction, 18-wheelers everywhere. And yes, our roads are a disaster. It's lots of car accidents. And if you're injured in one of them, injury attorney David Feminini and his team ready to help you right now. And David, he doesn't take a fee until he wins your case. You can speak to David personally right now by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. Okay, so I have a question. Now, my theory is just rooted in my own reality. I'm not going along with some of the what I deem to be wild narratives in the media. But this Caitlin Clark thing, I mean, first of all, enough's enough. I'm sorry, enough. I mean, they're covering this thing like it's the NFL. Stop. I mean, Rico's right. 2 straight hours on ESPN while we're on the air. So Caitlin Clark, obviously, superstar, most famous WNBA player before she ever played a game, and she's getting bodied left and right. I mean, bad boys, piston screens. I thought there was a little play acting on the foul the other night where she got dumped on the ground. Here's my whole point. Why do fellow WNBA players hate her? Now, my theory is very simple. She's a rookie who's viewed as privileged as in a $25 million shoe deal and all the hype, all the sizzle. Meanwhile, WNBA veterans have toiled. They're playing in the WNBA, and then in the offseason, they go play in El Salvador and Russia and Uzbekistan and whatever.
Pakistan or whatever
Right.
you said.
So here's the deal. She's a rookie.
Right.
And, it ain't going down like that. Welcome to the league, Rook. I just view it as, wait for it, sports, not a political football or some narrative. And I'm not going to go down the list of all the things I've read and listened to, and I'm going, what world am I in? My thing would be, first of all, where are Caitlin's teammates to stand up and go, that's my Steph Curry, and you're not doing that, and drop a bow on somebody. Or better yet, Caitlin could stand up for herself. Because when she got dumped on the ground the other night, she sat there whining. Get up and get in a girl's face and be done with it. Well, I use common sense. So I guess I'm out in space. But man, there are some other narratives. And look, earlier today, Pat McAfee went off the rails. And I'm not repeating what he said. But the first word is white, and the second word rhymes with Stoney's former roommate, Mitch Albom. You figure out what that word is. And
Basically says she's with the WB network. So yeah.
Right. So it's like, what is the reason? Why? Because this narrative that somehow the WNBA players should lay down to Caitlin Clark because, she got us better plane rides. This is sports. Their job is to bust your ass. Yeah. What planet am I on?
Mike, I think this is a...
How disrespectful, how unappreciative to Caitlin. No. What? Where's Caitlin's coach? Where's her teammates? And better yet, have Caitlin haul off and deck somebody. Stand up for yourself. Everybody knows you got $25 million in the bank, and they got 25 cents.
Right. But she can't, Mike, because if she goes off and hits somebody, now she's going to really look like the villain. Oh, you not only came into the league, you're not making all of this money, and now you're trying to intimidate and bully us.
Villain? She's been voted to the Hall of Fame before ever playing a game. And that's, to me, what her fellow WNBA vets are looking at and going, this ain't Iowa. You can take the heart shape emoji and keep it. We're going to drill your team by 30.
No, it's one of those things that occasionally you'll get somebody like when LeBron came into the league and he had all the hype. I remember when Nike made the commercial of him choking in his very first play in the NBA, and they were like, come on, I knew the pressure was going to get to him because we heard about he's the king, he's going to be great, he's going to be this. For her, she's coming into the league, and I think it's a short-term, long-term thing. Short-term, the other players in the league are like, look, we built this. We've been around. As you said, we got to get second jobs. We got to play other places just to make ends meet. And you walk in here with a silver spoon in your mouth. So it's almost like it's WNBA hazing is the best way I could put it. Rookie, you're going to earn your chops. You're going to earn your respect. Okay, everybody gave it to you, but you're going to come into this league. You're going to show me, but that you can handle all of this. We're going to make your life a living hell from day one. We're going to guard you up and down the court. Yes, you're going to take elbows. So you're going to take unnecessary fouls.
Why is there a media narrative that the players should protect her? That the rest of the league shouldn't compete and go after her? She's the number 1 pick in the draft. Bryce Young, what do you think happened to the first time Bryce Young got hit by an NFL vet who's on his 4th team in 6 years? Unholy disrespect.
Right.
I view it as sports.
But now the long terms to this is if she keeps gathering this attention, she's going to elevate the league. Very similar to how she hasn't won anything. Just bear with me on that. But like when Tiger Woods came into golf, and then all of a sudden he was there and people were like, oh, well, people are only watching the golf games because Tiger was competitive and playing on Sundays and wearing the red shirt. And then you had a lot of fringe people who all of a sudden really took up golf. Why? Not because of the league, because of a person. And that's where she kind of is right now, where, yeah, she's that shining light, that beacon that everybody is just kind of drawn to. So, yeah, over time, I think she's going to elevate the league. But short term, she's got to come in here and you know what? She's going to get no help, and she's got to understand that, and she's got to challenge her teammates and say, guys, I'm tired of this. Are you my teammates or not? I'm tired of getting hit. I'm tired of getting knocked down. Will somebody have my back on this team?
Maybe they don't want to have her back. I don't know. I'm just speculating. Maybe they don't, okay? There are players here. You all already said it. But she got the Indiana Fever 38 of their 40 games on national TV. For what? Has she proven anything yet? No. And I think that's what the players in the league are trying to force her to do. Prove it to me. Are you who they say you are? Because all I hear in the media is she's this, she's that, she's great. Look at what she's done for us. And they hear it every day. Somebody like Marcus Davenport, you all talked about a player that's been for how many teams. You don't think he has a Chicago Bears game circled to go get Caleb Williams because he's a rookie? Sure does, because he wants to make a name for himself. Prove it to me, Caleb.
David,
same here. Prove it to us, Caitlin.
David, you don't even have to go that far. Trevor Lawrence. Remember when Trevor Lawrence came into the league? Trevor Lawrence is going to revolutionize the game. He was the future of the NFL. He is still struggling. Okay? He's not that guy that we all thought he was going to be. Based off of potential, maybe, but when you get all the hype coming in, that there is going to be people who are not going to like that.
But I'm sick of the narrative. And I know I've been watching the WNBA for a very long time. And I know the average person won't remember this or won't know this. But when Candace Parker was a rookie, everyone went after her.
Yeah.
She was seen at Tennessee as this great player. She came into the WNBA as the same thing.
Well, see,
they went after her.
And that is the one thing that I'm hearing like, oh, well, they're going after her because she's white. No, they're going after her because she's a rookie and she garners a lot of attention. Because last time I checked, some of the Hall of Famers in the WNBA, the Sue Birds they're white. Okay, so it's not like, oh, it's white girls. No, it's not that. She's new, attention, and I got to eat too. So you're not going to come in here and just drop 50 on me like you did at Iowa. I'm going to show you what life is like in the WNBA. I'm here to make your job hard. The level of talent has gone up since college. So I think for some people, they thought she was just going to walk in there and score 60 points a game, and they're a little disappointed because the other teams are actually fighting back. This isn't the Globetrotters and Washington Generals.
Look, the reality, too, this is kind of like a repeat of Pistol Pete.
Yeah.
There was major resentment when Pete Maravich entered the league. He was paid 10 times as much as everybody else. He was viewed as a bit of a circus act. I mean, Caitlin Clark shooting from the logo, that's cute at Iowa. You're not going to walk in this league and do that. And look, here's the other thing. The thing that's killing me, if I have to hear about how much more popular this league is, here's the problem I have. It's not rooted in fact. Do you realize that no broadcast so far this season has cracked the top 10 broadcast WNBA games? Go look. I'll forward you an article all about it.
Okay.
6 different networks have broadcast these games, all of which feature Caitlin Clark. And while I'm not denying there's an uptick in the numbers, none of those are top 10 all-time WNBA broadcasts. I mean, the narrative on this stuff. Look, I have said this. I watched exactly one half of Caitlin Clark at Iowa. I am not interested in watching this product. The NBA is a game above the rim, one I am accustomed to watching. This, to me, is a bad television product. It is not compelling. It is not entertaining. And it is played exclusively below the rim. I'm not interested. It is impossible. So when I see these highlights, you know what's interesting? Her getting body checked. And what's the response? Her running into a brick wall screen and no teammate picking her up. That's the drama. The actual games, no shot.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to get her. It's never going to
almost
be like
as bad as the Edmonton game last night, Kenny.
It's not going to be like Larry Bird and Bill Laimbeer when they just kept fighting each other the entire game. That's not her game.
I would like to know 2 points. A, have you watched any of this? And B, why? Why is it going down this way for Caitlin Clark? If you don't like our theory, I would love to hear yours. 248-539-9797. Rico, take him to church. Or not.
Mike,
Hi, everybody.
Hi, I'm Mike.
Hi, it's me again. All right, let's talk about Victor's Home Solutions. It's very, very simple. If you want a great customer service experience and a roof that's going to be installed with the best workmanship, it's Victor's. Choosing the right roofer, it's a huge decision. You're going to get a customer concierge team follow-up. You're going to get installers who install a perfect roof the first time. You're going to get a job site inspector who will then check all the work. And it means you're protected during the process, and you're getting a contractor who offers a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. Victor's gets it. Choose a roofer, and getting a new roof, it could be an unbelievably difficult experience. Simplify it. Go with Victor's Home Solutions. 21-point video roof inspection. It's free. 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100 or online anytime at victors.com. All right, if you want the conversation about Torque, we're either going to get back to it at 5 or you can use Odyssey.com Rewind right now. We talked a little Caitlin Clark. I mean, is the reason that this is happening to her, she just makes too much damn money, too much hype, she's a rookie, welcome to the big leagues, or is it more nefarious? I mean, I have read pieces that claim it's racially motivated. There's been a lot of the narrative stuff, including, oh, how dare these vets do this to Caitlin Clark? And I'm like, what planet do I reside on? Is this sports or a charity? Oh my God, they're doing this to the woman who helped them get better flights. I'm sorry, she's not Susan B. Anthony here. All right, she's the number 1 pick in the draft. She got $25 million from Nike, and this is a league filled with women who have had to have 2 jobs all year just to try to survive, including one of them in some far-flung nonsense third world nation. And it's like, yeah, hey, Rook, welcome to the league. Mm-hmm. But maybe I'm an idiot, right? Maybe I'm just maybe I'm not seeing the narrative in front of my face and I'm just watching sports. So tell me why it's happening. David, what did the ticket text have to say?
She's white. That's the problem. Nobody will say it, though.
No. We did say it. I just said, is it racially motivated? If you want to go with this take that it is black women mistreating a white woman, have the guts, say it. I don't believe that's the case because black, white, or otherwise, if a human being is in the rarefied position of Caitlin Clark, you are not going to be treated well by the people who feel like they've been slighted.
Yeah,
you're not.
And somehow I don't see all the attacks on Sabrina Ionescu. And I don't see that. She doesn't get hit. She doesn't get all that stuff. So I don't.
Where are the attacks on Cameron Brink?
Right. I don't see it as that. I think it is just they don't like her because she came in with way too much hype, and you have to earn your stripes here. Plain and simple.
My biggest thing, where's the head coach? Where are her teammates? Like, how is there not someone on that ball club who sees their Steph Curry getting obliterated, who doesn't go, all right, we're not doing this? So for me, it's like, get tough or this is going to be a rough ride for you. I don't know.
I mean, if she does it right, maybe she will make this league bounce back. I know it was a long time ago, but yeah, I remember when Magic and Bird resurrected the NBA.
Let me ask the question.
Last time I checked,
since
one was white.
I have 2 experts on being black, Rico and David.
Kenny?
Yeah, no. No, we'll ask. I want to hear from you 2 on this. What is the win? What would be the motivation? Okay, well, what? So people now are ticket texting in saying, well, we don't like her because she's white. Take me through that exactly versus she's rookie with $25 million, so we're tired of hearing about it.
I think the people who are saying that it's a continuation of the Angel Reese saga that they had back in college, that they said, well, Angel Reese didn't get all the credit that Caitlin did, and Angel Reese actually won a title, and Angel Reese did this, and why didn't Angel Reese get all the endorsement deals, and why is she in State Farm commercials and Angel Reese not? Why did Caitlin get the Nike contract and Angel Reese is not? I think for those who have made it racial, it's a continuation of those 2. Ironically enough, this weekend was between who? Caitlin and Angel Reese's team. So that's why I think some people still feel that way. I don't see it that way. I see it as because there have been plenty of good players in the WNBA who are white and they don't get treated like this but they didn't get the same hoopla and hype when they came into the league that she did.
That's how, okay. I view it the same way. Just wanted to make sure it wasn't an issue of.
I'm sorry, David. I don't want to speak for you.
No, you're right. And I don't see it. Why wouldn't the other athletes want her to be successful? They would. They do. They want her to be successful, but they also want her to earn it. Everyone wants to be successful because they want the WNBA to explode. They're already talking about expansion. That helps them get paid.
Yeah.
So, yes, they want her to succeed. She just has to earn it.
No, I think resentment can be real regardless of race.
It can, yes.
Again, maybe I'm a fool ass. Maybe it is racial. I don't know. I just don't see it that way. I don't think there needs to be a narrative attached to everything.
Mike,
she's a rookie who makes way too much in the eyes of her contemporaries, and she's getting dump trucked.
Mike, if this was a league and there was nothing but black women in there and she was the first one, maybe. But there have been plenty.
There have been stars.
Right. Going Rebecca Lobo. Like I said, Sabrina Askew, Ella Don. Like, there have been plenty.
Brianna Stewart.
Right.
What was that? Diana
Sue Bird.
Diana
Right.
Taurasi.
Like, so that's why, like, no, I'm going to shoot this down.
Let me admit this clearly. I don't think this will be a surprise to my audience. No, I did not watch those games. But I also didn't see a highlight reel of said players, Terry Tate, office linebacker.
Right.
I mean, it's happening to this girl. So I just viewed it as, she came in with way too much sizzle.
Yeah, I think it's just her, and it's not her color.
Let me go to Paul. I'm going to bump Paul to the front line. Paul believes it absolutely is a race thing, and I want to hear the theory. Paul, please, welcome.
Well, it's not a theory. It's look at what's being reported. Like, I don't watch these shows, but look at the clips from The View. Look at the stuff that Jamel Hill is putting out there. They're saying she's getting preferential treatment because she's white. They don't have to pull. Why do they have to pull race in it? I agree with you 100%, but it's what's being reported.
Right.
Everything you see and read, if you do a deep dive on Caitlin Clark, it has no one talks about her play. They talk about the issue that she came in highly regarded and that she's a white woman in a predominantly black woman sport. So to say it's not an issue, that's incorrect.
But you're
And
talking
I'm not
about
saying it's all
entities.
race. No, but
You're talking about entities that are dropping in. Like, there are a lot of people that have been watching this league for a long time, and they just started watching because of Caitlin Clark.
Right.
So all they have is narrative.
That
they don't
is-
understand that Brianna Stewart, when she came in the league, had to fight in the league to become what she is.
Paul, they also aren't hitting upon the fact that there have been plenty of white women who have dominated in the WNBA. And this was
But
never
there
a
not
problem.
have been white women like Caitlin Clark who dominated college. She was one of the best college, male or female, best players ever.
Yeah, there
And-
has
and-
been Rebecca Lobo, Sue Bird. Like
Diana Taurasi is one of the
Diana
greatest college
Taurasi,
basketball
yeah,
players
they-
ever.
Yeah. Sure. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying if you look at everything that's being reported, it's hard not to look at it for people that aren't WNBA, fans to
Paul-
say, well, it probably is a race thing.
Paul, you seem like, how about this? Paul, don't let other people think for you. Go do the research and you'll see for yourself.
I'd also hate to break it to you, but the two things that you are getting your news from are both very agenda driven to the race thing.
Right.
I hate to break that to you, but no, have you seen The View? No, I haven't. And then again, what is Jamel's calling card? It's not disrespectful to say she writes about race an awful lot. I don't know that I want to use that.
And David and I are sitting here telling you, and last time I checked, we're black. And it's like, hey, guys.
I've heard that.
There have been many players in the league. Sorry,
I just feel like it's the hype. It's this. It's.
You see what you want to see,
I think.
man.
I think if I were a
Rorschach.
player in the league, I am honest enough with myself that if I were a player in the WNBA, I would hate her guts. I don't care what kind of plane I'm flying.
Mike,
she's getting all these commercials. She's getting all this hype. She got all this money, and now I'm supposed to kiss her ass too. I mean, you have people reporting, Paul, that how dare these players treat her this way when she's done so much. I'm sorry. I don't want to upset David and say, like, what is she, Rosa Parks or Claudette Colvin?
No, you're right.
Take it easy.
You're right. And the fact that you talk about the charter planes, players are going to get upset when guess who got the first one? Caitlin Clark and the Indiana Fever.
I mean,
248-539-9790. No, we can continue it. It's a fascinating conversation because I'm not telling you I'm right. I'm just, when I see it, I go, that's basketball.
Like,
where are the teammates and her coach? And it's like, Caitlin, you're going to have to toughen up. This is the big leagues.
Caitlin has become so polarized, and she might as well run for president in 2024 because it's Rorschach. You see what you want to see. If you want to see race, you could see race. If you want to see money, what?
Was that a Welcome Back Kotter reference?
No.
Wasn't Rorschach a character on Welcome Back Kotter?
Was it?
I thought
Horseshack.
so.
That was Horseshack.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got my characters mixed.
Rorschach. I mean, you see what you. It's those tests that. Hey, Mike, what is this a photo of? And you see what you want to see.
Damocles.
You see what you want to see.
Okay. Let's stay timely. I don't want David cursing at me.
That's Horseshack.
Okay, Horseshack, Warshack. Let's get to FanDuel. $150 in bonus bets. Any winning $5 wager. They take $150 to use on SGPs, live bets, title futures, and a whole lot more. NBA Finals are about to start. We got a lot to talk about. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, straight to the people. We'll get to Torque in the 5 o'clock. Trying to figure out this Caitlin Clark thing because, man, I can't figure out why it's being reported like this. And before you say, oh, you big dummy, it's the most popular thing on the blah-bitty-blue, blah, 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 none of Caitlin Clark's games have hit top 10 status in WNBA history. Factual. Take it elsewhere. Don't let other people think for you. I don't care if you watch it or you don't. I've given you the reasons I don't. They're totally justifiable. It's not entertaining to me, full stop. I watch a game that's played above the rim. This is played below it. No interest. This is the equivalent of me going and watching an AAU tournament. No interest. It's subpar basketball for me. I'm getting ready to watch Mavs Celtics. Why? It's what I do for a living. This is not entertaining to me. I watched one half of the regional when it was Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark in Albany, New York. I thought it was interesting for about a half, and then I was out. If you love it, God bless. But man alive, all I want to see are the baseball scores from last night, and they're doing 45-minute, embrace debate shows about Caitlin Clark. All right, F it. What the hell is going on here?
No, I was going to say, you didn't watch it when they played MSU. It was a great game, but it was on Peacock, so I know you didn't.
I wouldn't have watched it if it was in my front yard.
Right, I know you didn't watch it. It was actually a great game. She hit the game-winning shot.
Fantastic.
Like a half-court shot.
Let's go to James, 97.1. James, how you doing, buddy?
Not too bad. How you doing today?
Good.
I agree with I agree with you 100% on this. This is all about money. I think they're just jealous because of the money that she makes, which I don't think that she actually deserved it to start with. Because you know what, she might have the most points in the history of the NCAA, but by far she's not one of the best players in the history. I would take, like you said, Diane Taurasi over her.
Well, I didn't say that. I don't know. Listen, I don't know where she ranks.
Taurasi was one of the greatest college players in the history. She won. This girl's won nothing. And you know what? And she's got an attitude. She comes in, she expects every foul. If you ever watch when she doesn't get a call, she sits there and whines
I
to
have
the referee.
I have seen the highlights, and I have read articles about this where she's at risk now of already crossing the Rasheed Wallace technical foul threshold, where you incur suspensions. So yeah, it comes off as kind of whiny.
She is. She's completely whiny. I'm tired of her already. You know what? She can go away already.
Well, no,
she is a whiner.
Okay, and again, I mean, James, I'm not claiming to watch all the games. I sure as hell don't. The point I'm making is when you see the reporting on it, and you can't escape the highlights. If you have any intention on seeing what took place in the NBA, the MLB, or the NHL, and you turn on SportsCenter, you cannot avoid this.
They spent 48 minutes on NBA Today just this play, seeing it over and over again.
So yes, I feel like I'm well versed. She hurt her ear the other night. How do I know it? I was looking for Astros highlights.
Man, here's the thing. She's new. It's WNBA hazing. It's what happens to anybody, any rookie that comes into the league, no matter the sport. Your first year, if you come in with a lot of hype, I'm going to see if you're worth all that hype. I'm going to see how tough you are because I'm sick of hearing about you. So guess what? I'm going to give you an extra elbow. Remember, Mike, you'll remember this, David. I don't know if you will, but if you saw even The Last Dance, how Jordan had to bulk up. Why? Because he got tired of getting beat up by the Pistons. When he came into the league, he wasn't Michael Jordan. He had a lot of hype. He was frail. He was getting knocked around. And then all of a sudden he was like, man, I got to start doing weightlifting and strength training because I got to make it through the league. I have to go through Detroit. So it happens.
Yeah, I just get tired of the media telling us what it is. And look, you can go, well, you're a part of the media. I don't know what the hell I am because I hate the media. I mean, I'm an entertainer. I can't stand where we're at, where everything. I mean, I'm telling you, everything feels like a political football now. Everything. And I just get tired of it. It's a sport.
You know
Player A got knocked on ass. I don't care if you're man or woman. It's sports.
It happens. But you know what? But here's the thing. If you like player A and they get knocked down, then it's, the travesty. If you don't like player A and they get knocked, put it this way, Draymond takes that hit, nobody's crying for him at all.
Better yet, if any of Draymond's teammates take that hit, what happens? If that happens with the Dallas Mavericks, PJ Washington's rolling over there.
No, but what I'm saying is if it's a player that you don't care for and they take that hit and get knocked down, you're like, good for you.
Look,
you earned it.
I admit, when she got checked, I laughed. I'm going, get up and do something about it. Nope, just look at the ref and going,
that's what she did.
Because
looked at the ref.
Because, I'm laughing. I'm like, well, welcome to the league, Rook.
Right, that's sports.
Welcome to the league,
It's like
Rook.
when Bryce Young gets body slammed because he's a tiny tot. I laugh.
Right, because whoever hit him was like, go spend that money well, Rook. I'm doing this all day long.
Hey, Bryce, you better get some of them platform cleats. Everything has to be turned into this political football. I get so tired of it. It's exhausting.
Because she's a player that people like. When she gets hit, you take offense to it. It's like, how dare you hit her? And it's just like, guys, this happens. And no, I'm going to say, in my opinion, it is not a race thing.
All right, Ryan, how about this? Ryan has a different angle.
Okay.
Everyone's free to their opinion. Ryan, to the front of the line, you've got an angle I haven't heard yet. Go ahead.
Yeah, if you look at Angel Reese the other day, she got slammed by the neck by I think it was Thomas.
Yeah.
Yes. So I was telling her, she got that was way worse, and she did it twice in the same game.
But hold on, but Ryan, I'm gonna let you finish. But Angel Reese comes in; she's the villain from college, so no one cares. Go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah. But there's one common thread though. Like Caitlin Clark is like in his perfect worst storm. If you look at some of the players that's been great women players, Taurasi, Candace Clark, Brittany Griner, Sue Bird, Donna Dan, Lebo, they were all, homosexuals. I hate to get into it, the nuts and bolts of it, but that's why she's in a perfect storm of hate. She's her and Reese are practicing heterosexual, so they don't have that. Just think she came in there, she was homosexual and kind of got in with the girls a little bit. I don't know what the league is. Is it 75% homosexual or
I have no idea.
Homosexual?
Right, Ryan.
Yeah, but
I wouldn't be qualified to tell you, and man, I wouldn't roll with the opinion. I mean, Ryan, you're free to. I'm not.
Because Ryan, I
need evidence of that.
I would say the same as people saying, well, it's because she's white. I just think it's because she's new. Her, Angel Reese, got a lot of hype. They came in there. People knew who they were from day one.
I mean, hell, Kelsey Plum is white and straight. I mean, divorced now to Darren Waller, but I don't see this stuff happening to her.
Right.
I just look, dude. I don't have any ability to prove that.
I think
I'm not comfortable going and making that case. You would need to show me some evidence.
I think it's just the fact, Mike, that I don't think that people really understand that, guess what? In women's sport, it can be physical as well. There doesn't have to be a reason. You know what it's called? Competition.
Right, but then guys like you and me look unenlightened because we treat it as sports.
Right.
Why can't sports be sports? Why does there have to be these effing narratives attached to it where it's just, no, she's getting checked.
Right.
Hard. Welcome to reality.
Right. I've seen that from watching little kids play soccer to whatever sport.
Plus, if I were a player in this league and I spent my offseason in Belarus playing for $10 a game, I know what her highlights are. You're not going to hit a shot from 40 feet away, and you're not doing a dipsy-do layup on me.
Right.
We're going to put you on the ground. Then the narrative from the media is, how dare they do that to Caitlin? Who the hell is she? I mean, what do they pay fealty? Just let her score 50 a night because you got a good seat on an airplane? I mean, the world is losing its mind.
Right now, she's the greatest player who's yet to win a title since college. So
that's probably Connor McDavid. 248-539-9797. Kenny, just making sure you're paying attention.
He's about to. He's about to.
I don't know about that.
Go Oilers.
If you could only get 10 shots in a closeout game against Dallas, you know what Florida's going to do to you? They're going to make the Caitlin Clark shove look like a love tap.
Because you know what, Mike? You don't believe.
Okay. Somebody say something. 97.1.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. The Tigers are officially announcing that Torkelson has been sent down to Toledo with Justin Henry Malloy to take his place. Buddy Kennedy has been DFA to make room on the 40-man for
Oh, no,
Malloy.
not Buddy Kennedy!
The Tigers start their series with the Rangers tonight at School Bowl versus Evaldi at 8:05 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Ricky Fowler zoomed into the Rocket Mortgage Classic presser today. Fowler has not had a top 10 finish since last year's event. He was asked whether Detroit Golf Club is comforting because of that. Additions to the field were also announced today, and it included amateur Miles Russell, who will make his PGA Tour debut at age 15. At the Coral Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, couple notes. Look, a lot of people with a lot to say on this Caitlin Clark stuff. I'm exhausted by it. I just don't understand what's happening. But, I think I do. I mean, the NBA's tired of being saddled with this league that loses money every year. And ESPN is tired of being saddled with it because nobody watches it. Oh, but the rating, none of Caitlin Clark's games have cracked the top 10 in WNBA history. i.e.,
I'm shocked that her opening game was
not impactful. Sorry. So the point I'm making is when I'm trying to watch SportsCenter and go, what did I miss in the MLB or what? My God, they're doing 45-minute Zapruder films of Caitlin Clark falling over.
Back and to the left.
So my point I'm making is this Caitlin Clark situation, you explain it to me. Explain to me why she's being treated the way she is. Well, for Rico and I think we're pretty well-reasoned sports fans. It's called you're an overhyped rookie who makes way too much money, according to your peers. Mm-hmm. And this is your welcome to the league rookie moment. Also, it's pretty clear you can rattle her. She whines, she cries, she's got a zillion technical fouls early on. And you know what the league's going to do until her coach, teammates, or God forbid her stands up for her? They're going to keep doing it. But what's being sold is something different. And I don't know if what I believe, maybe I'm too simplistic. Maybe I just view sports as sports. Not everything is a narrative attached to it. Oh, they hate her because she's white. We just had a guy call up saying they hate her because of her sexuality. You tell me what's going on. I just think people are sick of her. That if I'm an NBA vet, a WNBA vet, and I know I'm spending my offseason playing ball in Sri Lanka for $5 a game, and all I've had to hear about is Caitlin Clark, commercial, shoe deal, commercial. Welcome to the league. Thanks for the new seat on the plane. Welcome to reality now. But maybe I'm a jerk.
No, Mike, I've seen it so many times, just basketball-wise, with players coming to the NBA that they came in with a lot of hype, and those first couple of years, they struggled. Kobe, when he first came in, he struggled. Like, you remember them as the Hall of Famers they are, but those first years, not quite there. Peyton Manning with the Colts struggled that first year, throwing picks. Like, no one is going to sit there and say, well, you know what, I'm just going to genuflex to you and you're going to be the next leader of men. But no, you're going to earn it.
You have media who are making reports about how dare these women treat her this way. What the hell world am I in?
Because
they're supposed to what? Give her a clear path to the lane?
And if you did that, then they would write the articles, you're not respecting the game. This is the game. This is the game from the playgrounds to whatever gym you play in. Basketball is a physical game. Was it a cheap shot? Yeah, it was. Will that be her last one ever? No, it won't.
Did she stand up for herself? No, she didn't. She looked to the ref for help. Man, Get up and handle your business.
You want to gain your respect? That's when you get up and say, okay, we can do this all day. Watch what I can do to you.
So, look, you tell us what's going on. Now, the second topic, if that one doesn't scratch your itch, no problem. Torque sent down. No, I don't think there'll be a candlelight vigil. It sucks, but I don't think it's all that unexpected because it just kept on to the point where Torque had 3 hits in one game. One problem. He was 0 for his 34 around that. A 3 for 37 streak where all 3 came in one game I know.
He tried.
Participation trophy. This country's big on those these days. The point is, I think he's going to be down on the farm for a while. You see the reports coming out. It seems like, feels like, sure sounds like he was resisting changing his swing. And now he's got to have 100, 150 plate appearances on the farm, retool everything. And maybe he can be Roy Halladay. Maybe he can be Max Scherzer, two of the great down on the farm retools in Major League history. I don't know, man.
But see, Mike, the problem to that is he couldn't hit the fastball. It wasn't the curve, wasn't the slider, wasn't the off speed.
No.
It was the bread and butter pitch in the major league. You're not going to get major league pitching in the minor league. So how do you get better trying to hit a major league fastball? It's a catch-22 for him. So yeah, you can hope that you can work on the mechanics and your timing, but you're not going to see that speed consistently with the control consistently until you get back to the majors. So I just wonder. And then it's like his fielding is not the greatest. So I do wonder. Have we seen the end of him? Now, I hope I'm wrong, but...
Yeah, no, he'll get another crack because he has to. He was taking 1-1. It's too important to the franchise. But if you mean by the end of him is that he'll come back and it won't work, I'm not mad at you for that take. I'm just citing a few examples where it's worked, but there are plenty of guys, once it goes wrong, it never comes back. So you're not wrong. But if you want to hit the torque stuff, here for it. The Caitlin Clark thing has exploded, and hey, if you think Rico and I are missing the ball, and she's being treated this way because it's racial, or treated this way as a caller called up, and it is an opinion ticket texter calling it with, it's this way because of her sexuality, you do whatever you want. But I have reached a point in my life, at 43 years old, I am really getting tired of being told what to do by the media at large and these narratives. And it's like, no, I don't have to like the WNBA. No, I don't have to say it's entertaining. It's not. And no, it's not breaking viewership records. In fact, they haven't gotten into the top 10 of what the league's already established.
Yeah, it might.
And I'm tired of, damn it, if I just want to watch baseball highlights, I don't need 40 minutes and a slow motion Kennedy assassination breakdown of Caitlin Clark getting screened. It's called basketball.
Mike, yeah, I've actually talked to some college athletes who've said, you know what? When I go up against this 5-star player, whether it was football or basketball, oh, yeah, I'm going to make sure I hit that quarterback harder.
Look at the disrespect Shedeur Sanders endured last year. The late hits, the hard hits, the trash talk. Why? Because you're the chosen one.
Yep.
Oh, you're Deion's kid? Oh, that's a nice diamond necklace you got on. Oh, yeah. Oh, you rolled to the game in a Maybach? That's all cool.
Yeah,
face in the dirt.
Yeah, take this sack as I wave my watch over you. Yeah.
Right. So how's it different? It's not.
It's not.
I don't think it's about race. You make too much money. Money will make a villain out of all of us.
Mm-hmm.
I think she makes too much money according to her contemporaries. But maybe I'm just a simplistic moron. That's also a possible conclusion.
Man,
David,
I don't think you're simplistic at all.
What do the ticket techs have to say?
This is the worst take I've ever heard you guys make. Trying to justify this girl getting full-on harassed is crazy.
Okay, why though? I implore you to tell me why.
Maybe this is a 2-part text. Is it?
They did not send a second part.
Please send
we're
a
trying
second
to
part.
justify.
I'm not justifying anything.
Nothing.
I'm saying this is sports. This is what we watch in every league. Here, Kenny, real quick. When a rookie comes into the NHL, much ballyhooed, I'm sorry, do players pay fealty in the NHL to a rookie, or is it going to be a rough go?
It's going to be a rough go. Everybody's going to be gunning for you, especially because you're the name everybody was talking about. Think about Sidney Crosby. When he came into the league, everybody was attacking him, and he was crying to the refs after basically every single whistle. So,
right, that's why we all used to hold up the signs at the Joe of Sidney's cry face.
Yeah.
God, dude, if you think it's the worst take ever, fine, but I'd love to hear yours. Because we're comping it to every sport we've ever watched.
But Mike, you haven't written an opinion piece for a magazine or gone on TV and just we live in such a divisive society that everything has to be, racial or this or that. And sometimes it is what it is. It's just sports. That's it. It's sports, man. And when you're new, this is what happens.
Here's the problem.
And I've given you examples going back to Jordan and all. It happened to every new person who came in with a lot of hype into the league. And yeah, as you said, Bryce Young. How much do you think he enjoyed last year? Because everybody knew, oh, you're this guy that's going to come in here from Alabama and just rewrite the record books? Nope. Good luck with that.
248-539-9797. Straight to the calls next. 97.1.
Planet Fitness is your home of your judgment-free zone where anybody, and I mean anybody, including you listening in the car, can feel comfortable and work on your fitness goals. Planet Fitness, they're offering a deal. $1 down, $10 a month now through June 14th. You can save big when you join the Planet Fitness judgment-free zone. You can cancel at any time, but trust me, you won't want to do that. Why? Because a ton of Planet Fitness have upgraded the equipment from brand new cardio to strength training equipment. Plus, if you tell me you're short on time, that's no problem. Full body workout in just 30 minutes in the Planet Fitness 30-minute circuit. They have all of that. Oh, and by the way, if you need a little assistance and a little motivation, all Planet Fitness memberships include fitness training at no extra cost. So now through June 14th, $1 down, $10 a month gets you a membership at Planet Fitness. You can upgrade if you want to the Black Card, but as of now, $1 down, $10 a month. Cancel anytime. Go to your local Planet Fitness or go to planetfitness.com to sign up.
Being number one, not easy. Takes experience, dedication, determination. The number one mattress purchased by millions every year is Serta. They have the experience, 111 years of it, and they make the best mattresses right here in our backyard in the state of Michigan. Right now, during the 4th of July summer sale, save up to $900 off an iComfort Eco adjustable mattress. Go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. All right, straight to the people. You want to talk Torkelson? You want to talk Caitlin Clark? Two things we're getting after. We'll go to Corey, bat and lead off. Corey, how are you?
I'm doing well. Good evening, gentlemen.
Evening to you.
What's going on?
I think that the thing that's getting overlooked with the Caitlin Clark thing, like you guys said, the media is blowing the thing out of proportion with the race thing, but that's what the media does. They play the race card, which I think is total BS when it comes to sports, because like sports and music together are like two things that has bridged culture together probably more than anything ever in the history of anything. Just my personal opinion. But what people aren't taking into account is that there was a play, 2 or 3 plays before Kennedy Carter made the basket and then went and shoved Caitlin Clark, which I'm going to say that was not a basketball play. I play basketball. It's just not a basketball play. I don't think there's any room.
Corey, it was a cheap shot. Just go ahead and call it.
Yeah, it's dirty play.
Yeah, it was definitely a cheap shot. It was not a basketball play. What I'm going to say, though, is that 2 or 3 plays before that, there was a loose ball situation where Caitlin Clark elbows Kennedy Carter, and in my personal opinion, I believe that shove to the ground was a get back. I don't think that was like she's white or she's getting paid more than me, so let me shove her. No, she shoved her down because Caitlin Clark elbowed her in the heat of competition a couple plays beforehand, and that's my personal opinion on that.
David is standing and applauding, by the way. Corey,
Thank you so much for mentioning the elbow.
Yeah, because, Corey, I would say this. If I got a player on the court who's sitting there saying, no, I got a cheap shot this woman because of her color or her sexuality, I probably don't want you on my team.
It is the people that I cannot stand right now in the media are the ones claiming, how dare these players treat her this way?
Don't they recognize what she's bringing to the league? And
right. Thanks for the seat on the airplane. We don't like her. She's privileged. She makes a ton of money. She's America's sweetheart, and we've toiled in obscurity. And you know what? You're not going to walk into my building and get a free ride. Why can't it just be that?
I would say that, and I don't know Caitlin Clark, never interviewed her,
You're
never
kidding.
talked to her.
We have found the first person Rico does not know.
But I would like to think that even Caitlin herself doesn't want it to be easy. She doesn't want just to be handed everything. She is a competitor. She wants to go through all of this. Deep down, she's like, all right, is that the best you got?
See, I've seen the interviews with her. She looks like she's on the edge of a mental breakdown.
I think it's just the outside pressure of knowing everybody is after you. But I think when she gets on the court, she's a competitor, man. I think she's like, okay, give it to me.
My thing again is like, you can't escape it right now because the media is just jamming it in your face. And the NBA's tired of losing money subsidizing this league, and the networks are tired of showing it when nobody watches. So they have a vested interest to push this on you. The point I'm making is the only reason I know about it is if you're watching SportsCenter or reading any amount of sports any day on any website, this thing's everywhere. So my point is, look, I haven't seen anything with Kelsey Plum or Cameron Brink, AKA other white players. The race thing is lost on me with Clark. Because if that were a thing, there'd be more evidence of it in the league, short-term, long-term, mid-term.
Sabrina Ionescu, last time I saw, she was challenging Steph Curry in the three-point contest. There's no hate. Like you see, I think it's just because of the attention that she is drawing.
Go to Dave, 97.1. What's up, Dave?
Well, I just want to say I agree with whoever said Caitlin's a competitor and was talked about last week. No one mentioned that. Two, she knows what she knew what she's getting into. She's smart. She's a great shooter, not a great basketball player or whatever. But let her shine. I mean, these hits are becoming like assaults, like a Lemieux Draper thing.
No.
It's gonna come to a time.
Hold on one second. Really Claude Lemieux blew up Chris Draper's face in one of the most violent cheap shots ever. Caitlin Clark got a shoulder. Come on.
Well, I'm saying it could get worse, and maybe the league needs to address it because they might be losing a lot.
No, I'll tell you who needs to. I'll tell you who needs to address it, Dave. I'll tell you who. Caitlin Clark, her coach, her teammates. What the hell are we talking about? Connor Bedard got his jaw wired shut in his first damn game. What was the NHL supposed to do? Step in? Handle your business. I'd fire the coach if I owned the team.
Well, she should be fired because the coach got out there after the game and said, I don't want to get fined, so I'm not going to say what I really want to say. No, say what you really want to say. Protect your player.
No, David, she's probably knowing that I have a team that's only won 2 games. We had the number 1 pick for a reason. I have this job because I have Caitlin. She's going to get fired relatively soon anyway.
Which would be even more of a reason players would resent her.
Correct.
Look, what happens when you get too successful in sports? You become hated. Tom
life,
Brady and the
man.
Patriots went from being darlings to being the Death Star, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Patrick Mahomes.
Correct.
People loved him. Oh, he's out there he's doing all of this stuff, but he can't beat Brady. Oh, wait, he's now winning too much.
I think to act like fans are the only ones who get tired of having stuff thrown in their face and told you must worship this person. What do you think the contemporaries who've toiled away in the WNBA are feeling? I don't think it's all that different.
No.
I mean, the race thing to me is wild. I think there are absolute real situations in life where race plays a role. I got a tough one with this one because it's weird. I don't see it happening to the other white players.
Because, Mike, on both sides, some people only see race in everything. They do.
You could hit the bell anytime you want.
Seriously.
Because race becomes your brand.
Right. It's
when you just talk race nonstop.
Right. There are times where it is legit, and then there are times this is just sports. This is what people do. Down to your local 5th graders playing soccer to, pro football. It's physical. It's cheap shots. It's why you get, personal foul penalties in the NFL. Why? Because sometimes I want to put a little extra hit on you.
Go to Bob 97.1. What's up, Bobby?
Hey, I'm here.
How are you?
I'm doing good. Mike, it's been a long time. I used to call and we would talk about Galarraga's woeful pitching before his no-hitter with you and Terry and Evan was answering.
We're going 15 years ago. Where the hell you been?
That's right, buddy.
Welcome.
Well, thanks. Good to be back. And Rico and David and Kenny, I love you guys. Love your show.
Thanks, Bob.
But listen, I want to put the whole race thing to bed with Caitlin Clark. It's not about race. It's about her game. The women, they don't respect her game. And they watched her in Iowa. They watched her at college, and she was untouched, and she was shooting 35-footers from here and there. And they're just not going to let it happen. I don't think the money helps. I think, they might have a little extra motivation to make Caitlin feel like she's got to earn it. But there's no race involved. It's not race.
Why do you think that is a refrain you're seeing from media? Or better yet, not saying the race thing and acting like the league is supposed to bow down to her. Just bizarre to me. Doesn't mean I'm right, Bob, but man, it feels like these bizarre narratives, like Rico said, or it's sports.
Because if you say hold on, Bob, I'll let you finish. If you say it's sports, no one cares. But if you have this grandiose opinion, like, oh, it's got to be this. Oh, now you get people triggered.
That's fair.
Right. Well, listen, I'm glad you asked that because I really just kind of came to me. Could it be because they're women and they're not supposed to act this way according to social norm? I don't know.
See,
I don't know.
I see that's a tough one, Bob, because
no, Bob may be onto something, Mike, because that was the big thing when, back in college when her and Angel Reese got into it and they were, talking trash to each other, and it was like, why is this happening?
You can't do that to Caitlin Clark was the refrain, and they vilified Angel Reese.
Right, but this happens in sports all the time. But if you're just watching it for the first time, you're like, wait, this goes on in women's games
Bob,
too?
I guess,
yes,
you know what, Bob, I guess I think we've evolved to a point when two women are getting into an octagon and trying to kill each other for money.
Right.
The UFC, I think we got to let go of some of that other stuff. So I'm going to say no to it. And please don't wait 15 years to call again. I don't know what the hell happened.
Yeah, well, listen, I will call more often now that we're buddies again.
You're back. You're back. Thank you.
I love you guys. All right.
Appreciate you. Bye-bye. Look, you can float theories. I just guess for me, this whole idea that society won't accept certain things. What are you talking about? The UFC crushes And the last I checked, there are women beating each other to a pulp in there.
Mike, it does. But when you see this on the court, it's like, wait. And I think for a lot of people in their mind, women aren't supposed to behave this way. That's for men to go out there and do dumb things like that. It's like, no, it's just sports. Tell me you've never watched women's sports ever without telling me when you get this upset because they're trash talking or, doing cheap shots. It happens in all sports.
Thank you, Ray Lewis. We all know how you feel about women.
Let's see what Kenny has to say about this.
Or not. All right, Victor's Home Solutions. Listen, it's very simple. Getting a new roof, finding quality workmanship, selecting the right contractor, very difficult. We'll make it easy. Call Victor's. You've made the right choice. You're getting customer concierge team that will follow up with you. You're getting installers who install a perfect roof the first time, a job site inspector who will then comb over that work, make sure it's absolutely perfect, and you're getting Victor's, which offers a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. It is how confident they are. Victor's understands it, they get it, and they also get more 5-star reviews than anybody else. Your experience is the only thing they care about. Choose a roofer that's going to get it done right, and you'll get that free 21-point video roof inspection. 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100 or online anytime at victors.com.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Doors of Southeast Michigan. The Tigers announced earlier today that Jim Leland's number 10 will be retired on August 3rd. He said in a statement, quote, having the opportunity to manage in Detroit was one of the greatest privileges of my career, and I still look back fondly on the memories that we shared with Tiger fans. This is a humbling moment for me and an honor that I will cherish forever, end quote. Fans attending the ceremony can get a Jim Leland starter pack, which features a hat, glasses, and a mustache. The Tigers kick off a 3-game series with Texas today. Here's the lineup. Wencel Perez will lead things off and play right field. After struggling, he had a nice last game, 3-hit performance against Boston. Riley Green bats second and plays center. Mark Canha hitting in the 3 holes. He plays first base. It'll be the 144th time he's played first in his MLB career. Gio Urshela, Colt Keith, Justin Henry Malloy represent the middle. Malloy making his major league debut. Akil Bidu, Javier Baez, and Jake Rogers will round things out. You can hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket. First pitch at 8:05. Padres infielder Tucupita Marcono has been accused of wagering on MLB games involving his team and is now facing a lifetime ban in Major League Baseball. This was last year as he was on the injured list for the Pirates after tearing his ACL. Pirates released a statement saying, quote, we are aware of the matter that's under investigation and are fully cooperating and will refrain from further comment at this time. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, more at 6 or on 97.1theticket.com.
All right, you've heard us mention Northville Lumber for a long time. Oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more Trex than Northville. And last year, contractors bought enough product to cover 26 football fields. How? Because it's all in stock all the time in their warehouse. And they deal in volume. That's how you can get it as low as $1.59 a foot. They move product. You need to build a deck. You want to be outside enjoying it right now. They'll intro you to a Trex certified pro. All you need to do is call Northville Lumber today or simply go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, Rieger's already hosting a show out in the bullpen, so we'll get to him momentarily. Wojo's supposed to be here, but not here. I mean, who would expect a radio professional before 9 minutes pre-broadcast? David, what do you have on the ticket text?
Well, you said it. He is not a radio professional.
No, I mean, it's ridiculous. It's romper room. I mean, Rico's not even bothering to broadcast. He's standing in there socializing with you. What a world. You're socializing in there. All right, let's go.
He stood there asking me a question.
You were doing a read.
And I'm talking.
I'm like, is he doing a read? They're like, no, he's actually back on the air.
Yeah, I was explaining how it's like insane to me that somebody shows up 9 minutes before their shift.
Who? Oh.
Carry on.
No one heard of Kennedy before Caitlin Clark. They should be cleaning her shoes, but hurt professionals they are.
Time out. So let me get this straight. You got to be famous in order to uphold a standard. Okay. Glad I learned that.
Problem is, Caitlyn is the cash cow, and fans won't watch her get manhandled all season. Players don't like it, but they are selling out games because of her.
Mm-hmm.
The Caitlyn Clark thing is solely about the hype she's getting, and I feel other players who have been in the W feel overlooked. And like we've been at this, and it was
100% right.
That do this? No, me. I did this.
And their off seasons being taken up playing in some third world country to try to make a damn decent buck. Oh, I'm sorry. I must have missed where Caitlyn Clark showed up, and now every WNBA player is making $500,000 a year. Like, guys, please. This idea that they have to pay fealty to her is one of these hilarious media narratives that the world is losing its mind.
Caitlyn Clark is hated because of jealous, racist, insecure black women. All righty.
Kenny, how could you send that? David is right there.
The second I heard I was like, well, here comes the rig.
Hold on, time out. We have yet to bust your chops today. That was the first. Tomorrow's a new day. I'm making a point. Again, so if they're jealous of Caitlyn Clark, why are they not jealous of Kelsey Plum? Why are they not jealous of Cameron Brink? Why are they not jealous of Breonna Stewart? Like, I just, it's hard for me to believe that, this is the one where racism spills out?
That's where that argument falls apart whenever you hear that and you start bringing up, and you almost see the look in people's face like, wait, there's other white women who play. Yeah.
Some of the best players in WNBA history have been white.
Right, but it's just saying the look in there, like, it's all because of that. Like, oh, Diana Taurasi.
I don't know.
Oh, well,
I just feel like race is the easy button. You can't figure an argument out, just yell race.
Sue Bird and Breonna Stewart.
Race!
Sue Bird and Breonna Stewart were the stars of Seattle, winning championships.
Race!
Both white.
Race! That's what it feels like. And it's like,
I mean, going back to even the early days with Rebecca Lobo. Like, yeah, but it's just been going on all this time. But yep, race.
Stand up for yourself and knock someone out from Steve.
That's how I feel. But maybe I'm just dumb. Between the coach, her teammates, and her, nobody's looking to change the narrative. Why would I stop? Plus, no offense, Caitlyn Clark is a little bit of a pain in the ass, yelling at the refs and getting all the technical fouls. And you know what?
She's getting close to suspension with the text.
I don't know.
She is.
She's like the Rasheed Wallace of the WNBA here. How nice of you to show up 6 minutes before a broadcast. Sit down.
I don't like to come in too early because then I have to do another show with Rieger in the bullpen.
You realize Wojo's wearing
your mic's not on, moron.
No, it is.
It's not.
Go to this mic.
That mic's been broke for how long? I mean, for God's sake.
Oh, who's the radio professional now?
I've never used the term professional with Reegs. Come on.
That's true. Good point.
Oh, that's hurtful.
Yeah.
Does this work?
Yes.
Why is America trying to beat up little Caitlyn?
I'm leaving. I know what you're doing, and I'm not going to be a part of it.
The poor, she's like a precious little flower.
Mike, he can't hear you. He doesn't have his headset on.
Wojo missed the entire world headquarters thing.
Rico, have you ever felt
I've
like
heard the world headquarters.
There have been a moment in your life where you go, wow, I am surrounded by morons?
Wait a second.
Now you
just the guy sitting to your right,
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 Mike? Now
I did as of 1 minute ago.
Now you understand my 5:55 rule.
Noted. What's coming up next?
Poor little Caitlyn Clark.
Are you going to solve Caitlyn Clark?
Yeah, we are going to solve. Rieger has a out of their conspiracy theory, but there's something to it, perhaps. Regards, Caitlyn.
Can I ask one question?
And Jim Leland.
Or could it just be they're playing basketball? And that's what happened.
I mean, it could be that, yes.
No, it couldn't. No, it really couldn't.
That would be too boring.
No, there
though.
must be a narrative for me to drive.
The only way that would be true is if she had some reputation as some sort of physical, thuggish player and they're fighting back against her.
New guy in a league and veterans are like, okay, well, you're going to have to earn your stripes.
Well, when the hell has that ever happened in the WNBA? They've never had a new guy like this.
No. Her arrival represents a new situation that no one really was prepared to handle. So when you are told Caitlin Clark, basketball Jesus, has arrived. You owe your life to her.
And wasn't Tarazi and Sue Bird was like, she's going to be in for a rude awakening
And
when
look
she
what's
gets to the
happened.
league.
They didn't get knocked across the floor every other game.
Candace Parker did when
they
she
did,
first got
Wojo.
here.
Angel Reese just got
You know,
body
that's
slammed.
Wojo-
nobody was watching.
And that's right. There was nobody watching. It was happening.
That's the point.
Yeah, but this is
so
my
because
point,
nobody
though.
was watching, it didn't happen?
Yes, that's exactly the point.
Okay. All right.
I do love the Scott Harris.
When do we get to go to the headquarters?
That is my favorite. Do we get to order some pizza?
No, but when the other
What do you
girls,
think they
the
serve at
other
the world
ones say,
headquarters?
well, that happened to me too. And I said, yeah, did anybody notice it? No, because nobody even paid attention to us. That's the point.
Yeah, well, here's the other point. Do you realize that none of Caitlin Clark's games have cracked the top 10 in the WNBA broadcast history?
As far as broadcast ratings, but
Yeah.
attendance.
Where does the Detroit Shock winning the championship
She has the
rank?
most merchant. Listen, I'm not a big
don't
Caitlin
care.
Clark honk for crying out loud.
Why do you hate Caitlin
That
Clark?
league is acting like a bunch of candy asses. That's what I'll say.
All right, these two will handle it next. And Wojo promises to fix Torque. It's going to be an exciting segment.
No.
Exit Velo. We'll talk
He's gonna
to
go more
everybody tomorrow at 2. Enjoy beating up on Pori Evaldi tonight. He'll be on a pitch count of like 10.
Oh, they're back. Brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men as Spencer Torkelson makes his way down to Toledo and Justin Henry Malloy makes his way up. Room was needed on the 40-man roster. That meant Buddy Kennedy was the odd man out. He was DFA'd today. Infielder Keston Hiura was also released as shortstop Ryan Kreidler returns from the injured list for Toledo. The Tigers face the Rangers today. The two aces will face off against each other with Eovaldi battling Skubal. Eovaldi went on the IL in early May and returned 26 days later in his last start without a rehab. The team decided to gradually work him back as he threw 3 innings, allowing 2 earned runs and 37 pitches of work. Rangers are second in the AL West right now. They have won 5 of the last 6 games, and manager Bruce Bochy likes where they're trending. One of the world's most sought-after soccer stars is flipping clubs. Kylian Mbappe is transferring from Paris to Spain as he's inked a 5-year deal with Real Madrid. They'll pay him a signing bonus equivalent to $93 million American dollars. Justin Jefferson and the Vikings have also finally agreed on a deal. It'll make him the highest-paid non-quarterback in the NFL at 4 years and $140 million. He'll receive $88 million at signing. This deal comes after he declined an extension that would have paid out $28 million a year back in 2023. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Well, what do we have? Here it is indeed, the Wojo and Rieger Show on 97.1 The Ticket. It was good to clear that refuse out of the studio. And I'm not talking about the little Otto kid. I'm talking about
Jeremy
the other two.
I mean, I don't know why you're so mean to Jeremy.
Get
What did
them
he do?
all out of here.
He just delivered a great
and
update.
let the professionals take over. Listen and learn.
Even though I was on the wrong mic earlier.
You were on the wrong mic.
Yes.
And you were doing shows out in... Does anybody listen to when you're spouting things out there in the bullpen
I don't
area?
think so. I just talk, and I don't think anybody listens.
I don't think anybody listens right now.
Woj, I missed you. It's been a while.
It has been a while. It's good to see the Rieger kid. You were working over the weekend.
I was. I don't think anybody listened
You
to
didn't
that
have
show.
many long shows last week, though, with all the Tiger games, did you?
No, I don't think so.
No, it's good to be back, and we're back. The Tigers are back. Torque is back in Toledo. Oh, that's not something to be celebrated.
I see what you did there.
Yeah.
Hey, what happened to a month ago when AJ's like, oh, no, Torque is not going down. And then yesterday, the writing was on the wall.
He didn't get any hits. See, anybody that uses that again, it's
I'm not
actually
using-
smart not to stick. Nope. I said a month ago, and I'm not changing. That would be dumb.
I am not.
That would be dumb.
I think it's the right move. I
Of
was
course
the one
it is.
guy that shouted from the mountaintop, send him down, because when you did in 22, he came back. His OPS went up by 100 points. His batting average went up by 30 points. Now, it still wasn't good.
I'm sorry, but
at
that
least it was a little better.
mountaintop in Canton is a trash heap. You know
No,
that,
that's
right?
in Brighton, I believe.
Oh, there's one.
Yeah.
There's one all the way down 275 as well.
Very quickly.
Yeah, what?
We get this ticket text.
Oh, boy.
It says, Bruce Bochy has a Marlboro voice.
Yeah,
That's the
that's-
opposite of Rieger's voice. Sid in Ann Arbor. I commented on his voice.
He did.
It is- Listen to...
No, that is altered in some way.
No, that's him. Can you play it again?
Nobody talks like that.
You know what
He
he
sounds like
like?
he should be on Yellowstone or something.
Or he should be calling you for ransom because he kidnapped one of your kids.
Oh, okay, that too.
Leave the bag by the 7-Eleven garbage can.
Now, the old Marlboro man from the commercials, the Marlboro, but I don't think he talked.
Can I ask
he?
you a question?
He just, like,
if I
smoked.
had a voice like that, I'd be if I had a voice like that, it wouldn't matter what my opinions were. Like, I would be afternoon drive. I would be morning drive.
He sounds kind of
Don't you
like
think?
the Ryan Mark guy.
No, he's deeper than Mark. And Mark shouts more. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
He does shout.
I don't
a
think
lot
Bruce
more.
Bochy has to shout.
Yeah.
You hear that voice and you're automatically just like freeze. You're like, wow, listen to this bass
Oh, no, I
in
had
this
no
guy's
idea.
voice.
Why hasn't he been more popular because of that?
Well, I mean, he won a World
I
Series with
know,
the Giants.
I know.
Now he's with Texas. He won one with them.
All right, the phone number is 248-539-9797. We haven't done a show together in a long time, so let's get started.
Man, you
Last
missed me.
Monday, we were going to talk about, what were we going to talk about Monday?
Hell if I know.
Yeah, hell if I know. I don't even know what happened yesterday. Oh, the Tigers had a big comeback victory.
8-4.
Yes, and now they're in Texas for another big victory tonight. We have the Stanley Cup Finals set. The NBA Finals are coming up. Pretty much we're back where we started. The Tigers are a complete mystery. Or are they a mystery? Do we know enough about them being completely abjectly average that they're no longer a mystery?
They're a 500 team that more than likely aren't going to do anything. And despite the fact they're 4 games out of the wild card, they can't hit on most nights, and their pitching cannot be truly counted on because.
So it's not a mystery.
Yeah, they're a 500 team.
Okay.
They are who they are. But Woj, I don't want to cut you off.
You did.
But I think we have something way more serious to talk about. Like, we could talk about Torque if you want to talk about Torque. He got sent down 248-539-9797.
No, I want to talk about the other mystery.
We can talk about if you're delusional enough to believe the Tigers are going to win the wild card
No,
spot.
the other mystery.
Yeah. I want to talk about what mystery are you talking about?
The other mystery.
Oh, yeah, Jim Leland.
No, the other mystery.
What's the other mystery?
What are the Pistons gonna do with Troy Weaver?
God, I hate you.
What are they gonna do? You got the new guy coming in, Trajan Langdon, and they took about 48 hours to officially fire Troy Weaver,
to
and
whack Troy.
And now Monty Williams is secluded somewhere in rural America trying to avoid a phone call, I think, or he's making the phone call.
Yeah, he actually wants the phone call.
Right. Please call me.
Do you think the
Please call me.
fan that Troy threatened feels pretty good about Troy getting fired?
Whatever. It was inevitable. And nobody, and I know people, I saw on Twitter, people go, you acting like it's a celebration is a great. No, I mean, I don't care. I'm sure he's fine with his life and his money, but when you get fired, you get fired. But it was beyond reality that it had to happen.
Yeah,
we don't
obvious.
even need to discuss it. It was so obvious.
I agree. It was obvious. You don't get credit if you're Trajan Langdon for firing Troy.
No.
Yeah. Now you get credit for everything that starts now. But Woj, we can hit on that. But
Yeah.
I have to bring something up because I don't understand it, and it seems like everybody in this office is against me. Whether it's Evan Jenkins, whether it's David Hatchet Hall, whether I think Rico agrees with them as well.
When you lose Hatchet, you lose the Detroit community.
I usually like having Hatchet on my side. However, in this instance, Hatchet's wrong, and the majority of people are wrong. I want to bring this up to you.
Okay.
I'm not hijacking the show. We talked about this.
No, we did.
So news comes out today.
But we're still going to talk about the precious little Caitlin, aren't we?
Yeah, and we're going to talk about Torque too. But news comes out today that Jim Leland is getting his number retired.
By the Tigers.
Yes. Number 10 is going to go up on the wall with all those other great Tigers.
I didn't even know he
August
wore number
3rd.
10.
Well, who knows what the manager wears?
No,
not to mention, he always wore that over
Right.
garment. Like, he very rarely, I feel, actually wore the actual uniform. Like most skippers, I feel, don't. Although Hinch seems to.
And
It's
it
a very
always
bad
had
look.
cigarette burns in the pocket
exactly,
area.
and food stains and ice cream stains. Yeah, I mean, Jim Leland was a beaut. So the press release comes out today. He had a Zoom today that the Tigers didn't invite us to. Thanks, guys. But I know, very nice of you.
Do you get invited to anything, in
I
all
don't think
seriousness?
so. I guess I don't blame them. But
I mean,
whatever.
anything.
No.
Like your daughter's friend's birthday or anything.
No.
Nothing.
No, not really.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
I
thought
can
so.
invite him to a bar mitzvah one time. That's about it. So I sent out a tweet. Very, very easy tweet. I was very happy they were retiring Leland's number. I thought he deserved it.
Me too.
So all I said was, well deserved. This is awesome. And I intend to be there on the 3rd of August. Okay? All
Good.
right.
Good for you.
I looked at the replies, and I'm not even kidding. 1 of every 3 replies are pissed that Leland's getting his number retired because they believe it cheapens the wall that his number is going on with the Trammels and the Whitakers and the Sparkies and the Greenbergs and the Geringders and the K-Lines, and it goes
the
on and on and on. And
Inges.
right. The Simos, right? They believe it cheapens it. So I did a podcast with Evan about this. He was so fired up. He hates the fact Jim was only here 8 years. He hates the fact Jim didn't win a championship. And
Close
he doesn't
enough.
believe that what Jim did here was substantial enough for him to get his number retired. Because when you look at what the Tigers and Red Wings do, they usually only retire the best of the best. I mean, if you look at who's retired, you're talking about Hall of Famers that spent the majority of their lives in a Detroit uniform, and usually they won championships. Leland's not that guy. He only was here for 8 years. He never won a title. But he did one thing that nobody else, I think, could do. He brought back Tiger baseball.
Well, there's another thing here, and maybe I'm speaking more to the little Evan kid who should have swallowed some gummies instead. How ridiculous!
I think he's doing that right now.
His argument is, if your measuring stick is you didn't win a championship, then all you got to choose from is the 68 and 84 Tigers, pal. I'm sorry, there's nobody else.
Well,
that's
yes.
it.
Well, the other thing is there's exceptions made all the time.
Of course.
Right? All the time there's exceptions made. I think people, and maybe I'm wrong about this, I think people would not love and adore Tiger baseball as much as they do now if it wasn't for Jim Leland and that era he put together. Now, obviously, he didn't do it alone, and Dombrowski helped, and everybody else helped. But from his leadership to his no-nonsense attitude to the fact that he had so many stars and he knew how to manipulate them all. Like, Jim Leland is a Hall of Famer. That's true. That's going to happen this summer. And he deserves his number on the brick wall at Comerica Park. But you would not believe how many people disagree.
Wait, now, when you keep saying that,
I'm telling you,
is this a real measure,
it's not
or,
a straw man.
Or is this the Rieger scale? The Rieger sliding scale when one neighbor said it and the teacher said it, and that's it.
Can you judge by social media?
Your social media, I'm not so sure. Well, we'll put, you know what? I'll go on my little Twitter and put a poll up. A little,
Put
one of
one of
those
those
little
polls
polls.
up.
I like those little polls.
I want to know, do people actually have a problem with this, or is it just a select few individuals in this office?
Well, now, here you are. You are getting some support. Ticket text. Leland was great, but should not have his number retired. He's not even a Tiger at heart. I think deep in his heart, I think he's still a Pirate. Don't you think?
Well, he lives in Pittsburgh.
I know, and that's where he made Barry Bonds and everything else.
Yes.
But he's so ingrained in Detroit, and Detroit now ingrained in him over an 8-year period.
So this era...
Put him on the wall!
This era that he was pretty much responsible for got you to have 3 million butts in the seats at Comerica, got you to care on a daily basis and bitch and whine about lineups and who he put in at the closer spot. No, I think that was everybody. Everybody watched. It was a soap opera. And then it was such a 180 from what it was. I mean, go back to like 03. Nobody cared. Okay, they lost 119 games. Go back to 95. Nobody gave a damn because they were so atrocious. Nobody cared about the Tigers. They would go on opening day. They'd forget about them until the next opening day.
But it wasn't just Leland. It started with Pudge, too. Well, listen.
So does he deserve it?
Yes, I will. And I'm just saying
too.
why people are arguing. I'm going to read this ticket text. Do not answer it. Just try to take the next couple of minutes while I'm selling some ads here, okay, and think of your answer, all right? Ticket text. Riggs, I love you. That's a lie. But you're contradicting yourself. Jim Leland is in the same boat as Matthew Stafford, and you didn't want anything of Stafford retired or any type of memoriam created. Keep it. Hold on.
I can't wait to answer this.
Shut it. Hold it. Keep it quiet. Next.
Why would you read that text?
Stop it. 97.1 The Ticket. All right, folks, swing for the fences this Major League season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, you can turn dingers, a Rieger pronunciation, into dollars all season long. Just bet on your favorite player to rip a moonshot, and FanDuel will give you $5 in bonus bets for every homer during that game. Yes, home runs just got even better. Sometimes the Tigers even hit them. Just visit FanDuel.com/Wojo to get on all the Dinger Tuesday action. That's FanDuel.com/Wojo. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Must be 21 or older and present. Michigan bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Maximum bonus $25 per game. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right. Did you do your 4-minute homework assignment, Rieger? Rieger is
Yes.
of the opinion, and I thought it was perfectly fine the Tigers announced that Jim Leland's number 10 is being retired as a Tiger, is going up on the wall at Co-America's Park. Some people, according to Rieger, because he was only here 8 years and didn't win a World Series, which, oh, by the way, is pretty much every Tiger ever since 1984.
Which, by the way, Evan did text me and say that everybody on that wall is pre-1984, 1984 or before. So to your point that they couldn't put anybody else up on the wall, nobody actually is up on that wall unless they've won a title, with the exception of Willie Horton, who obviously played such a big role in 68.
Willie Horton, right, correct. Well, but again, I don't think you don't have anybody to do it with going forward then, because you haven't won a title since then. So I don't think that should be the determining factor.
Well, I don't either.
But you contend, and the main problem people have is he didn't win a World Series, or is it because he was only here 8 years?
I think both.
Or connected to the Pirates, or what?
No, I think both. I think only 8 years, and more than anything, didn't win a World Series. And a guy like Evan believes putting a guy like Leland up on that wall cheapens that wall. Because, to be fair, on that wall, with the exception of Horton, they're all Hall of Famers, and they've all won titles.
I think Hall of Fame is the best demarcation.
And I agree with you, and he's
right?
a Hall of Famer.
He is.
Now, some might argue that, hey, he's a Hall of Famer because some committee voted him in, but he's still a Hall of Famer.
Okay, so when Miggy goes in the Hall of Fame, he didn't win a World Series here.
Of course he deserves to get up there.
Of course he does.
Absolutely. Verlander, the same thing.
But by the same measure, people will say no if those people are saying no now, right?
I mean, they won't, though, because I think they understand how special those guys are. See, that's the thing. You can set your standards, right? The Pistons,
and they were here longer than 8 years,
The
too.
Pistons retired Dennis Rodman.
Mm-hmm.
Rodman held out, didn't want to be in Detroit. Hall of Famer, no doubt. But he doesn't deserve to have his number retired. He didn't want to be here. What about Vinnie Johnson? Hit one big shot. Was he a Hall of Famer? No. He doesn't deserve to have his number retired.
Those sports are different, though.
That's fine. But you can't, to me, you can't dispute the Leland thing simply because there are special circumstances. Now, he is a Hall of Famer, but what he did for this fan base and that sport and that organization is immeasurable.
It is, but it's also shared. It's shared more than you're willing to admit.
But he's the face of it.
Well, yeah, one of the faces of it.
He's the one that started it.
Ticket text here. Leland got to 2 World Series and won multiple division titles. I do not get that Stafford analogy at all. That texter makes Rieger look brilliant.
Exactly.
All right,
I was
don't
going
go
to
that
say
far.
that.
Yeah, please.
I like that text. But yeah, I mean, Stafford lost 3 playoff games. Thanks, Matt. That's all he did.
Yeah.
And then he got beat by golf.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Which
was cool.
Ticket text. Typical Rieger, you're an idiot. Sparky had his number retired.
Yeah.
Leland had more success here than Sparky did, besides the World Series, but he went two or three times. Well, you're actually agreeing with Rieger.
Yeah, I say he deserves to get his number retired.
You were describing what other people were saying, and he took that to mean you were saying.
Yeah. No,
people get confused very easily in America.
Deserves to have his number retired, at least in my opinion.
Correct. Ticket text. I don't think Rieger's putting up a straw man this time, although I believe Leland should be honored for bringing Detroit baseball back from the brink. There do seem to be many who disagree because, quote, it didn't result in a World Series. Well, that's stupid. Okay, then why have any individual honors if if every player, athlete in every sport is completely defined by winning one championship, even if you were at the end of your career and you were a scrub then what is the point of any honors like that?
If I could argue the other side.
You cannot.
I will argue Evan's side and other people that disagree. Having your number retired should be indisputable. Everybody should agree. Like Nick Lidstrom, Steve Yzerman, nobody would ever disagree. Having your number retired is the highest honor a team can give you. So if you retire somebody's number, usually you would think there's no argument against retiring that person's number. With a guy like Leland, Hall of Famer, check. Didn't win a World Series, but got the 2, check. Won multiple divisions, check. But without anything else, I think people need to realize, like, he took a crappy culture and he turned it around.
Okay, somebody makes a great point. and again, we're just playing devil's advocate here, but with very similar resumes, the ticket texter makes a great point. If you put Leland up there, then you have to put Maglio up there.
See, Evans said that as well.
Kind of the same thing, the same length of time,
and
the
Mags
same
did have the
great
big
moments,
homer.
the face of that World Series run, but he's not going to be a Hall of Famer.
So Maglio had unbelievable years in a Tigers uniform.
Hitting
And
titles.
He won a batting title in 2007. He had 363. He hit the big homer against the Oakland A's that sent you to the World Series. But here's what I would say, okay? I do believe that's the equivalent of putting Chris Draper and retiring 33. Or Kirk Maltby.
No, it's Ordonez.
No, it is. It is. Let me tell you why.
No.
Let me
You
tell you why.
strike that from the record.
Mags, hold on a
Strike
second.
that from
Hold on
the
a second.
record.
Hold on a second. Mags is not a Hall of Famer. He was a really good player. So you're going to put Polanco there?
He was better than Polanco.
You're going to put Kenny Rogers? No, he really wasn't, though.
He was.
Like,
248, 539, 97,
But see,
97.
listen, I'm not saying the players that you speak of didn't play a part, because of course they did, and Leland will tell you that too. But Leland was the ringleader. He was the face of the franchise.
I'm not
he gets
arguing
the credit
Leland.
for it.
I'm arguing Ordonez.
Those guys don't deserve to have their number retired. If you want to create a ring of honor, then do so.
Well, no, okay.
Put them in a kiosk.
This is the
in
distinction
concourse.
that should be made. Is I think there should just be a wall of honor or a ring of honor.
And that's
it
fine.
doesn't have to. Like you shouldn't have to retire the number 10 for Leland. Put him up on the wall.
Okay,
but you could. But you're going to run out of. You won't run out of numbers. So it'll take a long
But
time.
you will if you're retiring everybody. So what's next? Inge? We're going to throw Simo in his 27 up there?
Oh, God.
No, but you get what I'm saying. Hey, does Doug Fister deserve to be up there? He was a great Tiger.
Absolutely. What about
great name too?
What about
Charlie Furbush?
What about Papa Grande?
49 for 49.
Maglio was a Tiger for 7 years. Leland for 8.
Yes,
coincided.
But look
pretty
at
much-
Maglio's last 3 years.
No, his last 1 year. His last 4 years were 363, 317, 310, 303, and then his last year 255.
Yeah, but what was the OPS? The power kind of disappeared, did it not?
OPS was 869, 804, 852, and then 634.
Yeah.
The year he won the batting title, his OPS was 1,029.
I guess
the decline of Maglio, you jackasses blew that out of control. I heard all you dummies shrieking on the radio, he's
Singlio.
singly out.
Singlio. That was
He's
a Mike thing.
singly out.
All right, so-
as if he couldn't hit at all.
Let me ask you this.
So many
Does
things
that
I have to
team-
correct around here.
Does the era of Tiger baseball that Jim Leland was here for, does it deserve to be celebrated?
Yes.
How important was it to Detroit Tigers baseball?
Very. I mean, it led them to where they are today.
Okay, so
oops.
That's a good point. Although I will argue that the only reason we care today is because of what happened 10 years ago.
No, the only reason it led to this, it made the why don't you spend more money argument viable.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Because we have an example of where it was fruitful and fun and fanciful and everything else. If that didn't, we wouldn't yell as much about, remember that? Remember that?
So you want Carlos Guillen up there too? Great Tiger.
No. Do you
Right.
know
Great Tiger.
what?
What about Donnie Kelly, baby?
Do you know what Maglio Ordonez's career batting average and career OPSs are?
They're pretty good.
309 batting average, 871 OPS.
How many homers?
294.
How many hits?
A lot.
How many?
Like 2,100.
Yeah.
So, man, don't put him up.
What about
he
Victor
hit
Martinez?
singles.
You want to put Victor up there?
No, he actually
did
fell
decline.
off much
But see,
more
that's the
than
point,
Maglio.
though. You can't put the single player on there that is not in the Hall of Fame and didn't win,
Wait.
but you sure in the hell can put the skipper
Catch
up there.
me up
That
on what
was
the hell you're
leader of it all.
arguing. You're arguing in favor of Leland,
Yes.
who was there the same amount of time and was the man, but not the star
Let me tell you
players.
why.
You
Let me
had
tell you
nothing
why.
to do with
Let
them.
me tell you why. Because Evans' whole point was he doesn't want to cheapen the wall. Leland does not cheapen the wall for pushing all the right buttons.
Neither would Maglio.
And Maglio, I think, would.
No, first of all, Miggy wouldn't.
No, you're right. Miggy is a first ballot,
and I don't think
without a
Maglio
doubt,
would.
Hall of Famer.
All right. Let's get to. We've talked too long. Let's let the people chime in.
All right.
And are you arguing? Rieger is arguing for Rieger with a side argument for Evan.
Leland. No, well, I am arguing that Leland deserves it, but nobody else from that era deserves it with the exception of Verlander eventually and Miggy eventually. That's it.
I said put everybody on the wall. All right, 248-539-9797. Wojo and Rieger, 97.
Alexis Gomez, you get your number retired.
Oh, nice. The ticket. All right, Wojo Betfair, what is it? The NBA playoffs. And go. The NBA playoffs are full steam ahead, but it's not too late to get in on the action with FanDuel because right now new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $150 to use on same game parlays, championship futures like who's going to win the darn thing. There's no better place to bet on all the playoff action than America's #1 sportsbook. Just go to FanDuel.com/Wojo to get started. FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER for confidential help. All right, this is the NBA one again, only longer. And go. The NBA playoffs are full steam ahead, but it's not too late to get in on the action with FanDuel because right now new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $150 to use on same game parlays. How about how many points and rebounds Luka is going to get in the NBA Finals? Whatever you want, no better place to bet all the playoff action than America's #1 sportsbook. Just go to FanDuel.com/Wojo to get started. FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Sorry. All right, it's Wojo and Rieger on a beautiful Monday in the Motor City. Really spectacular out there today. Sun was shining and everything else.
Where are we in the getting lighter or getting darker?
Well, we're going straight
on?
up till June 20th or 21st, and then
what happens?
That's the saddest day of the year.
That's the saddest day. So we're still building up to it.
We're building.
So June 20-something,
and then it comes
light until 10
crashing.
o'clock.
Then it comes crashing down.
Yes, and then it's dark by 6.
I usually take June 21st off because I'm so depressed.
Yeah, you go into mass depression.
Yeah, I really do. Rieger, it is. You're not arguing it. We're in favor of Jim Leland's number being retired and throw it up there on the wall at Co-America's Park and everything else. But then, of course, the slippery slope.
Yeah, where does it stop?
What about Maglio? What about, what did it say? Somebody say Pudge.
Pudge is a great one, too. I mean, Pudge could be credited with turning it all around as well.
You know, and all of this would be solved. It really would if they had just won one of those damn World Series. Right.
How many go up if they win the World
all
Series?
Of them.
See, you got to be a Hall of Famer.
That's why the Pistons have all of them.
So Pudge, you throw up Hall of Famer. JV, you throw up Hall of Famer. Miggy, you throw up Hall of Famer. Leland's already going up Hall of Famer. See, the difference between Leland and Maglio is one's a Hall of Famer, one isn't.
Okay, but that can't be the only measure either, because it's much easier to get into the Basketball Hall of Fame.
Up on that brick wall.
No,
There's not enough
I know,
room out
but
there.
I'm just saying, if they had one of those World Series, you'd be wanting to put everybody up. Ticket text. I just looked at Maglio Ordonez's stats. Why do you think he's not in the Hall of Fame?
Same reason Victor Martinez is not. It's hard to get in the Hall of Fame. Like, he's very far from 3,000 hits. He didn't play long enough.
And he didn't play long enough. He had injuries late. He wasn't a renowned fielder for what it's worth.
And he had injuries early, too. Remember, he went to, like, Venezuela for that experimental surgery before the Tigers signed him.
Correct. Ticket text. For those that say Leland was only a Tiger for 8 seasons, that is completely wrong. Leland was drafted by the Tigers in 1963 and played in their minor leagues. And he did coach in the minor leagues, too.
He was a minor league manager at one point, wasn't he?
Yeah.
There you go.
That kind of adds to it a little bit, doesn't it?
But, Woj, I think it truly goes down to just the reverberations of that decade of Tiger baseball. You brought up a great point. Like, it showed us all Tiger fans, like, oh, my God, payroll is so much fun. Like, oh, my God, Prince Fielder and Victor Martinez and, Max Scherzer. Like, it was so much fun, right? David Price you traded for. And without that era, we're just stuck in Kansas City.
And you know what? Here's a lesson.
Pittsburgh.
No, here's a lesson for you, okay? And I know you won't take it to heart because you'll forget it. You're like a goldfish in that regard. You'll forget it immediately. But the lesson here is maybe in the moment appreciate it a little bit, okay?
I agree.
Like this ticket text, and I completely agree with this person. He writes, you want to know the saddest thing? They just used his 255 batting average of Maglio in his last year as a dissing point, and I'd sell my left nut to have someone hit 255 in this lineup.
You know what?
I thought that was
great text.
I honestly thought that was so unfair. Because and it was the same thing with Miggy, who didn't have any power left. All right, their bodies are okay. Maybe they shouldn't have gone and gotten surgeries and tried to come back. Whatever, but there was a reason for it.
You know what, Woj?
You're going to apologize to Maglio?
No, he still doesn't deserve to be on the wall. However, you're right about that.
Yeah.
Like, I remember all the angst back then when the Tigers couldn't win the World Series. And I remember doing a show with our good friend Jamie Samuelson.
Mm-hmm.
You were out, and I was filling in for you. And I said, you just got to sell everybody. You just got to sell everybody. And Jamie's like, no, probably another crack at it. I'm like, no. It's just time.
What year was this?
This was probably 2016, maybe 2017, right? It was after.
That's kind of when it started.
Leland.
Yeah.
But yes. But like, wouldn't you kill for some of those stars still, not obviously now on that team, but everything that we got to experience, I was so quick to wish it away. Same thing with the Pistons when they went to 6 Eastern Conference titles or championship series. I was so quick to wish it away.
You were, and I was always anti-tanking.
Same thing with the Red Wings.
Even though I understand the necessity to a certain degree, but the tank jobs around here have been so poorly executed. Like they've been executed, and then the filling the tank have not been executed. That's what's disgusting. You can tank, I mean, to a certain degree.
As long as it's organic.
And as long as you have a plan to refill the tank,
Yeah.
or the right people to do it.
All right, so
let's go to the phone.
Go to
shall
the
we?
phones already.
Let's
Very
go to-
quick ticket text out.
Yeah.
Can we get Chris Shelton up there for his April in 06?
What was it? A Red Pop, right?
And what number was he? Chris, congratulations.
Called him Red Pop.
When's the Chris Shelton day?
Let's go to Bloomfield and talk to Al. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello there, Big Al.
Hey, Al.
Good evening.
Ty Cobb.
Mm-hmm. Sparky.
Yeah, but Al.
You're not the only one.
Al, everybody wants to see it. It's like an injustice not to retire 91 up there, but it's never going to happen. It just never will happen. Doesn't matter who the GM, whether it's Holland, whether it's Yzerman, because the Illiches believe Sergei wasn't loyal. And you know how big they are on loyalty.
It
Like,
wasn't
look what
just
happened
that,
with Dave
though.
Dombrowski.
It wasn't just that. It was the way he did it, too. And I think it's
But
petty.
it comes down to loyalty.
And playing for them for fools, too. Well, whatever.
But Al, you're right. I mean, it's not going to be retired. And Stoney actually just texted me. He said he was driving. He's headed somewhere. He was listening. And he's like, isn't it crazy? Leland's getting his number retired, but they still won't retire Sergei's number.
Yeah. Which is why I don't waste my time fretting about stuff like this. What does it mean? Do you think Fedorov has a big hole in his life because of it? Do you think Red Wings fans have a big hole in their hearts because of it?
I do think it's a big deal. I think retired numbers are huge deals. And I think Sergei, I think he regrets everything that went down. I mean, they've had Sergei Fedorov Hall of Fame night at Joe Louis Arena and Little Caesars Arena, but they won't retire his number. Seems ridiculous.
Yeah. But you again, I don't want to revisit. You have to go back and realize how nasty and regretful it turned out mostly for Sergei, because the Wings recovered and won.
100%. And Sergei never was as good, and he never won a cup again. But without Sergei, you don't win the 3 cups.
No, of course. I would do it. But I'm of all the things to argue
put
in
everybody
sports,
up there.
I don't care about the quote-unquote specialness of it, because it's random. Like, who's up on the Kansas City Royals wall? They
no
probably
idea.
have people that shouldn't belong there and everything else. The Hall of Fame is definitely a very unique and special, and you can compare with every other franchise.
Sure, but to be fair, I think with the Tigers and the Red Wings, you look at the people on those walls and hanging from the rafters at the Little Caesars Arena, and those are without a doubt no-brainers. I think Leland is the first one, although Willie Horton, too. I think Horton and Leland are the only two where you're like, okay, let's argue because, and that's what we're doing.
And both of them have a societal and social impact added to it. Willie Horton, the Detroiters, the riots,
100%.
68, and
Deserves
Leland.
it.
Leland, truly, baseball was dead. Was dead, but dead. No, it was dead in Detroit.
I agree. See, that's the thing, though. Whatever your standards are, and usually it's you got to play a long time with that team, and you got to be great, and you got to be a Hall of Famer, and you got to win a championship. Those are usually the standards for the highest honor a team can give you. But there are times when you make an exception. What Jim Leland was able to do in this town.
Like from Aglio.
My God, dude. Put him up there.
248-539-9797. We're going to get back to this, and we're also going to beat up on Caitlin Clark because we're the last ones in America that haven't done it yet.
Yeah.
Wait, are we beating her up or defending her?
We'll figure it out.
No, I think I'm going to defend her. Yeah, and I'm going to beat up the other ones.
I'll beat her up.
We'll get into it next.
Yeah.
97.1 The Ticket.
Got a big baseball game today. Some of you can't watch it on TV. So what if I told you that you could go to a place and you could watch the game, you could have great food and great drinks, and you could gamble on the game? That's right. That place exists. It's downtown Hollywood Casino, Greektown. Go there this spring for all the playoff hoops and hockey action and, of course, baseball games as well. They got the biggest screens. They got the best food. You're steps away from all the major sports action downtown Detroit has to offer. Plus, when you go downtown, parking can be a pain. Never if you're a Penn Play member. They always park Park for free. If you're not a member, no big deal. Join today. Download and register for the Penn Play app. Make Hollywood Casino Greektown your spring sports viewing headquarters. You must be in the state of Michigan. The wager over 21. Gambling problem. Getting help is your best bet. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wojo, FanDuel, NBA, and go. The NBA playoffs are full steam ahead, but it's not too late to get in on the action with FanDuel, because right now new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $150 to use on, why don't you do a live bet? Say one team is up by 10 in the third quarter, but you want to bet the other side, you get better odds. Jump in live during the game. Nothing more fun than that, and there's no better place to bet all the playoff action than America's #1 sportsbook. Just go to FanDuel.com/Wojo to get started. FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that will expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. I'll just keep going. Okay. Wojo FanDuel. This is another NBA one. And go. The NBA Finals are here, and FanDuel's giving you the chance to win right alongside the champions. Because right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets with a winning $5 bet. That's $200 to use in the same game parlay. How about Luka to go over 35 points, and also Tatum to go over 35 points for the Celtics? Oh, you might win big. There's no better place to bet all the finals action than America's #1 sportsbook. And what a finals you have, the Celtics and the Mavericks. Just go to FanDuel.com/Wojo to get started and take a shot at an extra $200. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right. Wojo with the trifecta. 3 straight money shots. And this is the baseball one. And go. Swing for the fences this Major League season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, you can turn dingers into dollars all season long. Just bet on your favorite player to rip one of those moon shots, and FanDuel will give you $5 in bonus bets for every homer during that game. Yes, home runs just got even better. Just visit FanDuel.com/Wojo to get in on all the Dinger Tuesday action. That's FanDuel.com/Wojo. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expires 7 days after receipt. Maximum bonus $25 per game. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Now, I've also often heard this complaint, and Rieger, I know you have as well. When you're out there at your little Myers or your little Sam's Club, wherever you go, and they recognize a little Rieger or they recognize a little Wojo, and they say, love the show, really do, but you guys don't talk enough about the WNBA. Very, very common complaint. All right, I've never actually heard that complaint. Actually, I might have heard it once, I think, but I'm not sure.
Did you watch on Saturday?
No, but I watched the highlights. Does that count?
Yeah, I think so.
When they started brawling and hitting each other over the head with chairs, that was awesome.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
There was a mean word said and kind of a hard foul.
Bitch.
And Angel Reese celebrated the hard foul.
Yes.
And now everybody's losing their mind one way or the other.
Caitlin Clark got blindsided. I mean, it was a flagrant foul, a ridiculous foul. It wasn't like earth-shattering, but it knocked her askew. It was clearly directed at her for whatever reasons. Kennedy, the other player, had mouthed the word bitch before she knocked her askew. And Caitlin Clark has been the darling and brought all the attention. And so obviously,
got a lot of money.
Obviously, there's going to be jealousies. Now, this isn't necessarily a male-female issue, because I know what some people say, like, well, women, they can be more petty and okay, I don't buy that. But then why is this you don't see, they're not going after, I don't know, when Anthony Edwards comes into the league or whatever. Well, the difference is it's very rare the WNBA has not had a quote-unquote, there have been some stars, but a transcendent star that made her mark on very well-watched NCAA tournaments. That raises the level of attention and probably jealousies to a certain degree. Here's one thing I'm not going to buy, okay? I'm not. And I hear some of them, and I don't care, and I'm not going to go through the history. If you want to, I'll listen, but I'm not going to. Caitlin Clark doesn't need to be rushed to the defense. Oh, please help her up, the poor thing.
No, she's actually doing pretty good.
She's doing pretty well. Is race an element of it? Perhaps.
Maybe.
You'd have to ask Kennedy Clark or Kennedy Carter or whatever. But this is what I'm not going to listen to. I'm not going to listen to WNBA players or commentators say, yeah, we laid the groundwork for this. We did all the work in this, and then she swoops in and makes all the money for herself. That's such buffoonery, okay? The WNBA has never been overly successful. Some people love it. There have been some great players. There have been some great games. The Detroit Shock when they won here. It has not been popular in a mainstream arena. And if you're another WNBA player, I see how you could say, well, she's making money, but I'm not making more money. Okay, well, you could have been a whatever, but it does raise your profile and raise the possibility of making money. Don't give me that. I was there riding in minivans from city to city to go to games. Okay, good for you. You must have done it for love of the game. Congratulations.
All right, so Caitlin Clark, without a doubt, at least to me, is the reason why people watch. I'm not actually sure that people watch, to tell you the truth. But here's the question for you, Woj. Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark. It was the rematch of last year's, 2 years ago, national championship game, correct? LSU beat Iowa.
Correct.
And the rivalry started.
It's like bird magic.
Exactly, 100%.
It really is, kind of.
Yeah, kind of, right? Let me ask you.
What?
If Caitlin Clark didn't get the cheap foul and the B word called to her, are we even talking about this?
Well, no, because that was so blatant. But there have been a lot of.
Listen, it was Indiana versus Chicago. It was Angel Reese's team. Have they played this year? I have no idea. I don't watch the NBA, the WNBA. But do you think? And I'm asking you.
Oh boy.
Before we go into who do you blame and whose side do you take and is race related? I mean, you can hit it from any angle you want.
Is it race related?
People have for the last 2 days.
Is it women's sports related? Because they haven't. Maybe I have a feeling. And I'm not wrong on this, that women have always been highly competitive. They just haven't had this particular spotlight where it's revealed sometimes.
Is there any chance? It's my little conspiracy theory.
Oh, boy.
I'm going to ask you. Mm-hmm. Is there any chance this was done sort of on purpose? Is there any chance?
Well, she knocked her aside on purpose.
Knowing full well that everybody would talk about it. ESPN spent all day on it today.
No, I know. It's
Pat
unbelievable.
McAfee had to apologize for sticking up for Caitlin Clark because he called her a white and a name that I don't want to say that
The
rhymes
bitch
with
word,
witch.
yeah.
Yes. Oh, you just said it.
I know.
Oh.
You can say bitch, can't you?
I guess so. Yeah. Anyway, the bottom
I've
line
called you
is
that before.
The bottom line is, like, I guess the Indiana games are sold out.
I think so, yes.
I heard Mike say the ratings for the WNBA when Caitlin Clark is playing aren't that all that impressive. Like, they have no, like, top 10 rating. Do you think this whole thing was done simply because they knew full well it would get great pub for the league and we'd all be talking about it?
No. Now, I appreciate, I always love when Rieger goes digging deeper or tries to, but I'm not, I think actually the biggest reason that it came to this is Caitlin Clark kept getting all the publicity and all, even though she wasn't setting the league on storm. And I think she's been better of late, but early on she struggled mightily. Didn't she have like 10 turnovers in one game?
Yes.
So I think
you know what they say? It's hard to go straight from college to the WNBA.
Oh, to the W. Yeah, we call it the W. That's fine. And if they did fine Kennedy Carter today $1,000, which probably in the WNBA is a bit of money, and they fined the Chicago Sky because they violated the WNBA's media policy and all that. She said she had no regrets.
It feels
just
like
playing
wrestling
hard-ass basketball.
It feels like wrestling.
And I guess.
No, listen. I'm not saying the actual basketball is fake. I'm not saying I'm not talking about the basketball. I'm not saying they're not trying or it's fixed. I'm talking about the extracurriculars. Like, for instance, I'll give you a quick example. Do you remember Conor McGregor? Remember that dude?
He doesn't play in the WNBA.
I know, but he's a boxer, MMA guy.
Right.
I remember, and you might not remember this, but this is years ago. He threw a chair in New York City through a bus window. Do you remember this?
I remember that.
Now,
they arrested him, didn't they?
They did. But whatever became of that? Oh, yeah, nothing. Because why? It was the Friday of the Masters, and maybe the UFC was trying to get their little pound of media flesh there.
Maybe.
I look at what happened, and I've watched it over like you've watched it over. I do wonder, is there a little make-believe here? Is there a little possible wrestling aspect here?
Well, okay, as long as you're bringing that up then, and I'm open-minded and I'm thinking through it, and I do think a few of the clips where they show where Caitlin Clark has been quote-unquote roughed up, that she seems to exaggerate the impact, right?
And by the way,
goes flying.
They had the perfect angle of the player hitting Caitlin Clark, calling her a B word. I mean, like, I don't know. It seemed a little convenient, and then we're all talking about it. No, I understand there's not a ton to talk about because the NBA Finals and the NHL Finals haven't started yet. I do wonder, I'm asking you, do I have the right to think that?
Well, yeah, but I don't think it's true. But going back to the NCAA tournament when Angel Reese followed her around the court to give her the gesture she was making, the ring. I got the ring.
Which, by the way, I liked. I thought it was cool.
Totally fine. But there's another clip, supposedly, before Caitlin Clark got knocked on her ass, where she, after a rebound and coming up court, she had thrown an elbow that got in the Carter woman's face. And that one is, and not as flagrant, but an elbow that hit her in the face. So, yeah, some of it is, we're not used to seeing women's basketball. A lot of people are, but being honest, me and you aren't, and a lot of men aren't. And it is probably more physical than we realize.
Right.
So I say your conspiracy theory, I refute it.
Oh, that's fine. How about my other theory then?
Which one?
It might have just been basketball. People get frustrated. It might have been I look at it.
No, it's more than basketball. It's
really
more.
don't think it's this grand.
I know it
take
is.
One side or the other. Why wouldn't you pray down the Clark because she got you here in Major League?
Well, no, I don't think they have to do that. But they can't pretend like all she's doing is stealing everything from us. That's the mentality I feel. She's stealing it all. The spotlight, she gets all the money. Well, stealing something from nothing is not really stealing per se, is it? Or am I mistaken when all the WNBA players, where the WNBA players get rich is after they retire and they do commercials and commentary. And people know who they are for the most part. What's her name? Sue Bird, right?
I like how you do that. People know who they are. What's her name?
Yeah,
Schubert.
Schubert. All right, 248-539-9797. Is this deeper, as deep as some people are making it? It has been nonstop on national media. Or is this like boys being boys, girls being girls? I mean,
or is this fantastic for the league and going to make you watch the WNBA and you wonder if there's an aspect of the WWE in here?
Yeah, that one too. All right, next, 248-539-9797. Wojo and Rieger, 97.1 The Ticket. And into the 7 o'clock hour we go. Wojo and Rieger headed towards Tigers baseball down in Texas at 7:40.
Big game.
No. That one is a big game, right? Because they could, you know what? They could get back to 500.
They could.
Do you think the Tigers will be either 500 one game below 500 or one game above 500 for the rest of our lives. For as long as we shall
I'm
live.
going to be positive. I'll go one game above 500.
For the rest of our lives?
Yeah, I think
so.
so.
Well, no, but they're going to have to lose a game at some point to go back. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
All right. First of all, and it's a good thing I check up on you people because you people lie. You all lie.
What are you talking about?
Everybody just says things that sound right to further their argument. First of all, WNBA TV ratings have skyrocketed this season, partly because of Caitlin Clark, but not entirely. ABC, I'm reading, just came out yesterday. ABC announced it had its most viewed opening weekend ever. That was earlier. To 143% increase from a WNBA doubleheader on ABC a year ago. WNBA has already had 4 games averaging over 1.3 million viewers across ESPN, ESPN2, and ABC. The point that they're making is that actually games, even without Caitlin Clark, are doing well as well.
Well, there was a reason.
So if you want to make that argument, that's fine. But don't pretend like, the ratings aren't even up at all.
Well, there was a reason that Fox offered Caitlin Clark an NIL deal to stay at Iowa another year because ratings for women's basketball in the college level beat men's basketball ratings.
Yeah, I mean, her debut, and I know it was a debut, was the highest rated WNBA in 23 years. And okay, so whatever. I'm not saying don't give her, but don't lie about it. I mean, how many texts and callers have I heard? And so ratings aren't even up. Now, it's lifting all the ships, apparently, though, and the other players are finding their way. Okay, I'm going to be a villain maybe, or I'm going to be the tough, feisty one, or whatever.
But this is my point, though. The extracurriculars seemed forced to me. Like, whether it's you're trying to create rivalries. Like, again, I think it was interesting because nobody would have talked about this game against Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark if Caitlin Clark doesn't get hit like she did, and if Angel Reese doesn't celebrate her getting hit. Like, it's the worst thing in the world. Like, I think it was funny how Angel Reese's reaction.
It kind of went,
and I would have reacted maybe the same exact way.
And Caitlin Clark didn't go bonkers about it. Just to give you an example here, and then we'll go to the phones, a couple ticket texts. Whoa, Joe, attendance might be up, but ratings aren't. The media went with the great white hope coverage of Clark for 2 years at Iowa, hoping she would win the title, and she didn't. Now
yeah, but they still got killer ratings.
I know. We're not talking about whether or not she deserves it. Seems like obviously a great player, but you can't deny that people want to watch. Ticket text.
Well, some people want to watch. Like, here's the most
or they
recent
want to
ticket
watch
text.
to see her fail, too.
Right, well, compared to other sports, the ratings are still smaller.
Well, of course.
What do you expect?
What about this one? Call me. Okay, this person may or may not be
dead.
Sexist, but whatever. Color me shocked that as soon as a woman's sport gets real hype and attention, it turns into a drama fest. Sorry, but I can't take you seriously if you're whining about fouls 6 games into the season. Unwatchable.
I mean, welcome to the NBA.
But I don't know if he's talking about the players or us, like the
no,
media
he's talking
and
about
fans.
the players.
Okay.
Talking about the league.
And numerous people saying if you were a longtime WNBA fan, which there aren't that many, you would know that it is a fairly physical league, more physical than people realize. Okay.
All right. So who's at fault? Is that the question?
No.
Who do you blame the most?
For what? Blame for what, though? There's nothing to blame. But I do think, not who's to blame. What do you think the reason is? Is it jealousy? Is it race? Is it sexism? Is it, I don't know, go back to the jealousy thing.
But are we talking about this one incident? Because of course we are. And I think my answer, it's so boring. I just think it's basketball. Like, I really don't know if there's this crazy ulterior motive by one side or the other side.
I don't either. And to be honest, it's much less drama than an average Draymond Green appearance in a game.
Or an average NBA game.
Right. That's what I mean. Let's go to the phones. Go to David. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello there, Davey.
Hey, David.
David? David went...
Oh, David, don't do this to us.
David went bye-bye. Oh, he had something good to say about Caitlin.
What was he going to say?
He was going to say she's a... Oh, no, he wasn't. No, that's not it. Let's go to Shelby Township and talk to Paul. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello there, Paulie.
All right, now maybe a problem.
Yeah, when Paul from Shelby isn't there, that's a
I
problem.
mean, usually Paul wants to talk.
Yeah. Let's try. This is really getting nerve-wracking. This one will be there. Let's go to
wait, I hear somebody.
Greg in Shelby Township.
Oh!
Gotta say, yeah, that's the first time I've been super excited to hear. Oh, no, that's not true, Mr. Positive. I've been super excited before. Yeah. Thank you. Oh, he loves you, sure.
A hell of a word.
Yeah.
I feel I'm already here.
Wait, but Greg, are you saying are you buying the theory then that this is somewhat of a conspiracy, somewhat staged?
Yeah,
because
that's
you
what
had
it
the
sounds like you're
stage?
saying, because she went after the biggest star in the WNBA, knowing full well everybody and their uncle is going to be talking about it for nonstop. Hey, Greg, well, what about just a plan? What about an organizational plan?
What about opportunism? Well, we kind of know lots of people did, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Positive. And listen, I'm not going to get all hand wringing. Oh, this now everybody hates. No, don't fool yourself. If you're a sports fan, you like conflict.
Everybody
you like
does, of course.
collisions. You like contrasting
You like
styles.
to get outraged.
You like outrage and mouths and going back and forth. Don't pretend like you don't. It just was striking for people when they see the new great, seemingly WNBA, well, it's not seemingly, she is, star get knocked
face of the
around.
league.
And people wondered why. That's all. I'm not saying, oh, women can be so bitchy to each other. Well, men can be bitchy to each other, too. I don't think that's what this is. Is it?
You know my answer already. I think it's one of two things. A little staged or a whole big nothing, but I get this ticket text. Says, are you naive? Do you really believe the sport's newfound popularity and her emergence is a coincidence?
No, not at all. And somebody pointed out, well, yeah, the ratings are way up compared to over nothing. Well, that's the point.
Well,
from
yeah,
nothing to something.
Exactly.
Yes, it supposedly the WNBA has never made money, has been teetered on the brink before, but the NBA keeps it propped up, which is fine. And you know what? Maybe they did it waiting for this particular moment that they thought would come down the pike at some point. All right? 2485. All right? 248-539-9797. You know, we need to stop picking on Caitlin Clark, and we need to get back to our roots and start ripping on Torque.
Oh, I like
Don't
that.
you think?
Yeah. I mean, we'll take the Caitlin Clark calls. People do want to talk.
Oh, no, we will. We'll talk Caitlin Clark. Oh, some interesting ones there. All right, 248-539-9797. Wojo and Rieger, 97.1, the ticket. All right, folks, the NBA playoffs, full steam ahead, but it's not too late to get in on the action with FanDuel, because right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $150 to use on a same-game parlay. I've been talking about it. Luka for the Mavs, Jason Tatum for the Celtics. Pick really high scoring totals for each of them and parlay them in the same game, and you'll make a ton if it happens. And if you do it, there's no better place to bet all the playoff action than America's #1 sportsbook. Just go to FanDuel.com/Woj to get started. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager. Only $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Who's on the bump for the Tigers tonight?
Tarek Skubal.
Oh, Scoobsy.
Must see Tarek.
Add to Texas against
Must
what? Evaldi?
see
Evaldi?
TS.
Yes.
Yes. That Texas team has shut out the last two teams they played. Or last two games they've played.
Yeah.
They've shut out the opposition. They're playing a little better baseball.
They're the defending champs, you know.
I heard that.
The Strangers.
And they have a skipper with a really deep voice in Bruce Bochy.
As we discovered.
Yes.
But do you buy my theory? Because I think it's spot on.
Which is?
I do think the Tigers have been assigned through the baseball gods to be 500 or one game above or one game below for the rest of our lives. It's like a purgatory. And I don't know how we busted out. We busted through the Lions purgatory. It took us 60 years, but we did. The Tigers have been in about a 15, 20-year purgatory. No, about 10-year purgatory.
Well, to be fair, though, just to put a nice little promising positive bow on it.
Okay, good. We like bows.
There was a time 4 years ago, when we were begging for 500.
Yeah.
We were. We're like, oh, my God. If the Tigers could be 500.
So we should appreciate this more?
I guess. You know, it's like the game of golf, Wojo. You tell yourself when you first start out, if I can just break 100, I'm always going to be happy. But then once you break 100, you're not actually happy. Then you're like, if I can just make great contact, I'll be happy. And then you start making great contact, you're not happy. The same thing with the Tigers. We wanted 500, but now we've seen how 500 looks with so many wasted good pitching performances.
Yeah.
And we want nothing to do with this.
So
the other thing too is it's exhausting. Like,
it is very
Can we
exhausting.
just decide one
No.
direction? You're either going to suck and fall out of the standings completely, or you go on this 10 of 11 surge and get everybody excited. Now, I hope it's the second one.
Well, yeah, and no, you're spot on. Like I wake up. Wait, is today the day they go back above 500 or below 500? And it's like, I mean, it's better than being 10 games below, I guess. Yes, for sure.
So Bill James, are you aware?
The
aware of his
baseball
work?
guru.
Yeah. He actually wrote this article, I want to say, or did this scientific study, and he said the most infuriating teams.
Oh, I know what
are
you're saying.
500 teams.
Yeah,
because if you're a fan, it kind of feels like every loss is your death and every win could catapult you to great things. When if you're a winning team, like the Dodgers, a loss here and there, who cares? You know you're going to win again. If you're a garbage team like, I don't know, the Oakland A's, you know, hey, you win, but more than likely you're going to lose most games. So it's the 500 folk that are affected the most. And that's exactly what Tiger fans are right now. And it's exhausting.
And it's exhausting and it's frustrating. And it's where the Lions were for many years. Remember, 8-8. Where are they going to go this year? 8-8, 7-9. And it wasn't, it's not so much anger as frustration and like you're right, exhaustion. Now, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Tonight down in Texas, it's not the ballpark at Arlington, it's something else, even though I like that ballpark. Is it the final time in a Tiger uniform with Scoobsy on the bump?
No, come on.
We're not trading him yet?
Not now.
Wait, you're still on that bandwagon, aren't you?
I would do it, yes. I would do it for a litany of reasons.
No. I would do it for a litany of players.
Well, I mean, yeah, litany of good players.
Yes.
Now, the guy that comes on after the Tiger game.
Not Humberto Sanchez
Caputo?
or whatever his name is.
He's totally against it.
Caputs.
Oh, yeah, he's totally
then I'm on Caput's
against
side.
it.
Because he watches all the baseball and reads all the encyclopedias and everything.
No, but seriously.
I'm on his side on this.
Torque gets sent down, right?
Mm-hmm.
And obviously they needed to do it. He's been absolutely awful.
Awful.
However, I'm curious what you'll say. I'm curious what the people will say. You're a very positive guy.
Generally,
more
try
than
to be
positive, you're fair.
For me, the gin glass is half full.
Yeah, okay.
But doesn't stay that way very long.
By the way, I went to Chipotle today, and I met a fan of ours. And
Really?
he's like, is Wojo going to be in here? I'm like, I mean, if he's not drunk, yeah, he'll be in tonight. But anyway, very nice guy. Listens all the
good.
time.
Nice, thank
Hates
you.
Mike and Rico, too. No, I'm kidding. But are you willing to say Torque's a bust?
I'm getting there. I've been suspicious for a while.
Sent down in 2 years. All that he has going for him is really 1/2 of baseball that we saw last year. He ended up with 31 dongs and, of course, 94 RBI. But he can't go oppo anymore. He has trouble hitting high velocity. Pitches like that he's supposed to barrel up, he doesn't even swing at. He looks so mentally
confused.
screwed up.
But
Can you get over that?
But not just mentally. And people go back and they've gone and dug up some of his early tapes from college and high school,
Yes.
and he's so stiff. Like
He's not athletic.
No.
He's got too much information in his head.
But he
you know what?
can't hip swivel and move, use his legs and like, shouldn't that have been noticed when they picked him number 1 overall?
I mean, but he wasn't like that when they picked him.
No,
Which
but
makes you wonder.
Am I wrong, though, that he had like one huge year at Arizona State?
He did.
And he was not very highly touted coming out of high school.
He wasn't. But then, of course, he broke Barry Bonds' record at Arizona State.
Yeah.
And next thing you know, everybody wanted him. To be fair, Al Avila had no choice. I remember you and I were on the air
You
when he got
always
drafted.
have a choice.
No, I mean, everybody would have taken Torque. Everybody would have taken
Just
him.
like
He's
everybody would have taken Cade Cunningham,
I get
and we're
it.
not positive that was right.
College bat. You thought he was going to have success. Short trip to make it to the bigs. You know, yes, he had to deal with COVID. For me, the surprising thing about Torque is what he doesn't swing at. That dude,
Baseball.
and I watched, yes, he got grade A center cut fastballs, which you should deposit into the seats, and he would either swing and pop them up, or he wouldn't swing. And it's the not swinging that kills me, because you all know you're supposed to get one pitch.
Right.
One pitch in that bat that you're able to drive. And he took that pitch. And then they threw that pitch again, and he still did nothing with it.
And he can't reach the high fastball. And like you said, he can't go oppo. And he doesn't, like, has he always not moved his legs? Like, stride into the pitch? He's like Steve Garvey back in the day.
Okay, so my question, though, is
Although
who do you
Steve
blame
Garvey was
more?
good.
Do you blame the hitter or do you blame the Tigers?
I got to go with both. All right, 248-539-9797. That's the ticket text. When we come back, we'll finish up this and the Caitlin Clark talk. What? I took a stand. I said both.
What an analyst.
Next. 97.1.
Regular Lloyd McClendon over there.
The Ticket. Oh, I like our new opening. Woo! Wojo and Rieger for a few more minutes until Tigers baseball. We got more. We'll go to the Caitlin Clark kerfuffle a little bit. A couple of ticket texts here. Now, I have not heard this one because we call Tarek Skubal Scoobsy before we call him Cy Young winner at the end of the year. Ticket texter, someone needs to start a petition to rename Tarek Skubal as T-Rex. See, Tarek, T-A-R-I-K, just make it T-Rex.
Interesting.
Now, it only works if his arms are really short, right? But I don't think they are.
Yeah. No, like Hunter Dickinson could be named T-Rex.
T-Rex,
because
yes.
his arms are very short.
Right.
Dominic Raiola, I feel, could have been T-Rex.
T-Rex.
I don't think Skubal.
But the name Tarek looks like T-Rex.
You are excited, though. Like, every time Skubal does go, despite the fact that I would trade him, I still love watching him pitch.
I do. He's
so dominant.
And there's something,
except for
too,
against the Royals.
Verlander obviously was dominant, and we all, I think, loved watching him pitch because you could see how command he was in. There's something different and even more fascinating to me when it's a lefty. When a lefty is dominant, like Clayton Kershaw, they look so dominant.
Yeah.
Don't they? It just fits the symmetry of the diamond more coming from the left-handed side. And they look like no left-handed batter can get a hit off again.
It's the same thing with
ever.
a really good left-handed hitter.
Right.
Like when you see the swing of a Darryl Strawberry or a Ken Griffey Jr.,
Right. Mm-hmm.
Riley Green,
Mm-hmm.
way more pretty than any right-hander out there.
Yeah, and I think the same way of lefty pitchers. Although they're often soft-tossing lefties, but they're also often crafty lefties. And Skubal is a big, hefty, crafty lefty.
He's 27 years old. He's got 2 years of control left. He's going to get paid a bundle by somebody, and you could get a ton for him. Not to mention,
we'll deal with
he had
this
Tommy
later.
John surgery 8 years ago.
So he has 2 years
Wojo.
so in 2 years he won't be able to throw strikes? Is that what you're saying?
No, he had Tommy John 8 years ago. The science says 8 years after the first Tommy John, sometimes you need a second one. And
boy.
Baltimore just lost 2 starters,
Mhm.
a righty and a lefty.
Mhm.
Don't you have to call the Orioles and say, listen, what can he give us? Can we raid your farm system?
I'm sure Avila will call the Orioles.
That's Harris.
What?
It's Harris.
Let's go to Rochester and talk to Scott. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello there, Scotty.
Scotty. Oh, good. I'm glad you did.
Yeah, break it down for us.
Yeah. Scott, you're very smart in these things. Go ahead.
Larry Bird. Mm-hmm.
Oh, they got sellouts, Scott. Yeah. Now, to be fair, Scott, you can buy tickets dirt cheap. Like if you want to go to an Indiana game, there's like $6. No, I hear you. Listen, she's great for the game, but my point was, why not take somebody that's great for the game and start something with her? That's why this whole thing seems a little fake to me.
Which was?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Right. She was. Carter, right. Kennedy, Carter. I don't know about Ron Artest level, but yes, I did the same thing and looked at some of the background and they're like, whoa, this actually is in character for her. Well, but hold on a second. Michael Jordan won championships, and Caitlin Clark and her team isn't even that good, I don't think, and she single-handedly can't do it. And secondly, if your motive is, I hate her for whatever reason because she's better than me and knock her down, then that's stupid. But if part of your motive is, everybody's watching, let's get this right, not necessarily a conspiracy, but just stage. But when there's more crowd, when there's people, there's TV, you're naturally going to be more into it and more competitive,
Well,
right?
here's the thing, though. Now that it happened once, anybody else that wants to go at Caitlin Clark, you know they're going to be talked about. So maybe they want the publicity, but more than anything else, we're going to be forced to see or Caitlin's going to be forced to fight back. And let's see if she does fight back.
Well, but she does do physical things as well. Like I said, the elbow that was seen.
Throws an elbow. She talks a lot of smack.
What about this? This would be the next level, next step. Caitlin Clark goes to the free throw line late in a big game. The little Indiana fever. They're down by 1. She can tie it up.
You know, they've only won like 2 games.
I know.
Yeah.
And just before she shoots the free throw,
So for win 3,
a girl from the other team runs up with a pair of scissors and cuts her ponytail off. You don't think that would be good? You don't think that would be great?
Can I ask you a question?
What?
What would make you watch the next game that Caitlin Clark plays, which I don't even know when that is?
Yeah.
What would make you tune in?
That.
Okay.
Right?
The threat of her getting her hair chopped off by somebody else. Somebody grabs the scissor from the sideline.
And obviously, I'm exaggerating to make a point. And the point is, people think, the poor Kennedy Carter girl or whatever.
Of course.
She's getting blasted. I don't think she dislikes it. I think there might be other
women. She loves it, probably.
I don't think other women are going to run. Let me knock her down. Get out of my way. I'm going to punch her in the nose.
No.
I don't think they're doing that.
How many people agree with her, though? How many people, especially on the other team, and Angel Reese was one of them, that are like, sweet, great job. Yes, rough her up.
No, they were.
Absolutely.
Yeah. You could see them on the sideline clapping and cheering.
Which the bottom line is, if Chicago and Indiana become good, if they are right now officially a rivalry, that's great for everybody.
Yeah.
And we're all going to watch, maybe.
I saw somebody put a meme on Twitter of Draymond Green in a wig saying, "Welcome to the new Indiana Fever star Draymond Green," or something like that. And he would clear that crap up in a hurry, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they wouldn't go near her then if Draymond Green got after it. Somebody said, how about we trade Torque for Caitlin Clark?
Oh, can she hit?
Well, she can hit bombs.
Have you ever watched her workout? There's a workout video. It's like 3 minutes long of everything she does in the offseason.
Yeah.
It's pretty remarkable.
Yeah. No. Listen, you can celebrate her and not make fun of all that's going on around her, but it's so new for a league like that I think people don't know how to react to it.
What do you think the reaction of the head of the WNBA was on Sunday and today?
Kind of liked it at first, and then when the blowback kept coming, probably got a little annoyed.
Yeah, but what's the blowback? They're
blowback,
talking about you.
I know. Here's the blowback. Tiger baseball next. Scoobsy on the mound.
He's going to
Big
blow
game.
away a bunch of Rangers.
97-1.
In there for a base hit. Horton may have a shot at box. Here comes the throw. Don Worth lets it go, and he runs over 3, and they got it.
The crack of the bat.
There's a swing, and there's another drive to left. It's deep, and this one is gone. The second home run by Travel. Whitaker scores.
The roar of the crowd.
Into a mob scene at home. Walk-off winner.
It's unbelievable. It's magic here in this ballpark.
The love of your team.
You Tiger fans are the greatest fans of all. No question about that.
A 124-year tradition continues. This is Detroit Tigers Baseball on the Detroit Tigers Radio Network. Brought to you by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Committed to providing members access to care they need whenever and wherever they need it. From the Metro Detroit Buick GMC Dealers broadcast booth, let's join the voices of Tigers Baseball, Dan Dickerson and Craig Monroe.
Hello again, everyone. Getting ready for a 3-game series, Tigers and Texas Rangers. What a split of a 4-game series in Boston yesterday, Craig. And you hope the Tigers can maybe ride a little bit of momentum from that come-from-behind win yesterday. to take it into the series against the Rangers.
Then that was a really big win there to split in Boston. It has to be able to carry over when you win a ball game in that fashion, late in the ball game where Tiger was able to add on runs. I'm hoping they get after Eovaldi again here today.
It's the Major League debut of Justin Henry Malloy. We'll be talking about that with manager A.J. Hinch after this on the Detroit Tigers Radio Network.
It's Ford SUV season. Time to get out there and take on adventure in a whole new way. Start with great offers on our lineup of SUVs, like the 2024 Ford Escape SUV. Returning AZ Plan lessees can lease a 2024 Ford Escape SUV active all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months, with $3,219 due at signing. Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $1,500 trade assist and $2,250 renewal. Offer ends June 3rd, 2024. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. Lease a 2024 Ford Escape SUV for only $239 a month. Only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
You don't have much time, so we'll make this quick. Wallside Windows is celebrating its 80th anniversary. With that comes our biggest offer ever. 80 months, no interest, plus half off every window. It's unheard of. 80 months, no interest, no down payment, plus half off every window. 80 happens once in a lifetime, like this exclusive Wallside event. So call now before it's gone. 1-800-521-7800 or get started at wallside.com.
After a car accident, people need to hire a lawyer more than any other time. And your decision has to be made fast. So call Feiger Law first. Our team of trial lawyers will get you the money you deserve. Because nobody has won more auto cases than we have. Feiger Law. All we do is win.
Official law firm of the Detroit Tigers.
All we do is win.
The A.J. Hinch Show, a preview of today's game with Tigers manager A.J. Hinch. Brought to you by McLaren Healthcare, the official health system of the Detroit Tigers.
Getting ready for a three-game series with the Texas Rangers. 8-4 win in 10 yesterday over the Red Sox. There was a lot going on in that game, a lot of big moments in that game. But, A.J., we have to get to the news of the day, which was that Spencer Torkelson was sent down to Toledo and Justin Henry Malloy has been brought up. Let's start with Spencer Torkelson, just kind of what ultimately led to the decision to send him down after probably kind of resisting that as much as possible for the first 2 months.
Yeah, well, we didn't want to do it because we wanted him to work his way through the ups and downs of the start of the season with a lot of runway, and we gave him a ton of at-bats, we gave him a ton of opportunity, and it just never really clicked for him, and it became more and more apparent when you take a step back and get out of the emotional grind of trying to find something positive about his day-to-day or to try to seek the adjustment that needed to be happening. You take a step back and you realize the best spot might be in Toledo for him to take a deep breath, go down, play freely, work on his mechanics, work on his approach, work on his defense, and get him in a position to be the player that we know he can be and the player he's been at stretches during his major league career. So we talked about it the night before. We got to the next day. We promised ourselves we'd give ourselves a day. The way the day played out, it became more and more apparent as it goes. And then, I don't start him in the game, and then I don't pinch hit him, and we make the decision that he's going to get sent out. So it's all for the benefit of Torque and the benefit for our team to get the better player back when he comes back. He's going to be a good player. We believe it. But quite honestly, he just hadn't done enough to warrant, continuing to put him out there. I think the message when I don't start him 2 out of 3 games over the weekend, it became apparent to the organization as well that there's better use of his time than being a part-time player.
We'll be watching the numbers, obviously, at Toledo. What will you be watching as an organization and you yourself in terms of the signs that he's okay, he is earning his way back because he's doing this?
Yeah, well, the quality of contact's gonna have to increase, and it probably will, just because he's a good hitter and he's going to face different pitching, and he'll have less eyes on him from the magnified major league level, but we'll be watching all of his at-bats on video and making sure that he's making some form of adjustment to put himself in a better position to hit the ball hard consistently. He has had, like I said, he'd had little stretches where he was doing it, but his body wasn't functioning the way it always has with his mechanics and his approach, and the quality contact had fallen to the point that we just didn't know what we were going to get day to day. So we'll watch that. We'll watch his mechanics. We'll obviously, be able to measure everything. We do know that the scoreboard numbers are going to be important, but they're not going to tell the whole story.
So Justin Henry Malloy makes his major league debut, gets the call. You saw him in the spring. We certainly know all about his zone control and the ability to draw a walk. What did he do though this year? I noticed the power had jumped a little bit in recent weeks to earn the call up.
Well, it's more what he's done over the 900 plate appearances or whatever in AAA that when you look at it, he beat the level. So he was due this opportunity at some point, at any point. I even joked with him today, like a couple hundred plate appearances probably too long down in AAA because he had dominated it so well, getting on base and being able to drive the ball. So we wanted him to work on his defense. We wanted him to be, anything but a DH, or in additional to a DH. So that I can play him in the field. And I'll do that probably when we get home. He'll DH the games while we're here in Texas, and then I'll get him in the outfield sometime in the Milwaukee series. But the bat's real. The approach is real. I told him it's the same batter's box he's always been dominating. And after these nerves settle down a little bit when he first gets up here, we hope that we're going to be able to develop a really good, impactful hitter.
Saw him in the lobby today. That's a big smile on his face, and I'm assuming the same with you when he met with you in your office.
Yeah, I mean, he always has a smile on his face. Like, he's one of those guys that you smile when you see him every day, and he's fun to have banter with. And I got a chance to catch up with him, and really organically, I talked to him in the dugout. It was when I ran into him. I went out to go get some exercise, and he was just out there looking at the field and just soaking it all in. And I hadn't seen him yet. So when I got a chance to sit on the bench with him, kind of in a natural environment, it's pretty cool to see this is his first place that he gets to play before he goes home and wears the home English tee.
Walk rate is much higher at AAA than it is in the major leagues by almost a walk and a half a game. What will be the challenge for him, given that there will be more strikes thrown to him at the major league level?
So I think that's exactly it. I think that, everybody's going to have followed him. There's scouting reports. They'll have video. They'll be able to know exactly the zones that he attacks and the zones that he doesn't. And most of the time when you get a guy coming up from the minors who's walked a lot and he gets the reputation of zone discipline, they're going to try to pump, strikes to you early in whether it's first pitch fastballs or just first pitch big strikes to get ahead and then create some leverage and some pressure on you. So he knows the strike zone. But in the big leagues, if you miss that first ball to hit, it gets increasingly more difficult. So the cat and mouse game will be how aggressive is Jahan going to be versus the teams who think that they can get ahead of him because of that reputation of high pitch counts and walks and zone control. Those are all like sort of fake, indicators that he's not an aggressive hitter. You're going to see him swing at some first pitches. That's not the problem. The problem will be is if he gets too passive.
Defensively at first base, what are some of your thoughts about who's going to share that position now?
Yeah, a little bit of everybody. We're going to have Mark Canha play there. Gio Urshela has played there already this weekend. Andy Ibanez is likely to get a game there in this series against Texas. They've got three righties, but Urena's a little bit trending towards a reverse, so I'll get a bunch of right-handed hitters in there on the third day. But it's going to be shared, and it's going to be a lot of different guys that I can mix and match. So you may see Matt Vierling take some ground balls over there, but I'd prefer him at third and in the outfield. So it's funny in my job. You look at a certain position all the time during the year that, man, who's going to play third? That's kind of been the topic for most of the season. I'll start the lineup every day with who's playing first, and then I'll work my way around, knowing that a lot of guys can share it depending on the situation, who's going to DH, who's going to play in the field, and we'll get a bunch of guys some work over there.
All right, AJ, thank you.
You got it.
Tigers manager AJ Hinch, stay with us. We got more to this on the Detroit Tigers Radio Network.
Time to clean out clutter? Think twice before trashing bills, bank statements, and other confidential documents. Shred them instead during Comerica Bank Shred Day. Bring all your shred-worthy papers to the Comerica Great Lakes campus, located near 12 Mile and Halstead in Farmington Hills, on Saturday, June 15th. And Iron Mountain will shred them all safely and securely for free. You can even bring old phones, computers, and drives for safe recycling by Information Systems Resources, keeping your info safe while keeping waste out of landfills. Now that's a win-win. Bring it all during Comerica Bank Shred Day at the Comerica Great Lakes campus in Farmington Hills on Saturday, June 15th from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. The shredding is free, but you can also bring non-perishable food items for donation to Gleaners Community Food Bank, helping us turn Shred Day into Fed Day for our community. Come on out and raise your expectations of what a bank can be. Comerica Bank, member FDIC.
Your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers are changing the game with their impressive family of SUVs, like the attention-getting Chevy Blazer. Blazer is the midsize SUV you've been looking for. Its bold design and athletic stance will turn heads wherever you go, and its roomy interior offers seating for up to 5 passengers with plenty of space for cargo. Chevy Blazer, it's the SUV that has it all. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
Jeff Rieger with Around the League from the 1-800-CALL-SAM studios, brought to you by Big B Coffee, the official coffee of the Detroit Tigers. It's been a bit since we talked about the Minnesota Twins. Didn't start all that great. Then they got red hot. They have some injuries. They cooled down, but of late, they're pretty good. 7-3 in their last 10, and they won again yesterday. Twins in Houston taking on the Astros. 8th inning, 3-3 game. Jose Miranda stepped to the plate, man on.
1-0 pitch is hit hard down the line. That is a fair ball and will score a run. Margot comes around third. He's going to score. Miranda into second base gives the Twins a lead here in the 8th, 4-3.
Miranda with an impressive game. He went 2 for 4. He's now hitting .280 with a .780 OPS. Also had a homer yesterday. Twins win the game 4-3. And now if you look at the standings in the American League Central, well, the Twins don't have all that great of a chance to catch the Guardians. They're currently 6 games out. But if you look at the wild card, the Minnesota Twins are currently in a wild card spot, the 3rd wild card spot in the American League. Don't look now, but the Twins trying to get back to the postseason. From the 1-800-CALL-SAM studios, I'm Jeff Rieger with Around the League on the Detroit Tigers Radio Network.
The aggressively sophisticated Toyota Highlander has been a family favorite for over 20 years. And why not? It has the capability to go anywhere in style and comfort. And it's one of the safest vehicles on the road. But for those wanting more, there's the Grand Highlander with more room, more cargo space, and 3 different powertrains, including the 362 horsepower Hybrid Max. Grand Highlander, the ultimate family SUV. Toyota, let's go places.
Play ball!
Meijer is the proud hometown partner of the Detroit Tigers, and we're cheering them on every game to a winning season. We're looking forward to more home runs, RBIs, shutouts, and new major league records. Home is where your team is, and our home is right here in Detroit, where the Tigers' roar never stops, and the 7th inning stretch means we're getting ready to pounce. Save and win with Meijer, proud hometown partner of the Detroit Tigers.
Nationwide, the average wait for an appointment with the doctor is 26 days. At McLaren, we're working to see you sooner. Our network of primary care providers is growing throughout Michigan, and we are opening access to make more appointments available. This way, whether you're a new patient or have been with McLaren for years, our providers are available when you need them. To find a primary care provider ready to see you sooner, visit mclaren.org/primarycare.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
No matter what your sport, you win with energy efficiency tips from DTE.
DTE's online interactive home can help you find tools, tips, and programs to lower your energy bill. Our Insight app gives you real-time information to make changes to reduce your usage. And our rebates put real money back into your pocket. So check out dteenergy.com/home and you'll score! Savings, that is. DTE.
Now back to the Metro Detroit Buick GMC Dealers broadcast booth. From the field, brought to you by Meijer, the official grocery retailer of the Detroit Tigers radio network.
Today, from the field report, I have Mason Englert. Take me to the bullpen. I ain't never been out there.
Yeah.
Take me to the bullpen. What is a day like out in the bullpen with all the boys?
Yeah, man, we're truly chilling. And I think that's one interesting talent that all the bullpen guys have is you can be sitting there relaxed and having a conversation. You kind of have a feel for game. You might be moving around, getting ready to go just in case, but you're really not checked out, but you're relaxed, because you can't be on edge as if you're going to go in, the next – you can't be on edge like you're totally in the game. 162 games. Like, you've got to be relaxed out there. Mm-hmm. But once the interesting ability of a bullpen pitcher is, I think, once you get the phone call and you hear the name, you hear Englert, Brisky, Wentz, whatever, like, everybody has the ability to flip a switch so quickly. Yeah. And it's like that switch can't be turned on the whole game, or else it's like you're draining your energy for no reason. But once it does flip on, it's cool to see guys go from chilling to like it's time to go.
How did you get to that place? Because you came up as a starter.
Yeah.
And you prepared. Starters has a routine.
Yeah.
How different is that though for you? Like coming out of that pen now. I mean, right now that's what your position is. That's where your role is.
Yeah.
How difficult was that, or was it difficult at all?
I think you almost just have the Band-Aid ripped off, and then you realize, okay, like having routines and having prep work is really important for longevity. But at the same time, in any one outing, you don't need anything other than just confidence to go out there and pitch. I think when that really hit me was there was a game where, beginning of the season last year, I felt like I was throwing on a noticeable pattern of games. So this was a game I didn't expect to throw. It was like 8th inning, and I had my feet kicked up, chilling the whole game. Yeah. And then I got the Englert call. I wasn't expecting it. Go in and end up having a really solid outing without doing a single thing other than getting on the mound and start throwing. And then you go, okay, that's not ideal. I don't want that to be a regular thing. But also it makes you open your eyes to, like, you just got to have faith and confidence in your stuff that the other stuff is nice, but ultimately it's you on the mound executing that gets it done.
So mentally now, like you're in that space of being confident, and obviously that's what it takes to succeed at this level. Right. This is a challenging game, tough game when you're at the big league. How do you feel? Like, do you have key points, things that you say to yourself that allows you to get back to that place, even when things don't go well?
Yeah, man, that's kind of funny because like a meditation thought, I think everybody's brain tends there's always a chance like things are either going to go your way or not going to go your way, and when they don't go your way, it's challenging, like emotional experiences, from playing. So I think everybody's brain is kind of like to protect you from those. It almost starts wanting to spit out negative thoughts because it's like preparing you for the worst. And I notice, especially days that I'm hot and there's a good chance I'm in there, my brain, when I'm sitting there, will start spitting out negative thoughts like, hey, maybe it's not going to go your way. This is the day it's going to unravel, like whatever. And then every time I notice myself seeing those thoughts, I literally just say, I love you. And I come back to like, I'm here in the moment, in the present, and those thoughts aren't reality. And then you kind of just like change your relationship with those thoughts, and it becomes like they're no different than like a bird flying by in the sky. It's not something that you got to attach to and fight. It's like, no, it's just what it is. And when I hear my name and I go get on the mound and start ripping fastballs, ripping pitches, it's like that confidence of like it's go time comes in, and all that other stuff is out the window.
Absolutely love it. Love the mindset there, Mason. Honestly, thanks for doing this. But again, man, congratulations on, like, I know you feel it. You feel like you've earned it this time.
Yes, sir.
You earned it when you were Rule 5, by the way, too.
Yeah,
okay?
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Have a good one.
Detroit Tigers Baseball, brought to you by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, committed to providing members access to care they need whenever and wherever they need it. Now let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Detroit Tigers radio network.
I'm attorney Mark Bernstein. When people contact us, they always ask, is this call and consultation really free? The answer has always been yes, it's free. For over 50 years, it's always been free. A free call, a free consultation, and we don't get paid unless we win your case. That's our no-fee guarantee. Get a free consultation at 1-800-CALL-SAM or callsam.com. It's always free.
1-800-CALL-SAM.
Now at Jack Dimmer Lincoln, see the all-new 2024 Lincoln Nautilus. Its 48-inch display can be personalized and tailored just for you. The Nautilus has Lincoln Blue Cruise for hands-free driving, an optional hybrid engine with increased horsepower and fuel economy, plus new digital scents that enhance the cabin environment and the serenity of driving the new 24 Lincoln Nautilus. Jack Dimmer Lincoln also offers their new mobile van service, the convenience of having service handled at your home or office with routine maintenance, recalls, and more. Learn more at dimmerlincoln.net.
Swing, there's a drive to left. That one is long.
124 years of baseball tradition continues.
And it's gone, a home run.
Brought to you by the Sam Bernstein Law Firm, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, General RV, Corewell Health, The D Las Vegas, Meyer, Comerica, Priority, UWM, and Little Caesars Pizza. Brought to you locally by Jack Dimmer Ford, Northville Lumber, Jack Dimmer Lincoln, McLaren Health, Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers, and the Metro Detroit Chevrolet dealers.
It's time to play ball with the call of the game from the Metro Detroit Buick GMC Dealers broadcast booth. Here are the voices of Tigers baseball, Dan Dickerson and Craig Monroe.
Indoor baseball in Arlington, Texas. Hot and steamy outside, just like my partner likes it down here in Texas. Nice, cool, comfortable inside. Hello again, everyone. We're getting ready for a 3-game series. Tigers and Texas Rangers, the defending world champions, have not been playing, Craig, like defending world champions. Got off to a 21-16 start, and then they went into a funk and fell 5 games below the 500 mark. It's really surprising to me that the best offense we saw in baseball last year, Atlanta and Texas, right?
Yeah, they just haven't gotten going offensively.
And they haven't gotten going on offense.
No, not at all, Dan. And again, it's a real thing when you talk about the World Series hangover. And there's now a lot of expectation. These guys come back this season wanting to repeat, and I feel like there's a lot more pressure on them to do that. And I think right now they got up to that sluggish start because a lot of these guys from an offensive standpoint are just putting a little bit too much pressure on themselves. And let's just hope they continue to have that pressure against the Tigers in this 3-game series so we can come away with the series win.
Tigers actually did a pretty decent job against the Rangers. This is their second meeting of the year, holding that offense down for the most part in the 4-game series, but the Rangers did take 3 out of 4 in that series in Detroit in mid-April. Tarek Skubal against Nathan Eovaldi. He's had an injury-shortened season. It's only his second start off the injured list with a groin injury. That's our matchup tonight. When Nate Eovaldi is healthy, he is one heck of a pitcher and really tough. But he's going to be a pitch limit tonight. It'll be interesting to watch because the weakness on this Rangers team right now, in addition to an offense that's been quiet, is a bullpen that's having a tough time getting consistent outs. Lineups are being exchanged at home plate. Let's take a look at the details as we give you the lineup for the Major League debut of a man young man we're going to be talking about a lot tonight. Justin Henry Malloy in the leadoff spot in right field. Wenzel Perez, he does something every game. We say this every day, and it's true. Wenzel Perez in the leadoff spot. Riley Green batting second. He's in center field. Mark Canha batting third. He's at first base with the demotion on Spencer Torkelson. He's going to be there probably a fair amount in the weeks ahead. Gio Urshela in the cleanup spot. He's at third base. Colt Keith at second base batting fifth. Justin Henry Malloy making his Major League debut will be the DH tonight and bats sixth. Akil Baddoo batting seventh. He's in left field. Ali Baez at shortstop. He's come up with some big hits of late. The glove has been outstanding. He's batting eighth. Jake Rogers doing the catching for manager A.J. Hinch and batting ninth. For the Texas Rangers, Marcus Semien in the leadoff spot. He's at second base. He's simply one of the very best at second base in the major leagues. Corey Seager, when we saw him, and really through the end of April, was quite cold. Well, that bat, and it's too good a bat to stay quiet for long, has been sizzling in recent weeks, even as the offense has failed to heat up. The ex-Tiger Robbie Grossman is in the DH spot. He's batting third. Adolis Garcia still trying to get that bat going. Had a big day yesterday. He's in the cleanup spot in right field. Jonah Heim doing the catching, batting fifth. Wyatt Langford, drafted last year right behind Max Clark, the high scorer that the Tigers took in the first round. Wyatt Langford in the major leagues. He's had a tough time batting sixth. He's in left field. Josh Smith having a very good year. He's batting seventh at third base. Ezekiel Duran is at first base, batting eighth. And Leody Taveras, fine center fielder, is batting ninth for manager Bruce Bochy. In the job that he has done here has just been nothing short of outstanding. Pitching matchup again is brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Visit buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places. Tarek Skubal against Nate Evaldi. Starting lineups are brought to you every game by Comerica. Only one bank has been committed to Michigan since 1849. That's Comerica Bank. Keys to the game. Craig, brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet. Keys for the Tigers against Nate Evaldi. He's not expected to go deep in this game. Only his second start off the injured list. He went 3 innings his first time. Still on a pitch count tonight. Probably in that 60-pitch range. If you can get him out early, you can get to a bullpen.
Well, I think you have to get to the fastball. His fastball, even though he's coming off an injury, he's not going to be out there long. Then the fastball still plays up at 97, likes to elevate it. You don't want him to get to his secondary pitches. That's that nasty splitter that he's featuring. That's the pitch when you know he's on. He's going to quite often, getting tons of strikeouts.
And that's why he gets lefties out at such a good clip.
Yes.
Game time weather brought to you by Clean Express Auto Wash. You know it's warm and humid when you walk outside and your glasses immediately fog up. So it's warm and humid. 88 degrees outside, cool, comfortable 74 degrees inside. The official car wash of the Detroit Tigers. Clean Express Auto Wash, fast, easy, clean, and free vacuums. First pitch will be brought to you by McLaren Health, the official healthcare system of the Detroit Tigers. And our first inning brought to you by Rocket Mortgage. Buy, sell, finance, and save. We talked about it at the beginning of the broadcast that this is the Tigers team coming off. Craig, there was so much going on in that game yesterday. The fact that the Tigers won it after the bottom of the ninth inning when Andrew Chafin could hardly get the ball over the plate was remarkable. But truly, that's the kind of win that can boost you going into your next series.
Well, it's kind of just like winning ugly. You know, it's okay because you were able to get the W. Listen, the Tigers didn't play their best baseball in Boston against the Red Sox, but they were able to come away with the split. I'm encouraged because I like the fight that I saw in this team. Even early on when they were getting dominated, they continued to stay the course, and they found a way to come away with a couple of good wins. So looking forward to seeing what they're able to do or if that's able to continue here against the Texas Rangers.
Tigers and Rangers come into this game with identical 29-30 records, and they've both kind of gotten to this point the same way. Both teams at one point 5 games above the 500 mark, both now a game below, going into game number 60 for both teams tonight. Tigers now get ready to face the 34-year-old native of Houston, Texas, Nathan Evaldi.
Well, the Tigers are going to have to deal with a 97-mile-per-hour fastball. It's a four-seamer. Likes to use that pitch at the top of the strike zone. And it goes well with his split finger. That's the second pitch that he uses more often. A lot of the times. It's going to be fastball up, split finger down. But he'll still strikes early in the count with his slow curveball and a little cutter mix. Look for the Tigers to be all over that fastball.
And so Perez in the leadoff spot. Evaldi working middle of the rubber. First pitch of the game is a strike on the outside corner. And we are underway here at Globe Life Field in Texas. Ground ball softly to first base, backhanded by Duran. He'll flip it over to first. And so Perez grounds out. 1 up and 1 down here in the first inning. So the numbers for Evaldi, again, second start. He missed about 4 weeks with a groin injury. This is his 9th start of the year. 2-2 with a 2.84 ERA. Signed a 2-year deal with Texas that runs through this year. Just 34 hits, only 44 innings so far. But when he's right, he's tough to hit. He will give up extra base hits. As Craig said, that splitter is nasty, and it's why he has really buried left-handed batters so far this year. Riley Green takes first pitch that misses up and away.
Yeah, that was that slow curveball that Evaldi likes to steal strikes with, especially that first pitch strike. Riley Green talking with him today, talking about staying through the middle.
Swinging a foul back to the screen. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Said he's starting to feel a lot better in the batter's box. Said that he had to slow himself down a little bit. He was trying a little bit too hard, gripping that bat a little tight. When you do that, your swing's slower. Now he's relaxed and it's smoother.
He takes Splitter away. Good hitters count, 2-1. Well, Spencer Torkelson sent down to AAA Toledo. A.J. Hinch was certainly hinting that that was a possibility before the game yesterday without directly saying so. Riley Green checks his swing. It's a strike at the top of the strike zone. The fastball gets up to 97 for Nate Eovaldi. It's fastball, splitter, and he'll mix in, as Craig said, fair number of curveballs and cutters. Arms up over his head, into his motion, delivers up and away, and it's now 3-2 on Riley Green. He's not a premium strike thrower, and you can definitely work him and get his pitch count up and get him out of the game early.
Well, he can spray the ball around the strike zone, but he can become erratic, so you do want to get him in the zone.
3-2, swing and a miss. Nothing fancy there. He just reared back and fired a fastball right by Riley Green at 97 miles an hour.
And that's what Eovaldi can do. He can overpower you with his fastball. That fastball there got up to 98 miles per hour. And even when you know it's coming, that one gets on you pretty quickly. And Riley not able to catch up. But I had a really good conversation with Riley about Spencer Torkelson going down. That is his brother. That's the guy that he hangs out with the most.
Mark Canna takes first pitch, fastball, strike, and on the outside edge.
And I also wanted to make sure that he was okay, because I remember going through that situation with Marcus Timms, and it's like you got to find yourself almost in a sense where you lose that friend. So he said he's going to be fine. I'm looking forward to seeing how he responds and how he reacts, given that Spencer Torkelson is down there.
Ground ball wide of third to his left. Smith will field the big bounce, turn and throw back to first to get Canna easily. And that's a very quick and easy first inning for Nate Eovaldi. We go to the bottom of the first inning. First of 3, Tigers and Rangers. And we're scoreless. This is the home of Detroit Tigers baseball, presented by Meyer.
You can be in the office mode or weekend warrior mode. Either way, GMC Terrain has a mode for you. Want a mode for everything? GMC Terrain. Sign and Drive is here. GM employee program participants with a current eligible GMC lease can get this 39-month ultra low mileage lease for $314 per month on a 2024 GMC Terrain SLE with 0 first month's payment, 0 security deposit, 0 due at signing after all offers, and 0 down payment. Sign and drive home your Terrain today. See your Metro Detroit GMC dealer. Must be a current lessee of a 2019 model year or newer Buick or GMC vehicle through GM Financial for at least 30 days prior to the new vehicle sale. Tax, title, license, dealer fees extra. No security deposit required. Mileage charge of 25 cents a mile over 32,500 miles. At participating dealers only. Visit GMCOfferInfo.com for details. Residency restrictions apply.
Ugh, Hercules, we're gonna have such bodacious buds this summer.
Most definitely, Brosidon, but I gotta work on this 4-pack.
Don't you mean 6-pack?
No. I mean this 4-pack of the new Crazy Puffs from Little Caesars. They're 4 fun-sized puffs packed with cheese and pepperoni. Everyone's trying them.
Can you spot me?
Oh, sorry, Bromano. These are Dunskies. Walk in between 4 and 8 for your hot and ready favorites like $3.99 Crazy Puffs at Little Caesars.
Pizza.
Plus tax where applicable. Available at participating locations. Prices may vary. Prices higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and third-party online sites.
Looking for a healthcare provider? Go to mclaren.org/primary care to find a doctor near you.
Today's game brought to you in part by Northville Lumber. First pitch, fastball off the plate away to Marcus Semien. Rangers are getting ready to face the 27-year-old native of Hayward, California, Tarek Skubal, making his 12th start of the year. 1-0. Fastball away at 96. Quickly 2-0 on Marcus Semien.
Well, there's 2 guys on the mound for each team. Well, throwing high-velocity fastballs. 97, 98. Torque's fastball's gotten up to triple digits, 100 miles per hour.
Foul out of play. Fastball away to Marcus Semien.
He's one of the few left-handers that can dominate the inside part of the plate. He uses that fastball inside to the right-handers to set up the changeup. He's got a really good fastball changeup mix.
Working third base side of the rubber. Delivers slider in the middle of the plate. Swing and a miss. Simeon hitting .258 with a little bit of extra base power.
Like to see him continue to throw that slider.
2-2. Line drive left field. Deep in trouble. That ball is gone. A home run. Marcus Simeon, 5th pitch of the game. 10th home run makes it a 1-0 game in the bottom of the first.
Yeah, he's one of the most dangerous leadoff hitters in our sport. He looks to pull, and he got something over the middle of the plate that he didn't miss. Scuba doesn't give up much contact, and he doesn't give up a lot of damage. But Marcus Simeon recognizes the changeup and stays back, and he crushed it.
That brings up Corey Seager. First pitch up and in, ball 1. Some days Terry Scuba never sees a lefty. Fastball 97 up, swing and a miss.
Seager's been on fire here lately. Got off to a sluggish start in April. Has picked it up in May. That was a point where he went 8 straight days with a homer.
Ground ball up the middle. Diving backhanded stop by Cole Keith. Gets up, throws, and gets Seager at first.
Ooh.
Fine play. That's the best play we've seen Cole Keith make, ranging far to his right.
I agree. That was a nice place, nice reaction there. And he took a good route to that ball in the sense of where he was able to lay out and glove it. We've seen him get better. The work that he's putting in with Joey Cora on a day-to-day basis, it's working.
Brings up Robbie Grossman. Grossman takes a strike, the ex-Tiger. 2 different teams combined. He's hitting just about 200. No power, swing and a miss. Change up away, quickly no balls and 2 strikes. Some injuries on this Texas roster has created an opportunity for Robbie Grossman. Evan Carter, who was such a postseason sensation last year, is on the injured list, but he wasn't hitting when he went on. The 0-2 fastball up and in. Tom Hanahan is our home plate umpire today. Jensen Visconti at first. Andy Fletcher, the crew chief, at second. Adam Beck at third. 1-0 Texas. Rangers offense, it is top 5, but it hasn't been of late. Change up low and away. This is what Robbie Grossman can do. He can certainly work an at bat. Today's game brought to you in part by Northville Lumber, the official lumber yard of the Detroit Tigers radio network. The 2-2. Ground ball chopped softly. The first, backhanded by Canna. Underhand flip leads Skubal to the bag for the second out. So Spencer Torkelson down to Toledo. First base, AJ said, it's so funny. Every day I start with who's going to be at third base, and then I build my defensive alignment from there. Now it's going to be, I'm going to start at first base and build my defensive alignment from there. And it's going to be a rotating mix. He said, you might see Vierling there, but he said, I really like him at third and in center field. Ground ball chopped deep third, fouled on the third base line. Urshela's at third today. We've seen him at first, and I would think it's going to be largely Canna, Urshela. Remember, Ibanez is a corner infielder,
yes,
or was when he was with this organization, Texas. He's been at second, of course, mostly for the Tigers.
Well, that's the luxury that the Tigers have. They have a lot of flexibility, guys that play multiple positions, and they play them average to above average.
As long as you can hold the fort for a few innings.
Right.
I mean, that's how he looks at it sometimes.
And I think these guys can. They're very capable. Mark Canna's very capable of playing first base.
Adolis Garcia takes a changeup that bounces.
Urshela played over there in Boston series. We've seen him make some nice plays. He's got good hands, soft hands.
He made some fine plays at first.
Yeah.
Really like that play by Cole Keith that we just saw. The 1-1. Swing and a pop-up. Right by first base, Mark Canna has played a lot of first base in his career, just not in recent years. Makes the catch, a step onto the infield turf. Leadoff home run for Marcus Simeon, his 10th. Gives the Rangers a 1-0 lead. We head to the second inning in Texas. 1-0 Rangers on the Detroit Tigers radio network.
Time to clean out clutter?
Think twice before trashing bills, bank statements, and other confidential documents. Shred them instead during Comerica Bank Shred Day. Bring all your shred-worthy papers to the Comerica Great Lakes campus, located near 12 Mile and Halstead in Farmington Hills, on Saturday, June 15th. And Iron Mountain will shred them all safely and securely for free. You can even bring old phones, computers, and drives for safe recycling by Information Systems Resources, keeping your info safe while keeping waste out of landfills. Now that's a win-win. Bring it all during Comerica Bank Shred Day at the Comerica Great Lakes campus in Farmington Hills on Saturday, June 15th from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. The shredding is free, but you can also bring non-perishable food items for donation to Gleaners Community Food Bank, helping us turn Shred Day into Fed Day for our community. Come on out and raise your expectations of what a bank can be. Comerica Bank, member FDIC.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
It's baseball season, and you know what that means. It's Faygo time. Nothing beats an ice-cold Faygo. Faygo, the one true pop. Faygo is a proud sponsor of Detroit Tigers Radio.
Gio Urshela leads off for the Tigers. Second inning brought to you by Miss Dig 811. Safety's in your hands. Dial 811 before any digging project. Gio Urshela takes first pitch fastball down and on the outside corner for a called strike. Urshela, Keith, and the man of the moment, Justin Henry Malloy. Time for dollars on deck. Cold Keith on deck. The strike one from Nathan Eovaldi. Fastball up and in. Urshela takes 1 ball, 1 strike. If Colt Keith gets a hit this inning, Northfield Lumber will donate to Detroit Blightbusters, helping to revitalize Detroit's neighborhoods. Northfield Lumber, Michigan's oldest business and largest Trex decking dealer. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. That's the splitter, and it's a hard splitter at 90.
Yeah, and he's also have the ability to throw that splitter for a strike. A lot of times when you hear splitter, you think start it in the strike zone and then allow the bite on it to move out of the zone.
1-2. Splitter is low and away, kind of pulled it a little bit. 2-2.
But when he's got that pitch going, he can be very difficult to get to.
Urshela now waiting on a 2-2, 1-0 Texas in the second inning. The pitch painted. 98 on the black.
Dan, you just don't hit that pitch. You just don't hit that pitch right there at that velo at that location for a right-handed hitter. That is the furthest pitch away from a right-handed hitter's eyes. It seems like it doesn't ever get to the plate, or it's a pitch that you just feel like you cannot reach.
That brings up Colt Keith. Pitch on the strike on the inside corner. So you got the rookie Colt Keith who started to come around, and the rookie Justin Henry Malloy in the on-deck circle about to experience what Colt Keith has already experienced, that first at-bat in the major leagues. Mom and Dad are here, swinging a high pop-up foul. That will slice out of play third base side. Jackie and Henry came in from New Jersey. Relaney, his girlfriend, is here as well. Saw them at the hotel. Saw Justin Henry briefly there. Big smile on his face.
Yes, it was.
Oh, my gosh.
I walked into the clubhouse and the smile it was so big.
The 0-2 swinging a high fly ball left field, fairly deep, but playable for Langford back a step. He'll make the catch off to the glove side. That will bring up for his major league debut. He is the DH tonight, wearing number 36, Justin Henry Malloy. This is a guy that the Tigers, of course, drafted, or Atlanta drafted, and then the Tigers traded for him. The Joey Menez trade after the 2022 season. All of last year at AAA, all of this year at AAA. He can hit for average, he can draw a walk, and he's got developing power. Fly ball, deep center field. Going back to Veras. onto the track, tracking it, and he'll make the catch. Onto the warning track in right center. Justin Henry Malloy made a bid for a home run in his first major league at-bat. He crushed it.
That's a good swing there. Wasted no time, got a fastball, 98, and he hit that ball to right center field, and it just didn't get out. But what a swing. Make a splash. Let's go.
We go to the bottom of the second inning, 1-0 Texas. This is the home of Detroit Tigers baseball.
Hi, Matt Garkle here from Bill Brown Ford in Livonia. Summer is just around the corner, and there's no better time to get your new Ford vehicle than now. Here at Bill Brown Ford, we offer a seamless buying experience, and you only work with one sales associate from start to finish. Our amazing team continues to get 5-star reviews every day, so you know we will treat you right. Visit us at BillBrownFord.com today.
Meijer is the proud hometown partner of the Detroit Tigers, and we're cheering them on every game to a winning season. We're looking forward to more home runs, RBIs, shutouts, and new major league records. Home is where your team is, and our home is right here in Detroit, where the Tigers' roar never stops, and the 7th inning stretch means we're getting ready to pounce. Save and win with Meijer, proud hometown partner of the Detroit Tigers.
You don't have much time, so we'll make this quick. Wallside Windows is celebrating its 80th anniversary. With that comes our biggest offer ever. 80 months, no interest, plus half off every window. It's unheard of. 80 months, no interest, no down payment, plus half off every window. 80 happens once in a lifetime, like this exclusive Wallside event. So call now before it's gone. 1-800-521-7800 or get started at wallside.com.
Early detection saves lives. Schedule your cancer screening today at carmanis.org/inspire.
One-0 pitch, a slider for a strike. The count is 1-1 as we get back to action here in the bottom of the second inning. Heim, Langford, and Smith to face Tarek Skubal. The 1-1, swinging a slicing foul down the right field line. So the word, of course, that anybody who's been following the career of Justin Henry Malloy knows that he's a guy who can work an at-bat, take close pitches, draw a lot of walks. AJ said on the pregame today, he'll be aggressive, swinging a foul out of play. Remember, AAA, the walk rate is much, much higher than the walk rate in the major leagues. And he said he knows that. And he knows he's going to see more strikes. But he said he'll be aggressive early in the count. Half cut, wow, fastball running up and away. And Jonah Heim, a flail at a 97-mile-an-hour fastball, strikes out to start the second inning. And sure enough, in his first at-bat, you love the swing, you love the aggressiveness. But AJ said we will see that.
Well, when you get to the big leagues, no question about it, you're going to get more pitches around the plate. They don't spread as much as they do in AAA.
First pitch changeup, check swing. Wyatt Langford did not go. Another rookie. Again, this guy was drafted in top 6 picks last year, and he's in the major leagues. Fastball off the plate inside.
And so when you make the jump from AAA to big leagues, you can be aggressive, especially on something hard, that fastball. And I like the swing by Justin Henry Malloy.
2-0 changeup in the dirt. You want to go right after this guy. Wyatt Langford has not had any real success so far at the major league level.
Yeah, it's a big jump coming from college and going straight to the minor leagues and hitting your way right to the big leagues.
3-0 fastball, strike at the belt. It's really hard, Craig.
It is absolutely hard.
I mean, he's going to be more developed than a high school hitter. That a lot of people were surprised the Tigers took a high schooler, Max Clark, right before Langford, the 4th pick, swinging a foul out of play because college hitters are more polished. And sure enough, he just, like you said, hit his way to the major leagues at 4 different levels, but it was only 160 at-bats.
And that's not enough at-bats. But again, the Rangers believe there's something there. He's got a good approach.
3-2, line drive into center field. That's going to drop for a base hit. Fielded on one hop by Riley Green. Wyatt Langford came in hitting .222, but There's a guy who can hit for average, hit for power. It's been 222 with really no power at all in his first 130 at-bats in the major leagues.
Well, when I've dissected his swing, he's got a good approach where he does have the ability to drive the ball or hit the ball to all fields. I think the focus has to be a good hitter first. The power comes second.
That brings up Josh Smith. First pitch fastball just missed the mark. Ball one. If there's one thing we know that we're going to see from Tarek Skubal, it's a ton of strike ones. We have not seen a ton of strike ones so far tonight. Very unusual. Swinging a line drive, left field, going back, Akil Baddoo. He'll stop, come in a step, make the catch. Langford halfway to second, retreats to first. But the thing is with Tarek Skubal, even when he falls behind 1-0, it really doesn't matter.
No, I think it works in his favor sometimes because, again, that's when he can take advantage of the aggressive hitter in the box. He can go something soft, or, again, he can overpower you with a well-located fastball.
2 outs. It brings up Ezekiel Duran, right-handed batter, so a couple of lefties in the lineup tonight. Duran's got an upright stance deep in the right-handed batter's box. First pitch fastball takes a big rip, swings and misses.
He was tardy.
Injury report brought just a little bit. Injury report brought to you by McLaren Health, the official healthcare system of the Detroit Tigers. Shelby Miller looks like he'll be coming off the injured list in this series. He's expected to tomorrow. Strike one, swinging a fly ball, left center field, fairly deep, converging Green. Baddoo, and Baddoo will make the catch. Green peeled off in front of him, almost miscommunication, but Riley Green avoids the collision by peeling off. Duran flies out. Baddoo makes a nice catch. We go to the third inning. 1-0 Texas after 2 in the first of 3 on the Detroit Tigers Radio Network.
You don't like to brag, but you're a pretty impressive person. You're detail-oriented, have a great work ethic, and you're a great communicator. Stop being so modest. Use all your amazing qualities to start a career at UWM. You'll get paid training, growth opportunities, and enjoy our inclusive workplace culture. Of course you don't want to take credit for your awesomeness. That's so you. Apply at uwmjobs.com today. Opportunity lives here.
Ugh, Brocules, we're gonna have such bodacious buds this summer.
Most definitely, Brosidon, but I gotta work on this 4-pack.
Don't you mean 6-pack?
No. I mean this 4-pack of the new Crazy Puffs from Little Caesars. They're 4 fun-sized puffs packed with cheese and pepperoni. Everyone's trying them.
Can you spot me?
Oh, sorry, Brahmano. These are Dunskies. Walk in between 4 and 8 for your hot and ready favorites like $3.99 Crazy Puffs at Little Caesars.
Pizza.
Plus tax where applicable. Available at participating locations. Prices may vary. Prices higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and third-party online sites.
Presenting the Insurance Company Choir. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no.
I'm attorney Mark Bernstein at the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. Tired of the same old song? Call 1-800-CALL-SAM and let us change the insurance company's tune.
Yes, 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 yes. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, 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 yes.
Call 1-800-CALL-SAM.
College funding throwing you a curveball? The Michigan Achievement Scholarship could help. Don't leave thousands on the field. Fill out the FAFSA today. Learn more at mi.gov/achievement.
Akil Baddoo at the plate. First pitch, curveball, strike one. 1-0 Texas. We're in the third inning. 7, 8, 9 hitters. Baddoo, Baez, and Rogers. Baddoo knows a little bit about hitting a home run in his first major league at bat.
Yes, he
He's
does.
in that select group. Baddoo takes a fastball, just misses down and in. Third inning today brought to you by Birmingham Plumbing. Visit birminghamplumbing.com. Also by Meyer, proud hometown partner of the Detroit Tigers. The 1-1, swinging a tap foul, and my partner debuted. The memory is as fresh as the day you debuted, isn't it?
It really is.
You debuted right across the street. The old ballpark still standing right across the street.
Yes, sir. And I remember getting in my car, driving from Oklahoma City. I was on the Oklahoma Redhawks. And I didn't know if I was going to get activated that day. But when I got there, man, I walked in that clubhouse and that big flush recliner with my name, Monroe, beside Rodriguez and Palmeiro. And
your head's spinning.
I could not believe that I had made it to the big leagues.
Evaldi's 1-2, swing and a miss. Yikes. 97 up, and he's on a shortened pitch count today, but this looks like a guy who could go 6 or 7.
Yeah.